and gentlemen, I present to you America's top foundational health coach, Dr. Joe D.
There is hope. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, to our wonderful summit, the Life of Excellence. What is your life of excellence? I want you to think about that as we go through these 5 hours together to hear the best of the best in today's culture. I'm Dr. Dee Baer, known as America's top foundational health coach for over 4 decades. I have brought 1 million pounds of toxic fat lost with my 30,000 clients. Not only that, during the COVID era, I'm humbled and honored to say over 3,000 have reclaimed, regained, and restarted their lives. Why? Because of what you're going to learn here about the 6 pillars of human existence. This is what we thrive on. This is what we desire for. And this is what we are doing together today, a life of excellence. For those of you that don't know me, on Traverse TV, Healthopedia channel, and on social media, I grew up a small town girl from Montana, brown-eyed, brown-haired, ponytail girl. Music was my talent, but health became my passion. You will hear this today when people, and you feel this nudge on your shoulder, you just believe that something good is about to happen to you because you've been called. I'm here to tell you, if you're called, you will be equipped. As I said previously, music was my talent, but health became my passion. Why? Because I had an unborn son, a bun in the oven, and I knew what to do. Being now kind of what I thought was a little bit of time off, a sabbatical from my opera career, I was a young mother-to-be, 4 months pregnant, and I went to my first La Leche League because I knew giving mother's milk was the best start for my son. In walked I into this home, looked at this dining room table. Have you ever been there where it's nachos, M&Ms, brownies, chips, Coca-Cola? And I said, so these are 2 food groups, additives and preservatives, and I'm going to put this in this. That's when I was in my 20s, ladies and gentlemen. I had very little filter. But guess what? Because I was called to go into health, I didn't know that the president of La Leche League International was at that meeting. And she said to me, so if you're so smart, why don't you do something about it? And that's what she did. She challenged me and I became equipped. I went to get my first health coaching certification. And what I created in my first project was this. I created the protocols for La Leche International, La Leche League International, which was having unborn mothers with these unborn children and breastfeeding mothers. This protocol, these nutritional protocols are still in their curriculum and their suggestions and guidelines. Now, 43 years later, that bun in the oven is now a man with a family and very successful. The bun in the oven had the best start in life. So why do I tell this story? You will be equipped today. You will know that something amazing is going to happen. You will know that you have a story too. This is my story about the 21 days to your best you, keys for a life of excellence. Now we're looking 2 decades. I've been a health coach. And what we had, I was raising 2 teenage boys. The teenagers were 15 and 17. That was their age, but it was also their shoe size. For real. For real. The multiple 6-figure income that I was creating as a single mom, so support for these young boys to men. We were cranking right along. Then, just like that. Ever had something that happens just like that? My just like that was the downturn of the dot-com phenomena. My paycheck went down to nothing. And I thought, I have skills. I have skills as an opera singer. I have skills as a consultant for this company that I had given my heart and soul for. All of a sudden, my position was eviscerated. Ever been there? You know people that have been there. When you've been called, you will be equipped. I thought, I've got all this information that I've given this company. Why don't I give it from me? And the 21 days, the first iteration of the 21 days was born. After that, I said to myself, Handel wrote his Messiah, his classic piece, Messiah, in 21 days. Why don't I make this 21 days? It's a good number. Sounds like a plan. So the 21 days to your best you, or that first iteration, was born in 21 days, writing it out longhand of all things. See, there are no coincidences. You're here today. You're watching this amazing broadcast that's just beginning. Why do we have 21 days? Guess what? It's just not women that are on a cycle. We are all on a 21-day energy cycle. 21 days to create an amazing habit. 21 days to do something amazing. Take these next tips, these next 21 days, do something remarkable and start today. You see, 21 days divided by 7. 7 is a divine number. It's in all of every religion known to man. 7 days. Our Savior created the world in 7 days, and then the divine number of 3. Today, we're dividing this up into you, because it's you and you, then you and others, real relationships. And then we're dividing this up finally into you and your world. So in the next 5 hours, you will see, hear, feel the icons of today's culture, all with their life and their life story of excellence, their life that is going to be amazing. So I'm just going to tell you to sit back, just be enveloped like you're putting a precious package into an envelope. Just be enveloped with each story, each life, and the teachings of these present day living icons and legends. I will be sharing one of the days per each speaker. So take a look, take a listen, take a feel. You will feel this without a doubt, because we are about to embark on the 21 days to your best you, keys for a life of excellence, with our first speaker. She truly is a living legend on her own and as the wife of Muhammad Ali. Dr. Khalilah Ali, amazing woman. She, after I said, believe it's for real. Are you believing this? You are now, aren't you? Believe it's for real. Then we're going on to creating record fever. Don't you think Dr. Khalilah Ali did that when she too was a boxer? She is a black belt, an actress, been in some extraordinary movies, including The China Syndrome. Well, she's done a quick clip. She's up in Indianapolis today, receiving her own Lifetime Achievement Award for what she has done with minorities, what she has done in many, many venues, and what she's doing in her life of legacy. She's going to be speaking on just sharing and giving legacy. So it is my honor and pleasure, after we watch the video about Dania Zafar. I just must reiterate one thing about Dania. She was our graphic artist. She was the creator of the bird. She was the creator of everything that we've done here at Ignite. JB Owen, you'll hear from after Dr. Khalilah. When we talked about her graphic art, she was tragically killed in a hotel fire in Montreal. So what we've done today, we're making it a purpose, a mission. We are doing this for the reason why we are creating a school of hope in honor of Dania Zafar. I mean, that to me, it makes all the difference in the world. That to me is a life of excellence. And so knowing what we have here is Dr. Khalilah Ali being the first speaker, But now, first of all, when we raise $25 per, let's say the first 3,000 people that watch this, we will have enough money to build a school of hope, a legacy, and the life of excellence for our own Dania Zafar. Take a look, take a listen. Our beloved Dania Zafar embodied beauty, genius, insightful design. Our cover and of Ignite's artistry will find all the details of graphic artistry in her intuitive vision. Her soulful insight is felt through her ingenious design. Dania is reflected in Elton John's Candle in the Wind and John Denver's profound lyrics, It's About Time. We are all in this together. May your artistry live on in all of us and in all of those who experience your visual masterpiece of your cover of this book. It is not the length of your life, but the life of your years. As artists and creatives, we will support guiding these children, and you will too, from afar, in her native hometown in Pakistan. Through the School of Hope, half of all proceeds of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, Keys for a Life of Excellence, will go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Rest in peace, Dania. You've left a legacy.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Khalilah Ali, and I'm speaking on life of excellence. Life has been excellent to me because of prayer, my spiritual inspiration. I have spoken to so many people, and I feel blessed that I'm able to support people, families, to give them inspiration, to further their lifespan helping others. And it's the most enjoyable mission that I have been on as an adult. You know, to be blessed to be able to get recognition for people to listen to me, to work with me as a team, to be inspired by people you meet, to be inspired by your spiritual devotion, your spiritual awakening to help others. Basically, just to support, give people support. It's just amazing what life unfolds for you being here on this planet. To thank God for your first creating you to be here involuntarily. So we here as human beings, we have a purpose in life. And what we must do is reach out and connect those spiritual connections to see what God wants, to see what we need. And we pray that we can touch that base and express ourselves in doing for others, to have the greatest character you can have, to support each other, to know when to speak up, when to speak out, when to have a purpose and cause for human life, to help each other. It's the most, and all the people that I meet in my travels and everything, you get to know who they are. You get to see what they need. And you try to work out and work together as a team to help our families. So our spiritual life is most important. And the older you get, the more spiritual you should get, because you've been around, you know the ropes. You pray that everything that you do is for a cause, a purpose. and to touch each other. When you experience things in life, you feel this done right by you, this is when you share. And this is how you learn. It's almost like being around your mom. If she was a spiritual person and a good person, and she gave you good advice, and she gave you good food to eat, healthy for you, it's just essential to shed that part of your life. And that's what's been so great in my lifetime. It's very important to connect. Thank you. Signing off with Dr. Khalilah Camacho Ali, your servant, so we can help each other and love each other. Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Khalilah Camacho Ali, the more spiritual as we grow in age, the more servant we are, servant-led. Thank you for that message. Congratulations on your latest Lifetime Achievement Award, Dr. Khalilah. I'll be seeing you up in Lansing, Michigan for yet your other one when I get to bring my grandchildren to meet you so we can actually create it for the next generation. That's what we're doing. So before I introduce the wonderful Lady J.B. Owen, I would love us to play the video in honor of Dania Zafar. Dania Zafar, the ingenious genius behind the graphics, the graphic artist of our wonderful, wonderful Ignite. So please play that video, and then it's time for JB to be introduced as only JB can. Let's bring that video up. I just can't wait. Our beloved Dania Zafar embodied beauty, genius, insightful design. Our cover and of Ignite's artistry will find all the details of graphic artistry in her intuitive vision. Her soulful insight is felt through her ingenious design. Dania is reflected in Elton John's Candle in the Wind and John Denver's profound lyrics, It's About Time. We're all in this together. May your artistry live on in all of us and in all of those who experience your visual masterpiece of your cover of this book. It is not the length of your life, but the life of your years. As artists and creatives, we will support guiding these children, and you will too, from afar, in her native hometown in Pakistan, through the School of Hope. Half of all proceeds of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, Keys for a Life of Excellence, will go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Rest in peace, Dania. You've left a legacy. Beautiful, beautiful. So JB, I am back. We're having a few technical difficulties. I want to just pause and give you the honor and the homage for when I said Dania Zafar, the beautiful work that she's done, the beautiful, beautiful just artistry. Guess what? That is you, because you had to create that vision. You had to create the people that came to you. I'm so grateful. I will be eternally grateful that I found you in that pink hair with Les Brown when we were doing this thing. So for those of you, because I could introduce this woman, at least 30 minutes, but I'm going to keep it to a minute because I know you have some beautiful wisdom. I know that you have some beautiful things to share. JB Owen, Lady JB, is the CEO and founder of Ignite Publishing. Her amazing husband, Peter Geeson, is the IT brains. We could have used him a little bit here at the beginning, but it's all good. It's all good. Author, speaker, philanthropist. She and her husband, Peter, will be going and breaking ground for their first school in Indonesia. Guess what? The next one, I believe, when we get done with this summit, and what we're doing is giving half of our own book proceeds to the school. I just want to know, everyone, go buy our book. I just got one. Guess what I have in my hand, JB?
Let's see it. Wow. Amazing. How incredible. It must feel fantastic to hold that in your hand.
Yes. And it just came by Amazon this morning. Of course. So JB, CEO, founder, philanthropist, speaker, noted motivational speaker, trainer, coach, branding coach, writing coach. I mean, best in the business. I'm not even going to say one of, best in the business. But your business is serving others. Your business is being a philanthropist when you're not on the cycle going across the country, tandem cycling with your husband, Peter. But I just want to say you truly embody the life of excellence. The next 12 minutes is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Jody. I just want to say I am touched and blessed and just moved by the video that you are doing to honor Dania. It's a tough video to watch right before I speak. It's got me a little choked up, but it's a blessing also. And I just want to just pay so much homage to you for your willingness to take your project and what all the things that you put into it and then give back and pour into this incredible initiative to memorialize Dania by building a school in her name. It really embodies the excellence of being the best you. And I just want to honor you again. It's been such a joy to work with you over the last 3 years, and putting together this summit to speak to so many people again shows the importance of how you love to pour into people. You want people to be their best. And I just feel that everyone who's watching, really, you're here for a reason. You could be anywhere else this morning. You could be doing anything else. You could be wasting time in any way. But for some reason, you were drawn to this summit. You were drawn to Jody. You were drawn to one of the speakers. And my initiative for you is to really sit in with that excitement, that inspiration, that curiosity. Because over the next few hours, I know for sure, because I've seen the lineup, I've seen what's unfolding, I've seen the people that are showing up, you truly are going to get the most amazing tidbits, ideas, suggestions, tools, and inspiration to move you forward. Now, why is that important? Well, I love the whole idea of empowering others. We all have to step into the ability to empower others. And where does it start? It starts with self. There was a time in my life where things were very difficult for me. When I was struggling, I couldn't even barely pay my groceries. I was a single mom. I was on my own. I had just come out of a very difficult relationships, and things were bad. And I had a choice at that moment to decide, how was I going to live my life? What was going to be my next step? And just like Jody talks about in her book, I took it one day at a time. One goal, one mini goal, one decision, one critical decision, one way to change my belief systems. It took time. But what happened was incrementally over time, things got better. Things started to improve. I started to feel better. My kids were doing better. My finances increased. My connection to God and spirituality expanded. My health improved. All of those things had to change together for me to be where I'm at today. And it wasn't that long ago. Thank you, Jody, for the beautiful intro of all the things that I've achieved. But it wasn't that long ago that I had to pick myself up and become my best me. And so this book is actually truly a gift to all of us. And I'm so honored to be the publisher to bring it to life. And of course, all books, and I love to say this, are a life force. They have a power. They have an essence, they have a mission. They have a reason for coming into existence. And this book is really going to help you take some of those steps to decide it's time for you. This is your time. You showed up here because it's your time. This book is going to help you realize some of the things that you've been believing. Book is going to teach you new things you didn't even know. And this book is going to inspire you to decide, like the speaker before me, myself, and all the speakers after me, that you can live your best you. And diving into that pool of greatness is so exciting. It's exhilarating. And it just takes one page at a time, one word at a time, one effort at a time, and you've got this. Now, the Life of Excellence Summit, I really want to say, is a beautiful title because we all have the ability to live in excellence. Each and every one of us was born with the capacity to do something magnificent. And we get to step into the journey of figuring that out. We all have trials and tribulations. Things are going to challenge us. Things are going to confront us. And it's how we use them, how we pick ourselves up and get up and go after it, even though we've been knocked down. Now, what I want to share is all of these speakers. I know many of them personally. I've worked with them. I've been on stage with them. I've been able to interview them, and I've been able to learn from them. Being a student is the most powerful thing that you can give yourself. So be a student today of all the things you have the opportunity to learn. Take lots of notes, write things down, and really immerse yourself in something different, because you have the ability to be the best you. And that best you is defined by you. You get to define what I call your currency of success. How are you going to show up? And what matters to you? Work towards that goal. Decide that that is your endpoint. Be willing to cross over some of those obstacles and pitfalls and do the things that is going to make it unfold for you. I love to cycle. My husband and I have a tandem bike. This year we're cycling from Canada to Mexico. 4 years ago, I started cycling, never being a cyclist. I was overweight. I would just turn 50. I was sheltering in from COVID, but something inside of me decided it was time to be the best version of myself. Was it scary? Absolutely. Did I know all the answers? Absolutely not. But what did I do? I put one foot in front of the other, one pedal over the other, and just started moving in that direction. Now, years later, I've raised thousands of dollars towards our schools. And I've had the ability to show myself that I can put on my superhero cape and I can do it. You can do it also. And I want to share that this book that Jody has so beautifully published, gone international bestseller in 4 different countries in multiple categories, shows you steps and tools on how to get there. And all of the speakers today on the lineup are going to also help you get there. And what I want to share very lovingly and very personally and very vulnerably is Dania Zafar was a big part of my community, Ignite, and a very big part of the 700 authors that we've published, multiple best-selling books. We are bestsellers in 13 different countries in 197 categories. And Dania Zafar was with me since the very beginning. For 4 years, we got to work together. And she just got it. She just had this creative brilliance. She just knew how to bring so many of the initiatives that I'm all about together. Igniting humanity, igniting possibility, igniting legacy. Dania was all a part of that. And she was a part of doing 17 of our 22 books. And of course, she got to work with Jody to bring her book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, to life in so many beautiful ways. And I just want to say, folks, Jody could take today to really celebrate herself. She could be just living it up with all the things that have happened with the success of her amazing book. And yet she's here to make a difference on the planet in somebody's lives halfway around the world. I was just so moved when she said at the beginning of the show that if just a number of us made a $25 donation, we could build the Dania Zafar School of Hope in Pakistan. Can you imagine that? Just a little bit of each one of us giving. I remember my 8-year-old daughter said, "Mom, we all have so much. If we just give a little, wouldn't we all have everything?" Amazing idea. So just giving a little bit today, and you know what it is? Buying Jody's book is fantastic. That's your way of giving. And then supporting the school, that's your way of giving, not just to others, but to yourself. Because when you give, you get. When you offer, you receive. When you show up, you blow up. And all kinds of magical things can happen. I want to thank you for being here. Again, you could be anywhere else on the planet. And what the beautiful thing is, you decided to show up here. Thanks for listening to my voice and hearing what I had to share, because I want to pour into you the most incredible ways possible. And I want to offer you the ability to really ignite your life. It really ignite humanity. Buy the book, you ignite your life. Follow some of the tools that the other people are sharing, you ignite your life and the lives of others. And then go after exactly what it is you want. Be that beacon of light for others. And then you absolutely ignite humanity. Such a blessing. Thank you so much. I'm just so graciously honored to be here, to be able to speak to you, and to be somebody who was a part of this beautiful book and this summit coming to life. Many blessings to you all. Da, da, da.
Oh, you don't get away that easily. I'm just going to say, I'm so excited for you to come back. Safe travels down to Salt Lake and all of that. But truly, truly, you are the epitome of what Les Brown said. What we need in this world are a collective of servant-driven, heart-centered leaders that will change humanity. That's what we're doing. One $25 donation, one life at a time. And yes, it is 14 categories in 4 countries. And we've still got 2 more. Still got 24 hours to go because it's your brilliance, your dedication, but it's yours and Peter's heart. So I know you're with that dear husband of yours. Just give him a big, big hug from me. Guess what? Day number 3, because you were the one that came up with these tidbits. You were the one that it was your genius that we're going to sprinkle the 6 pillars of human existence as tidbits. Let me tell you something, JB, when you go back through that, your tidbit, take this with you on the rest of your journey and over to Indonesia. Your tidbit was be the best, because you are.
Thank you so much. And please give me a moment. I know you so well, my darling. And today you're going to be pouring into so many people. You're going to be encouraging them and edifying. And then you're going to be showering and shining the light on so many others, because that's what you do. That's the amazingness of you. And I also just want to take the moment to just turn that spotlight back on you and shine on you. You have achieved so much. You have accomplished so much. You have touched so many lives. You inspired so many. You've really reached the pinnacle, the finish line, the summit of this moment in your life. This chapter is fantastic. And I just really want you to know that we are all cheering you on. We are so impressed, proud, excited, elated, and just blessed by your very, very presence. So thank you for being you. And thank you for giving us all this opportunity to share with the world, to ignite others, to uplift others. You are doing amazing. And I am honored with any single donation we get for the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Go out and get them today, and I'll see you a little bit later.
Here we are. Guess what? It's called, JB, it's called Give Your Head a Shake and Just Say Yes. That's a life of excellence. See you later. So a life of excellence, be the best. Now we're going on to building self-esteem. I just am so, so honored to just give you this living legend, the world-renowned Dr. Jim Marinakis. I said yes. 6 years ago, I said yes. When it was a friend of a friend, it always is. And he said, you need to meet Dr. Jim. But to meet Dr. Jim is to experience his essence, like his company, Vital Essence. It just fits. But Dr. Jim Marinakis is a world-renowned naturopathic doctor, homeopathic doctor, acupuncture physician, was head of the board in the state of California. He's now in Florida. That's why we're together. His Life Extension Foundation, it's dedicated to educating others, as he has educated me these last 6+ years in my career, my journey of my own healing on a life of excellence and helping others. My goodness gracious. And then guess what? Here he is talking about, this is what he does, building self-esteem. So it is with great honor and just humble gratitude to have this world-renowned healer, sensei, guru, teacher, and all-around healing humanitarian, Dr. Jim Marinakis. Please join us.
First, since integrity is an essential element to self-esteem, because without it, you can't really feel good about yourself, could you? I was not the head of the board of acupuncture examiners. I was an examiner for the state, and I examined doctors getting licensed under the statutes in the state of California. Just a minor detail, but nevertheless, one has to stay true to form. Self-esteem is really what a person thinks of themselves, and it's their self-worth, if you will. And everything that we'll ever do in our lives, every achievement, every accomplishment, every relationship, how long we'll live is based on self-esteem. And self-esteem is derived from a variety of things that the psyche perceives. It is a construct of the psyche. And high self-esteem comes from the recognition of the creator in others and in the world around you and in you. If you look at the universe, everything that has been created and will ever be created, you cannot ignore the majesty of it. You cannot ignore the creativity. It is you, it's in you, it's around you, it permeates everything. Since that's the case, how could anybody not have a high regard for themselves? We were created in the image and likeness of the Creator, according to the only knowledge that we have on the subject. All the books of antiquity explain, including the Bible, that we were created in the image and likeness of the Creator. That means the Creator is in us, around us, in all things. Any divestiture from an appreciation of the Creator and the creation is an opinion. It's a psychological evaluation or judgment of something other than perfection. And if a person finds themselves in a circumstance where many of us do, where our self-esteem has dwindled and is not very high, in fact, many of us think so little of ourselves that we resort to crime and other things that are demeaning to the human experience. It begs the question, how do I restore my self-esteem? And this is something that men have been puzzled by as long as they've had any record of themselves. From the oldest writings in Sumeria to the latest books on self-help, including, congratulations, Jody, on making the bestsellers list, 21 Days to a New You. People strive to do things in order to alter, modify, or increase their self-esteem, since it defines everything, all your relationships, everything you'll ever accomplish. I have spent a lifetime learning how one changes their self-esteem. Although I didn't understand this initially when I set out at a young 14 years of age to discover what it was that I would come to know as expressed through one's self-esteem. I wanted to know why people got sick and what caused them to get sick and what they needed to do to get well. At 14 years of age, you don't really understand the construct around you, the medical establishment, the history of natural therapeutics, and all the other things that go along with that. So I developed my own opinions about life and what was needed in order to excel at life or to be healthy. And largely, I was motivated by my father passing away from cancer when I was 14 years old. And I knew that he did not want to die. I looked around at the large hospital and all the people working there, moving about or in an orderly fashion, doing what appeared to be everything that they could do. Yet he expired. He didn't want to, but he did. So as a young teenager, I thought to myself, you must have to do something else. And from that moment on, I paid attention not only to medicine as it was given to us through society and the world around us, but to everything else that pertained to the subject matter. And this gave me a broad perspective on what a person might do to recover their health or to alter their life. And it set me on a path of discovery, which caused me to obtain the degrees that you talked about and the experience that I've had. And at a certain point in time, it became clear to me, after working with thousands of clients, I've worked with over 35,000 private clients in my practices in California, Arizona, and Florida. And I realized that self-esteem is really the determining factor in what causes a person to become ill or become well. And in fact, it is exactly what determines what role we will play in every relationship that we have. If you're ill and you want to get well, you have to think enough of yourself to take the necessary steps in order to recover your health. If you're healthy and you want to excel or you want to extend your life, same thing. You have to think enough of yourself. Your self-esteem must be high enough in order to achieve the living skills necessary to cause that to be. Everything that we want is derived from only 5 sources of energy. We all use them every day to keep ourselves alive. If we do things to elevate the amount of life force or vitality that we have inside of ourselves, we feel good about ourselves. In fact, the easiest way to determine if you've done that is to pay attention to how you feel. If you eat and you feel poorly, you can clearly establish that whatever you've eaten or how you've eaten was not good for you. If you eat and you feel fantastic and you're energized by it and you're fulfilled, you can rely on whatever it was that you've eaten as being advantageous to you in one way or another. So that being said, how would we use that example to elevate our self-esteem if we so chose to do so? What we eat, in other words, did we eat a hamburger and feel good about ourselves, or did we eat a highly nutritious dish of raw vegetables and salad? Yes, if you ate something that made you feel good and was good for you, it leads to higher self-esteem. It leads to longer life. These are not mysteries. These are things that have been being taught to the general public for at least the last 2 decades. I've been a witness to that. I'm 72 years of age. I've been at this since I was 17 years of age. That's a long time for anybody to be doing anything. And whether you're the sharpest tool in the shed or not, after half a century, you're going to learn something about what you're doing. I've spent my lifetime sharing what I've learned with others. I've been doing teaching exclusively for the better part of the last 35 years. But recently, I have come around to developing a curriculum in conjunction with some of my students to enable the general public, starting out with employees in a company, to access the technology necessary to live longer, and teaching people how to elevate their self-esteem by taking better care of themselves. Every time you take better care of yourself, every time you do anything that makes you feel good, if it's connected to an energy source, it improves not only your spiritual, mental, and emotional self, it improves your physical self. This is how your health is changed. If you don't improve the physical, but you nourish the emotions and you feed the psyche, you may enjoy this, but it will not necessarily enable you to recover your health. You must also address the physical requirements. And this is the area, the greatest mystery of our lives, of our creation. If you don't believe that, then consider this. With more doctors and more medical institutions and more treatments than have ever been recorded on the face of the earth, why is it that more people are sick longer? If we had decoded the mystery of our creation, wouldn't the statistic be the opposite? Wouldn't fewer doctors with more healthy people be the reality? But in fact, it's the opposite. So where does a person begin? You begin simply by learning more about life and employing it on a daily basis. This doesn't sound so complicated. Maybe many of you have heard this before, but there's a key in what I just told you. And the key is daily basis. It's not a vacation that you take every now and then that you thoroughly enjoy that determines the outcome of your life. It's the things that you do every single day that determine the outcome of your life. If you decided to take a walk every day for the rest of your life, it would completely change what would happen to you. Your health, your relationships, how long you live, what your performance was like. And the institute I just referred to, EPI, which is part of the Personal Performance Institute, by teaching people how to change their day-to-day living, we have determined with statistics that a company that utilizes this with their employees will experience a return on their investment. If this return on investment has been greater than any other investment the company has participated in thus far, according to its owner. The popularity of the company to its employees has gone off the charts. They consider themselves to be working for the best institution on earth. The company provides everything that the people need in order to improve their health or raise their self-esteem. I use the example of walking. If you went out and took a walk every day, you would discover that you not only felt better every time you did the walk, but over time, your self-esteem would rise. You'd become more confident. You would project a different person to others. Now, if you combine that with other things, these are common things. These are things that all of us know about and participate in every day. In fact, they are the same things that we use to keep ourselves alive. Some of you may be scratching your head right now. Like, what is he talking about? You would think that if somebody were doing something to keep themselves alive, that they would know about it, right? But that's not the case. It's not taught in grammar school. It's not taught in high school. It's not taught in college. In fact, if you want to learn, you have to go out into the world. In this day and age, you still have to glean this information from somebody that knows. And if you can find an expert, somebody that has participated in it themselves, who will coach you, who will guide you, who will tutor you in the use of these simple things, you can alter the course of your life any way you want. Self-esteem is an essential ingredient in changing anything about yourself that you desire. If you don't think much of yourself, who is? After all, you're the only one in control of yourself. Many of you don't think that much of yourself. You don't do things that are good for you. In fact, you do things that you know aren't good for you for a variety of different reasons. Well, the fact is, there's an institution that will teach you everything you wanted to know about your self-esteem, managing your life, so that your performance as an individual increases to whatever level you desire. Your life is extended by years, even decades. Your health improves to the point that you don't need physical treatment for ailments and injuries. You don't have any. And your intelligence will change. It'll shift upward in the form of an intelligence quotient, which can be measured. Without studying, only by improving the quality of your day-to-day living. And this seems almost impossible. However, after being a quite famous physician for many years, I set aside my career as a physician and spent 3 years learning the techniques that I'm talking about. Every single subject was something I was intimately familiar with. I used with my clients, but I learned details about what I was doing to put it on the next level. And once I did that, I realized how this could be conformed to a service that other people could access and learn themselves. Is it for everyone? I don't know. Will it work for everyone? Yes. Everyone that subscribes in it will benefit. If you want to know more about it, you'll have to get involved in PPI or EPI. But suffice to say that elevating your self-esteem is the way you live a life of excellence. Without elevating your self-esteem, there's no guarantee you're going to live a life of excellence, because who is the judge? Who determines whether you've had an excellent life or not? If you're not sure, I think the next time you go to comb your hair or brush your teeth and you look up in the mirror, you might get a hint of who the judge is of whether or not your life is a life of excellence. I'm sure that a Wall Street banker with billions of dollars has his own definition for an excellent life. And I'm also sure that a Tasa Day tribesman that looks at a can that fell out of an airplane and wonders what it is has his own or her own definition of what a life of excellence is. If you can see the excellence in your life, your very creation, your ability to breathe and think and know that you exist, and you value that the way the Creator values you, you will only experience a life of excellence, because your self-esteem has determined that as a reality for you. I hope you all find the ability to alter your lives and create the dimensions that you want around you, in the relationships, in everything you endeavor to do. And surely success will follow you all the days of your lives. That's about it for me, Jody.
Well, it will follow you all the days of your life, because look at how many tens of thousands of people that know you. That is just the essence of self-esteem. Thank you for pouring in to us, Jim. This was just amazing. So in self-esteem, it's not what you eat. It may be what's eating you. Check out the mental and emotional pillars as well. True?
Yeah, of course. It starts with a thought, and it converts to your physical through the things you do. That's how you bring self-esteem through from the spirit all the way into your physical body.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. I'll let you get back to this epic work you're doing out of town. We'll see you this next week, but much love, much honor, because you truly epitomize a life of excellence. Ciao for now.
Cheers to all.
Self-esteem. Have you ever thought about your food being self-esteem? Because everything we take in, we take in through the soul. I can tell you, my next speaker was just graced to me through the Los Angeles Tribune, through Mo Rock, when we were on Clubhouse. It's always a friend of a friend of a friend. I think if I was so grateful, always, 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 to Timothy Brumlick, who went out of his way to connect me with Dr. Jim. Here we were doing another component of this thing we call revitalized and vital essence in health. Dr. Bill Janeshak is one of these remarkable men, remarkable healer. His story of how he went from degeneration into regeneration, then he takes it into his life, his practice, is once again a life of excellence. It's phenomenal. Make sure that you go ahead and see Dania Zafar Memorial. If you're just tuning in right now, as we said, when we just have the first 3,000 people give $25, that's what it breaks down to. We will have that school built. And that starts with the purchase of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You. It's now gone a 4-time bestseller, international bestseller in 14 categories the last 3 days. We're going after Brazil. We're going after the Asia Pacific Rim, and we're going after India, because we want to go after you so that you can live your life of excellence. Dr. Bill has done this his many, many decades as a renowned chiropractor in Yorba Linda, California. I am so honored to say that he has graced us with Doctor Talk. Come play in our Health Sandbox. We do that program, that symposium, once a month here on Traverse TV. Dr. Bill took his degeneration with his own physical malady and turned it into a rejuvenating and regenerating source of life. His day theme in our book is being in tune with you. Now, doesn't that fit a chiropractor? My goodness gracious. Rejuvenating. He has an innovative practice helping elite athletes, sports injury, just because he was in the sports industry, but then he comes in and brings it with a twist with NLP, neuro and psycholinguistics, that's unlike any other I've ever seen. So, Dr. Bill, the next 12 minutes is yours. You're going to want to see him, hear him, like NLP, to feel his energy. Thank you for gracing our stage. Being in tune with you, that's what you are, Dr. Bill.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you talking about everything that I've done. But I would just want to go back over and talk about this. You know, in this day and age, with self-publishing and everything else, it's very easy to get books out and about and doing everything else, and they're nice, and but it's really not like what we're used to growing up. And then as soon as this one came in and I picked it up, it looks good, it feels meaty, and I read this book, and it's almost as if this was, I don't have to write a book now because this one was pretty much done. You've taken everything, the same thing that I've done is we take the physical and we take the mental and we take the spiritual and we take the personal development and you cram them all together. And that's what makes a great life, right? Because one of the things that I always talk about is stress, and stress is physical, chemical, and emotional. The body doesn't know the difference between either one of them. It reacts the same, real or imagined. So you need all of those components to actually, get to the best you. You can't be physically healthy and mentally strong, and you can't be mentally strong and physically healthy and spiritually broken. And you can't do all that stuff and then not want to give back over into not only yourself, but your, Maslow's hierarchy of growth is the top end is self-actualization. And once everybody learns their story, they become what they want to do, and they become evangelists for it. We see this in born again Christians. We see people who have near life or near death experiences. Just like you were talking about my life, about I had epilepsy, and then I found my way through chiropractic and natural healing, and then the lights came on and the angels came and took me onto my path of what I do today. But everybody needs that. And, your book covers it. I'm just so proud of this. And the fact that when you go in there and you give little tidbits, they're just highlights of everything. And I noticed you have Thoreau's quote, which is interesting because I'm in my home office today and I have that quote on my walls: go confidently in the direction of your dreams. I was at a graduation party last night, and I bought the recipient, the graduate, a card that said, go confidently in the direction of your dreams. And I opened your book today and I read Thoreau's quote. So, and the rest of that is, excuse me, once you find the direction of your dreams and you go confidently there, God, the world, the quantum, the people around you will open up and help you get there. So I think that's what's encompassing your whole book. And I'm so happy. You have, Les doing the foreword, and you've impacted a lot of people. And the fact that we're giving back with the book, all the proceeds and everything, 4-time so far international bestseller. I'm just really proud of the work that you've done. I'm happy to be associated with you. And it's funny, even from the point when we first met, we just kind of click because we're on the same page. And I think it's interesting that a lot of us are. I think that's why you reach so many people like you do, and why it was able to be, a 4-time international bestseller as it is. So kudos to you. I'd like to have this time. I thought we were going to do a little bit more pitch and catch over here, but if we're going to talk about something.
Oh, let's just pitch and catch. I'm up here. Let's pitch.
Well, it's great because I could do a soliloquy, but people tuning in and I'm here. Let's give some value. I mean, some outline on the book. Let me ask you a question. How long did this take you?
Very long, because remember, it started, Bill, that this was my coursework for my first company after I went into the corporate health coaching business. This was the Creative Solutions was my company. So this was my need. Obstacles turned into opportunities. You had an obstacle of epilepsy. You turned it into an opportunity of a lifetime to care for people and heal their bodies and show them that, as you call it, the meat suit. The meat suit, comes into play. But this was my coursework. Then I almost, Bill, weaned out and had a ghostwriter write the book in the mid-90s, but it didn't feel right. So I pushed it aside, went to do my dissertation work then as I was traveling out on Monday, back on Friday. I needed something to do. You know how I do my life, right? That way. And then during COVID, finished up my dissertation because I had to have something to do other than watch Netflix and eat potato chips. So here you are. And now, because of a friend of a friend of a friend, just like we met, the divine connections come in, and the divine connections are there. And it's like I started this process 13 months ago with JB Owen of Ignite Publishing. 13 is my lucky number. If you put 1 and 3 together, it has balance. Guess what? I think chiropractors know about balance. So it's a very long answer.
So no, that was wonderful. But I want everyone to hear what you just said, though, because sometimes we get books and we hear something motivational, and I don't like motivation, because motivation is like a warm bath. I like inspiration, and because since people will remember about 30% of what they're told, but they learn 100% of what they discover, because it has more of an emotional connection to them. So when they have their own aha, their milkshake moment, everything else that goes on, they embody it. And that's why they go, oh. And I was thinking about this the other day. If we look back in the Bible, we look back at Stoicism, we look at the ancient Greek philosophies and all this other stuff, we're going to see, wow, they had the same problems that we did. And it's because that we have to discover these things, like, for ourselves, like, oh my God, if you think positively and stay focused, look what I discovered. No one's ever done that before. And you find out that it's been there for eons. But I say that to this, if people notice what you just said, that was a living embodiment of the quote that we just talked about, going confidently in the direction of your dreams. And once you do, you will have untold wealth and health at uncommon times. That's exactly what happened. You decided, without knowing the full path, without going, I'm going to do A, B. You just kind of said, I'm going to go this way, and I'm going to get this crap done. And God and the universe came back over and put the people in your place to now have this. And I don't know if you can see. So I have a tattoo over here, and it's John 1:14, and that's the word became flesh. So we have to think it to speak it before it becomes real. And this goes into whatever we want to do. If you want better health, you have to have it in your head, and you have to speak it. So I want to run a triathlon. I want to lift this. I want to be at this weight. I want to write this book. I want to run this company. I want to be the best dad. I want to be the best mom. You have to say it because the word has to become flesh, but it has to be the word first. And when it's spoken on us, then the world kind of hears that, at that vibration. And, in your book and in my life and yours, if we go into meditation, or we want to talk about aligning ourselves, where we're aligning every organ and every cell in our body with that intention, the world gets out of our way. And we have our lives to be lived, and you watch it unfold. It's the mediocrity of the world. I think it spits on us. One little spray from somebody over here like that, but if you get it constantly, because the world's set up differently. So when you find something, when you read the book and you're going through, I want to do this and that, and I love the fact that there's journaling in there, because you use this as a journal. You should be, you should not give this book away. You should write on this. You should dog ear it. It should look beaten up. It should just look terrible, that you wouldn't want to even share this. You have other people go out and buy their own damn book, and then they can write their thoughts, prayers, and intentions on that, their aha moments, their checklists, because everybody has a different best life. And it's, when I share with people, I'll take their contact. I said, where do you want to go? And then I take them on the hero's journey. If you guys know Joseph Campbell's work of the monomyth. Have you heard of that, Joe?
Yes.
So it's a perfect analogy. We start in an ordinary world, and we all have, I live in this little small town, and, we're just humble people from humble beginnings, but everybody has a whisper. Just like your book, where you said, I have to write this book. And then we all doubt ourselves because we live in an ordinary world. And if we go spiritually, we know who runs the ordinary world that we live in. So of course he's going to beat us down. And then somewhere along the line that you're going to get an opportunity. Mm-hmm. And it's the opportunity you've dreamed of, and you're going to turn it down. And that's called a refusal of the call, because I want to, but the fear of the unknown, and I'm not good enough, and all those self-limiting beliefs that come into
They're not in tune with themselves, right? You're not in tune with you.
Because you don't have any you don't have any references to believe that it's true. It's a nice dream, but I couldn't really do that. That would be tough. And then until you meet a mentor, and the mentor will come out. Rocky had Mickey. We had Yoda was a great mentor. All the great movies and stories follow this guideline. And nowadays, the cool thing is that we don't have to have a physical person in our lives to have the mentor. We have YouTube. Mm-hmm. We can follow people on social. We can buy a book that comes back over here that can mentor us through this and help us. We actually borrow their confidence in us to go on to the next level. The next level is what they call the ordinary or the extraordinary world. You have to pass on. In Wizard of Oz, we went from black and white, and then we went to color. It was a totally different world. We were in Oz, from Kansas to Oz. In Rocky, he went from being just another bum from the neighborhood to he became a trained athlete, and he had to learn new things. And once we had to learn these new things, it was hard, and we were failing, and then we were doubting ourselves again. And then we challenge ourselves, and we finally make a little breakthrough, and then we have to get ready for the big ordeal. And like I said, Wizard of Oz, they were going to go see the wizard, and they had to go take on the witch. In Rocky, he had to fight Apollo, and we had to do all these things, and then we have to get a team together, and that are going to help us. So we have the Tin Man, and we have the Scarecrow, and we have the Lion. and Rocky had Mickey and his cut man and Polly, and then we had everybody else going. So we got to create a team that's going the same way. Then we got to create a plan. And Joseph Campbell, when he wrote this, he's called it the innermost cave. And in the innermost cave is he says, lies the thing that you need the most, you fear and you need the most. So it's whatever limiting beliefs that we have going on. And in our health, it could be like, I don't want to go to the gym. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. What will people say? And, even though I got this personal trainer and this person working out with, I don't feel comfortable. But that's exactly what you need to go to the next level.
I mean, I got to go see this chiropractor that's going to be the crack doctor, crack my back and take some of these pills. They sometimes call them vitamins, but what do they supplement? How about your life? Both the chiropractic adjustment and supplements. They are your life. Yeah,
actually, you're going to pull all those together. And once you do that, you have the big ordeal. And the big ordeal is your fight, your defining moment. It's, again, Rocky fought Apollo, and it was a terrible battle. We didn't know. And, Dorothy and the tribe, they went over and they overtook the witch, and she melted away, and everything else that came by. And at the end of that, there's a death, and it's the death of you. And it's a metaphorical death of the old you, because you've now changed identities, because now you are the hero. This is why they call it the hero's journey. That's when you become the hero. You don't become the hero when you defeat the foe. You become the hero when you become the hero, when your identity shifts.
Become the hero. That's who you are.
We are all heroes,
isn't it?
We are all heroes, and we have a playbook that we have to get by to do that. But once we become the hero, now we have this new identity. So we have to have a metaphorical death of the old us. And the last part is, they say, bringing home the elixir or the magic pudding or whatever it is. In Wizard of Oz, it was the slippers. Well, Dorothy, you've had them on the whole time.
It was there within your being to be a life of excellence.
That's exactly it. So when you find out that it's always been inside you, and you needed that whole journey to learn the lesson, and you've discovered it, now you get to embody 100% of that, and you become this new person. You go back to the ordinary world to spread the word that it's in you, and then now you can become the mentor. And that's exactly what this book is talking. This gives you all the tools and the direction and the map. Now, the only thing left is when you're reading this book, that you see the map, you see that it can be done. It's the 10 seconds of courage. I got to go to the gym. Well, that countertop is pretty dirty. I'm going to wipe that down first, and then I'll throw a load of laundry in, and it's late now. I'll start Monday.
Yeah.
You need 10 seconds of courage to go confidently in the direction of your dreams, and the world will open up. And once you get through the gym or the grocery store or writing your book or whatever your whisper is in your ordinary world, you will go confidently in the direction of your dreams, and the world will open up, and God will put people in your paths to make sure that you go to the next step. And that'll be scary too.
Sure.
But I don't even like to I call them adventures. Whenever I go, I don't know. I'm going, well, let's go on an adventure. We don't know what's going to go, and I could fail. But adventures are much more intriguing than just going through stress.
Yes.
Yeah. So
inertia causes stress. Doing the countertop and laundry and cleaning the toilet bowl causes stress, as opposed to going on that adventure for your health. That's an adventure.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is stress is not bad. We've it's sort of like your dark energy that's inside of that thing that gets you moving when you finally say, screw this, I'm going to go. And as long as you're doing it with a good intention, it's great. But stress is the same thing, because stress also makes muscles grow. They make neurons fire in different directions. They, exercise is a form of stress. When it's overwhelmed, and that's why your mindset portion is so important of that, because once you give the hard work meaning, that's what you take away. Because if you say, I'm going to go to the gym, or I'm going to go on this diet, and it means I'm going to have to restrict my diet, I can't eat Ben and Jerry's, I'm going to have to do this, I have to eat bird seed, I have to do it like that. All you're thinking is, this means that I have less freedom. If you say, if I just do this, the outcome of that is going to be, I'm going to feel better, I'm going to sleep better, that my body's going to just get better. I'm not going to have these aches and pains. I'm just going to feel alive. Same process, two different outcomes. And
because the word diet in the word diet is die.
We should, you know what? Here's a new phrase for you. I know we're going to call it live it. So I'm going to put you on a live it. And once you're on this live it, you're going to feel better. Your dreams will come true. You'll go confidently in the directions of your dreams. And so this is going to be a paleo live it.
Oh my goodness, you are such a wordsmith yourself. I know your book's coming out too, for real. My goodness, because you now we have a live it. How are we going to live it? How are we going to change so that you're in tune with you, so your life is in harmony to have the greatest adventure of excellence possible? True?
Yeah, because if you think about it, with the standard American diet, it is a diet, because if you stay with that, you're going to die. I mean, we're all going to die, but you're going to suffer through. If we have a live it, we call it a dream it. We're going to put you on a dream it. And are we on agreement that we're going to put you on a dream it?
Oh, that's a good one. You always do it.
But it's so that hero journey framework is something that anybody can do, because there's nothing better than a story. And this is why we watch these stories, and it is the same story time after time.
Mm-hmm.
But it always intrigues us. We always root for the hero. And whenever we're watching a story, a good story will put you in the center of that, because everybody wants to be a hero. And I want to thank you and just kind of put the hats off to you for allowing people to be the hero, giving them the roadmap on doing this. This is awesome. Like I said, you suck at retirement. And because you still have you've done all the stuff, but your ordinary worlds change.
Yes.
So whenever we go on a hero's journey, we don't just like go put up our feet and watch Matlock and Jeopardy and wait for the blue light special to retire. No, because once you're doing that, you're back in but you get another whisper. Oh, you know what? I've allowed people to lose millions of pounds, and I've done this, I've done that. Wow, this is really good. And then you go like, oh, you know what? We've got to get the Hurricane Foundation. We got to help these people. There's another journey that you have to go on, because you've never done that before.
No.
When you're sitting here, you go like, oh, I've got to write a book. Well, Jody, you can't write a book. You better put it away for 13 years and you put it back and bring it back. Oh my God. What was your call to action? Was the pandemic.
Yes.
And it's the same thing that happened to Luke in Star Wars. So when they came over when he was on his uncle's aunt's farm, they said, well, come with me. And he said, no. And he went off. And then when he came back, they burned up the farm. He had no choice. He was forced on his call to adventure. So, in some weird reason that the communism that we faced here in America was in that lockdown, some people put on their COVID-15 and some people rolled up their sleeves and went to their call to adventure and wrote a book. So we're always a work in progress. Are we not human becoming?
Yes.
So.
Yes. Well, and you know, the thing I was just reading in the back channel, Rex Sikes, who is in the batter's box here, you being a baseball guy, you know that. And he said, you're a man after his own heart, using movie analogies. I never thought about being Luke Skywalker, but you know, think about it, Bill. Remember what my husband Bob said to me and he said, people need you. I said, but I don't have this. I don't have a website. I suck at IT. I sold my practice. I don't have any patients, clients. What am I going to do? And I'm 66 years old. And he said, well, after you get through the 57 alibis, there is not 58. I've read the book too. He was talking about Think and Grow Rich. Mm-hmm. And then he looked at me deep, and I know you do this, Bill, with your clients, because, I've got this ache or pain. And he said, you're living in this meat suit, but you have to do the work. Because what did he say to me? Just how much yoga are you going to do, Jody? And it got me right here. He's pierced my soul.
Well, it's funny because he was your mentor.
Yes.
So he was your sage. And you know what, Rex, I love Rex because Rex is,
yes, we do.
Well, you know, with all the acting and stuff that he's done, and we don't get to hang out with, you know, Rex is back there. So Rex, we got to hang out. But, you know, he's a guru of NLP, and it's the same thing.
Yes. When
you're putting those excuses in, and I can't do this and I can't do that, you've just got to hit it to the heart. And when you say that I do that with my patients, most of the patients, they don't come to me because they go, oh, change my mind. No, they said, my neck hurts. I was in a car accident. I blew my knee out on sliding into second base. But when we explain health, and I try not to be too hippie, you know, I take off the tie-dye shirt and I put away the
aren't you known as a hippie doctor? Aren't you known as the hippie doctor?
Well, I am a hippie doctor, but we build that rapport with people, because once the science minds and we talk about how the mind works and there's a process, they go, oh, I get this. And then the hippies will come back over and they're just like, hey man, just tell me how we're all at one with the universe, you know? And I translate the two. And once they get that, because, you know, a lot of people, when they're new to that thought process, you know, their heads spin a little, but they always come back with questions. They go, hey, you said this touches that, and how does this move around, and get it up? And they're starting their hero's journey, because some people don't even have the wherewithal to ask their self the question.
No.
And it's sad, because you have to give them permission to believe in themselves.
That asking the question, Bill, the question is quintessentially the beginning of being in tune with you. And they said, oh, so I blew my knee out at second base because I was I got stressed out at my wife. I was in a hurry getting to the ballpark and I couldn't stretch. Oops. The end result, I blew my knee out. True or true? Is that a good scenario?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The screenshot my time with you. Yeah, and we need to hear the voices that you're bringing on, so people can take something away, because sometimes we hear something so often, just think positive, just go for it, you can do it, and we don't embed it. And we need a platform where people can take something home and use it. And This is why I like breathing and exercise and NLP, because you can see results immediately. The end result, no, but you can see where somebody gives hope. And just like the people on your program, you start them off with something and they drop 2 pounds and they go, oh my gosh, this is working.
Yes.
It creates momentum.
Yes.
And once you get that momentum, once you get that boulder rolling. We just kind of keep pushing, and we'll keep moving, and the momentum will create a vortex of its own and start attracting other things.
So I know that you're one that wants to put the spotlight on others, but I'm going to go bye-bye on the screen. I'm giving you full screen. I want just the last 90 seconds to 2 minutes being unabashed, just gems from Dr. Janeshak, please.
Well, okay. I may be all gemmed out, but I appreciate first off, I'll put it back. Get this book. This is truly a great book. And like you said, everything that I had just said, it's giving you tools, it's giving you tips, and it's giving a map to take wherever you need to go. I want you to know from the universe and me and everybody else around that you're worthy and you can do it. I don't know your situation. I don't know what you're into or how far you want to go, but you can make progress. And it may be micro progress. It might be just leaps and bounds, but whatever it is, but surround yourself with people and mentors, and they can be physical or they can be virtual nowadays. You can follow the right people, but stay in tune with that mindset and that thought, and take an action. Take a very simple action on whatever direction your dreams are calling you to, something that you can do confidently. If you can't walk or run around the block, walk to the front door and call it a win. Those things will build those momentum. You'll build the confidence in yourself. And if you get the confidence enough and you focus, and we're talking about meditation means to bring attention to the fact that you're winning at something.
Yes.
And keep those things out. If you take that stuff out, and then you look for the doctors and the speakers and the technicians and whatever else to be like on your hero's journey, you're going to build your team that's there to support you, and just keep moving and you'll get it done. And, I'm just going to drop the mic right now, and we'll pop that out. So stay tuned, stay engaged with Jody and yourself. And next book that launch we have, you can kind of tune in and tell us your victories. And that's always so exciting.
Oh, and a big victory in my life was finding you. I remember when you did our episode on Life's Milkshake Moment. That it could have been 3 minutes. That 60 minutes flew by because you are such a gem. You have such wisdom, and I'm so grateful that Mo, because of a friend, this app called Clubhouse. If you're anywhere west of the Mississippi, check out the Hippie Doctor in Yorba Linda, California. It's certainly worth the wait. Putting mind, body, and spirit together, your meat suit will never be the same. Much love, Bill. See you Thursday on Doctor Talk, okay?
Peace. All right. Bye-bye. Congratulations.
Peace. Thank you. And my goodness, thank you, Bill. Being in tune with you, as I say, and I got it from Christian, one of our wonderful people from Les Brown's Circle of Excellence when we were together in the height of the pandemic. And Christian said, listen to the whispers of your own wisdom, for in them is life, and in life there's hope. And our next wonderful speaker that will be coming up right after our commercial break with Ignite Possibilities, our sponsor, Ignite Publishing. Let me tell you something. Dame Doria Cordova she listens to whispers, and in them is life. She's created life for so many people, and it's hope for others with her accelerated business school, hope for others with her Money and You program, hope for others in her book, Access to Cash. I have quoted her in our book because she says that good people do great things with money. It's an economic engine. We must have it. Dame Doria is a visionary. She's a philanthropist. She's taken Buckminster Fuller's work, not only herself, but Rick Sikes has done the same thing. And very interesting, I guess the universe had them go back to back in our lineup, but she absolutely has done things as being a transformational, educational guru, unlike any other woman or person that I know, for real. Sheer heart-centered giving she's calling me. It's midnight my time. Hope you like the war stories here. I mean, it is just amazing. She calls me. It's midnight on Monday. We're still getting the final touches with everything together for our launch week. And then guess what? She said, "Oh, I'll redo your flyer. Oh, I'll redo this. I'm just gotten back over from being on the Pacific Rim in Vietnam." And then she promotes this to all of her Money and You graduates, her accelerated business school people, my book to her people. What an honor. So after we hear from our video with Dania Zafar, the reason we're doing this, $25 from our first 3,000 people will build that school. We're already a third of the way through Dania Zafar's School of Hope in her hometown of Pakistan, a woman that was tragically taken from us too early, but her legacy will live on way beyond her short life that was here. So let's take a look. Let's take a listen to this wonderful tribute and video from Dania Zafar, and then our sponsor, Ignite with Ignite Possibilities. Our beloved Dania Zafar embodied beauty, genius, insightful design. Our cover and of Ignite's artistry will find all the details of graphic artistry in her intuitive vision. Her soulful insight is felt through her ingenious design. Dania is reflected in Elton John's Candle in the Wind and John Denver's profound lyrics, It's About Time. We are all in this together. May your artistry live on in all of us and in all of those who experience your visual masterpiece of your cover of this book. It is not the length of your life, but the life of your years. As artists and creatives, we will support guiding these children, and you will too, from afar, in her native hometown in Pakistan. Through the School of Hope, half of all proceeds of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, Keys for a Life of Excellence, will go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Rest in peace, Dania. You've left a legacy.
Ignite Possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction, having that conversation, understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Dame Doria, and I've also been known as Doria Cordova. I am the CEO and owner of Accelerated Business Schools for Entrepreneurs and the Money and You program. And I am so happy today to be sharing with you some nuggets, some knowledge that my beautiful Dr. Dee Baer has asked me to share with you. First thing, though, I want to really congratulate you on your 21 days to your best you, 21 days to your best you book. I love the other publications that you have put out, and I want to really thank you for the many years. Both you and I have been around for over 40 years supporting human beings. Mine in the area of financial literacy, money, business success, and yours in all those things, because you are teaching people, supporting people, empowering people in the most important thing of them all, and that is health. So just so you know, for those of you who may be a little bit younger, it's really interesting. When we're younger, we don't really care a lot about health. And then there comes a time in our lives when we begin to pay a little bit more attention. And for me, though, I was very blessed because very young in my life, I had people that were helping me, supporting me in starting young, in starting very young to take care of myself. So by the time I got to be in my 70s, which I am now, I could be vibrant and healthy and be able to have the level of energy and be able to continue with my life purpose, which of course, as we teach in our Money and You programs and other programs, is we have an economic engine around it. So today I want to talk with you about certain principles that we teach in our programs, but also my own experience of having good health. And one of the things that I just would like to encourage you to know is that health is wealth. The sooner that you get that, whether you are in great physical shape and whether you are extremely healthy and you're just interested in getting and maintaining that health, or whether you're going through some life crisis that possibly has you looking at your whole life right in front of you and you may need to take some radical action. Either way, health is wealth. And so one of the principles that we teach in our programs, and I know Dr. Jody wanted me to share this with you, is a principle called precession. And let me just share with you, a generalized principle is actually a physics, can be proven by physics, by science. A generalized principle is something that is true at all times, no matter what, whether we believe in them or not, they're true. And for instance, a generalized principle is gravity. Whether we believe in gravity or not, if you jump off a building, you're going to land at the bottom. Another one, which is actually a great one that we love to teach in our programs, is called leverage. And leverage is absolutely essential for you to use in creating wealth, in having the life of your dreams, in creating an economic engine around your life purpose. Leverage is absolutely essential, but also leverage is essential as you're looking at your own health, at your own life. So all the different tools, all the different things that Dr. Dee Baer is actually offering you, her programs, her coaching, her mentoring, all the different products, all those years of learning experiences that we get the benefit from all her knowledge and testing and practicing and seeing the results that her work can create. That is the ultimate leverage. You always want to leverage knowledge, right? Not only do you leverage money and accessibility to cash. One of my really favorite books that I have written is called Access to Cash, and it's not what you think. Having access to knowledge of how to maintain, how to have, and how to recuperate with good health is one of the greatest levels of accessibility that you can have. So welcome. I'm so happy that you're here for you to be learning, not only from myself, but also learning from all the different experts and masters that Dr. Jody and her team have brought together for this particular special event. So another generalized principle is precession. And precession is the physics of ripple effects. So let me just explain this to you a little bit. One of our mentors and one of my favorite people in the whole world is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Buckminster Fuller. Bucky Fuller, as he liked to be called, was the creator of the word. He coined the word synergy. He also coined the word spaceship Earth. And when you go to Epoch Center, you know, the big, beautiful amusement park in Orlando, Florida, that particular park was actually dedicated to Buckminster Fuller. I mean, that is one of the reasons when you first walk in, you see this huge geodesic dome. And just remember, Buckminster Fuller was one of the people that put on the map the geodesic domes, which are used extensively throughout the world. Buckminster Fuller was a mathematician. He was an architect. He was a thought leader. He had, at one point before his death in July 1st, 1983, he had some of the most patents attributed to any human being at the time. And that has been surpassed since 1983, but he is absolutely a total genius. One of the things that we learned from him in our program, Money and You, our Business School for Entrepreneurs, and other accelerated programs are based on his teachings. And much of what he taught us was that take a look at nature, what nature is teaching us, what nature shows us, and apply it to human behavior. So one of the greatest principles that, of course, that Dr. Jody loves is precession, which is the physics of ripple effects. So let's take a look at you making health your number one priority. So let's say that you were going to head in the same direction that I did, which is that as you advance in age, not aging, but just advance in age, one of the things that may be in store for you is to have vibrancy, is for you to have good health, is for you to have a very strong immune system that maybe during even global pandemics, your body will be able to stay strong. And if you have certain underlying conditions, that you will be able to just make your immune system even more stronger, and that you will be able to handle whatever life brings you, right? Like, for instance, I haven't had a flu in about 20 years. Now, I'm pretty sure that part of that is because I am a little bit of a person that doesn't touch knobs. When people start sneezing around me, I kind of move away. I have a tendency to go ahead and be very polite, not sneeze on my hands and touch everything. Just so you know, for those of us that are kind of a little bit fearful of germs, a germaphobe like myself, whenever anybody, sneezes into their hands, I immediately start watching everywhere their hands are touching, because germs are germs, bacteria is bacteria, right? So just remember that, always sneeze this way, right? And so one of the things that I'm actually very aware of, that the habits that I have had and the direction that I want to be in, the place where I am at right now is a total result of not only the discipline, but the good foods and the good habits that I have created, particularly since my 30s. So I am very aware that when I am going in a certain direction, when my goal is to be healthy and wealthy and energized and energetic, and to have the level of energy that I can fulfill my life purpose with, that the ripple effects, the precession effects, the 90 degrees effect will be actual wealth. I will have more energy in order for me to run my business, to be able to put leverage to work, to be able to apply the principles of accessibility into my life. That when I will know, and I do know precessionally, at a 90 degrees, at having the ripple effects, is for me to know when it's time for me to rest, so that my body can replenish itself. I'm actually a great believer in sleep. And just so you know, there are certain people, I definitely have met certain people that sleep very little. Buckminster Fuller took a lot of cat naps. It was like he would sleep for a little while and then wake up. But that is so rare. Most of us, mere mortals, we need sleep. And the reason is because we actually need to be able to replenish ourselves and to allow for our immune system to be able to just fight any little bugs and things, viruses and things that we may pick up from a myriad of things. And we need that strength in order for us to be able to be healthy. So I want you to really focus on a big goal that you have around health. And of course, here's Dr. Jody. who not only herself, but she is surrounded by masters in order to support you in living the best life that you can, for you to be able to fulfill your purpose of why you are in this world, in order for you to do good, in order for you to contribute to the planet, in order for you to contribute to your neighborhood, to your sphere of influence, to your family, to your children. But before anything else, contributing to yourself. Just remember, you are number one. You have to be able to take care of yourself first. You have to be able to take care of your health. This is a beautiful temple, yes, and it is hard at first. I just want you to know, I mean, full disclosure, I used to love to drink alcohol. I really did. And by the time I was 38 years old in 1988, I actually had a little bit of a liver condition from not only the drinking, but because when I was very young, and I grew up in a third world country at the time. Now it is an emerging nation, and that is Chile. You know, we didn't come to the United States until 1962 when I was 12 years old. You know, they didn't have the clean water systems that they have now, or that the United States has. They just didn't. So at 8 years old, I had hepatitis and yellow jaundice, it was just part of the environment, right? And so I always had a delicate liver, right? And so by the time I was 38 and I was partying a little bit too hard, my liver took a big hit. But also I heard that alcohol gives you a lot of wrinkles. And I remember a couple of years before I quit drinking alcohol, that I decided that I was going to go ahead and start praying for sobriety. And it was really interesting because it was a program that I did back in the 80s that was so powerful. And it was talking about sobriety of feelings and sobriety of just being really sober around the decisions that I made. But at the same time, I got really attracted to the word sobriety. And I think that I began to postulate, I began to wish, I began to put my attention on being sober. So of course, by the time I was 38 years old, I quit drinking completely, drinking alcohol. And I have to tell you that I think it was one of the greatest decisions that I ever made. I'm just talking about myself here now. But I also feel that if you're over 40, you know, it's time for you to begin to slow down. Our bodies do not have the level of attention, the level of endurance after actually we stop, you know, creating stem cells at 25. I'm a big proponent of live weight patches. I love those patches because they actually activate my own stem cells, right? So one of the things that I have done, one of the paths that I have taken, that I think that the precessional effect, the ripple effects has been tremendously good health and the ability to be able to handle whatever comes my way. I have had certain conditions, you know, as an adult, as just in the process of life itself, that I have had to have handled by medicine, by traditional medicine. And I love, you know, medical doctors. They're fantastic mechanics. You go in and they can replace parts. They can heal certain things. They can do certain work. So I'm a great believer in traditional science. I'm also a great believer in the strength and the power of our own immune system. And of course, day to day, every day, to do several things that will contribute to my good health. So when I listened to Dr. Jody, you know, I really love all the different supplements that she has created, the different things that she has that will help you accelerate your good health. And so for me, I do several things every day. I start in the morning with the first thing that I do is have lemon water, just a little bit of lemon juice in nice warm water. That's the first thing that I have, so that it will help cleanse alkaline, of course, my organs, and particularly my liver. His name is Leo. When I had quite a fearful experience around parasites from drinking the wrong water in China, and it wasn't China's fault. They have plenty of bottled water. It was my own fault for doing a couple of little stupid things. Have you ever noticed that sometimes some of the greatest mistakes we make are out of our own little stupidity? So that was my mistake, not China's. And I had parasites. And so I had to learn on how to really heal myself through good medicines, good alternative healthcare, and then of course also visualization. And that's when I named my liver Leo, because Leo is so strong now. You know, every year I have all the testing, and all of the tests always show how strong my liver is, my kidneys, you know, and I stay as healthy as I can. So I'm here to just share with you the importance for you to be able to just really set your mind on a big goal for your health, and absolutely read this beautiful book, 21 Days to Do 21 Days to Your Best You, and be able to just totally support yourself to having the most fantastic health. Thank you so much. Aloha. So nice meeting you. Bye-bye.
Dame Doria, what a woman, what a legend. And my goodness gracious, I'm really grateful that we didn't cut her speech, because her unabridged version is always seems like it's an abridged one. In day number 15, I talk and the transition from you and others, from relationships, meaning real standing for results, enthusiasm, attitude, and love, relationships, then going into the precession and you and your world. It was perfect to put in Buckminster Fuller in there. Dame Doria, thank you for giving us this opportunity. And it is with great pleasure that I bring her compadre up, Rex Sikes, NLP guru, well-known author, speaker, and success coach, but he specializes in the area of personal development, leadership, and so much more. A Screen Actors Guild actor. But check this out. His book, this is a little tale on me. His book, Life on Your Terms. This is the fourth one that I bought because they get being left. I left one in a hotel room last week again. This is copy number 4, Rex. And guess what? It's there along with the Gideon Bible in that hotel room. You know why? Because his book is a Bible for personal development to get your life on your terms, a life of excellence. Day number 6, how fitting that the focal point of day 6 is spark of imagination. Get ready to be sparked with the imagination and inspiration and life of excellence with Rex Sikes. The next 12 minutes is yours.
Wow. Hi, how are you? It's so good to be here, the opportunity, and thank you for making this happen for everyone. Something's going on. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Well, again, thank you for being here, for the opportunity, and thank you for those who are watching either live or if there's a replay. I want to say that we have a marvelous opportunity to help kids through what Jody's put together today. Dr. Jody has created this event and this charity so that children who need it can be helped. And so please, if you can give, do give. And look at, I don't have the details for you, but Dr. Jody will and others. So please do that. I have to first say that I know that I am not speaking to idiots. I'm speaking to very intelligent people. I'm speaking to people who know all sorts of things. So I'm not going to probably tell you anything that you don't know. But here's the important thing about this. It's not what you know that truly matters. It's not the information that you get. It actually is what you do with it. You know, the proper fruit of knowledge is application. And if you don't apply it, nothing changes. See, if you want to change things in your life, you have to change some of the things that you're doing. Now, here's the rub. Most people know what they should do. They know what they ought to do, what they must do, what they need to do, and then they don't do it. Or they do some of it some of the times, but not other times. And then they complain and whine and blame and excuse and whatever. You know, whenever things don't go our ways, guess what happens? Our own imagination, our own creativity comes up with stories, reasons for why we don't do what we do. And those stories and those reasons become our beliefs. They become our feelings. They become our attitude. They become all that locks us into being who we are. Now, it works this way because our brain, you see, you and I, all of us, every single human on the world, on the planet, as well as all creatures, are gifts. We're all energy. We're all part of one immense, incredible thing. We're not separate from it. We are it. We're not separate from the universe. We are the universe. And within us, and within every cell and everything growing on the planet, you can find it replicated. You know, it's in your DNA, it's in the cells, it's in the seashells, you know, it's in everything. And what is it? It's this beautiful energy, this life force, this consciousness that we have. And here's the thing, you and I, whether we chose to, whether we were created, whether we evolved, whatever the story is that you wish to believe, are here. And we're here, as far as we know, maybe millions of times, maybe one time, maybe we go somewhere else, maybe we don't, maybe we become worm food, maybe the energy just transforms. But the point, because energy can't be created or destroyed, it can only be transformed. So here's the thing. When you show up on the planet, barring any neurological damage, you are pristine, you are beautiful, you are a ripe, open, bundle of skin and cells and nerves and everything. And if you look at most children when they show up, they have needs, and so they make their needs known. And how do they do it? Through sounds, right? They either need to be cleaned or fed. Something might startle or scare them, and they cry. But other than that, most kids sleep a huge part of the time in the very beginning, and then they also laugh and giggle. They come smiling, which is an amazing thing. So here, think about this. You show up pretty much as a blank slate, and during those sleeping, 0 to 2, and then from 2 to 7, we are being inundated with the feelings, literally the feelings, as well as the thoughts and the words and the behaviors of the world around us, primary caregivers, strangers, friends, media, everything. And we absorb it like a sponge. And this beautiful, pristine, wonderful creature, we'll call it that showed up now is covered like, an onion with layers of other people's opinions, other people's attitudes, other people's thoughts, other people's beliefs, other people's talents and abilities, as well as their limitations and their difficulties. And so we inherit these through becoming part of a social creature on the planet. But beneath all of this is this incredible, incredible being who has infinite possibilities, infinite opportunities, and is infinite resourcefulness. And all of your experience in your life, everything you go through, good, bad, right, wrong, are all part of that experience base that constitute resources, possibilities, and opportunities. And the sad part about it is we aren't taught that. We're taught that there are problems and bad things and negative and all sorts of troubles that we need to avoid or stop or end. And then there are good things that we may not deserve or can't get or have to struggle and fight. And that's all between your ears. There's stories we tell ourselves from this conditioning that we went through as a child. So what to do? Well, here's the thing. When you begin to realize and recognize that everything about you, again, barring any kind of neurological damage, it works perfectly well. Your cells, of which there are trillions of cells, work together in the body simultaneously and sequentially to keep you alive so that you can go about and create the kind of life that you want to have. Now, they're working together and they're doing all these things. And then what does the human do? Well, the human's attitude is things suck, things are bad, things aren't working right. My body, I don't like my nose, I'm too fat, I don't like what I'm doing, I'm in the wrong job, and they have this mental attitude that things are wrong, that they aren't good enough, that they don't look good enough, they aren't healthy enough, they aren't this, they aren't that, they aren't, whatever. Or that the world prevents them, or somebody, is thwarting them, or there are good people and bad people, and they're surrounded by bad people, and they have to somehow get rid of these bad people. It's all the beliefs that we've come to adopt. Now, here's the interesting thing. It's all like a costume. It's all like the clothing you put on. We've put on these beliefs of limitation, of deservedness, of what we can and can't do, of what is possible and what is impossible. And we act as if it's real. We live from those stories. as if there's an actual cause and effect. These stories create the feelings, these thoughts, create the feelings that we have. And from those feelings and those thoughts, we start talking about it. Like, today's a horrible day. You can't believe the struggle I've had, or you can't believe who, did this horrible thing at the coffee shop, or the guy on the freeway did that, or the woman over here is like that. We have these stories. And from those stories, from these thoughts, these feelings, the words that we speak to ourselves silently or out loud, and to others, we hit behaviors. So we either feel like doing something or we feel like not doing something. We either know what we should do, but we don't feel like it because we've talked ourselves out of it, or we know we shouldn't do something and we've talked ourselves into it. And the point is this: it's all, in some ways, it's all BS, but it's all also glorious because it's all part of who we are. And recognizing who we are underneath all of this stuff is this infinite possibilities, infinite resourcefulness, and infinite opportunities. So, what to do? See, our neurology works in this way. Our brain is designed for two reasons: to keep us alive, meaning to keep us surviving. So it looks for things that can damage us out in the world, harm us, so that we can fight, flight, or flee, right? It pumps adrenaline and neurochemicals and transmitters and hormones into our body so that our peripheral vision will shut down. We'll see focal, our thinking shuts down when we're pumped with adrenaline and these chemicals, so that the blood goes to our extremities so that we can either fight or run instead of digesting our food or giving us things to think about. And it's done that by design. So if there's a real threat or an imagined or perceived threat, somebody looks at you the wrong way, gives you the finger, whatever, and you go and you have that fear response or that hate response or that anger response, these chemicals are beginning to flood us. And they happen repeatedly, habitually. They're wired in. And you do it the same way every single time. The same way, it happens the same way, but different things trigger it. And usually they are different things within a class of things that trigger it. So if somebody looks at you the wrong way, has the wrong tone of voice, they do something you don't like, they criticize you, they judge you, we have this threat. And so we then begin to feel these chemicals surging, and then we feel stressful or fearful or sad or depressed or frustrated or angry or hostile or like we have to attack back, like we want to fight or we want to flee or we freeze and do nothing but, Okay, so that is a gift because it's there to keep you alive. It's there to keep you alive. It's so that you know when there's danger in the world. The problem is some of us assign danger to things that aren't truly dangerous. And you can learn to fix that. You can correct that and understand that those are all opportunities to thrive and not to die, okay? And if you're dying to them every day, if you're being stressed, then your body's being, overloaded by these chemicals that are creating stress in the body. And when there's chronic stress in the body, there are debilitating diseases and disorders that result. This is all scientifically borne out, and so what do you want to do? You want to release the stress. You want to release this chronic stress. You want to start developing for yourself a decent, a wonderful, incredible relationship with your infinite self of infinite possibilities, infinite resources, and infinite opportunities. Now, how do you do that? You begin by realizing that not only does the brain want you to survive, but it wants you to thrive. It wants you to be happy and excited so that you have sex and that you recreate and repopulate the planet so that this world of us, this glorious thing of people continue. All people of all colors, of all persuasions, of all nationalities, of all politics, of all religions, of all genders, so that we as a species survive. Because there's only one thing that's true in the universe, and that is we are energy. And there's only energy in the universe in a variety of forms. And energy can't be created or destroyed. It's always equally present here and now. It doesn't exist in the past. There is no past. It doesn't exist in the future. There is no future. It is eternally present here now, equally distributed. And we are that. And we are an expression of that. And we don't think we are, but we are. And that's what the issue is. So when you develop this relationship with yourself, understand you are beautiful, incredible. Some people call it a spiritual being, or you're a soul, or how. It doesn't matter the words you use. What matters is that you develop your attitude and your optimism and your power of positivity by understanding gratitude, that everything is a blessing, that things don't happen to harm you. Things that happen to harm you are there so that you can extract from them the lesson, the opportunity, the possibility, the resources, and transform that into an opportunity to thrive. Henry Ford said, if you think you can and you think you can't, you are correct. But he said something even more important, in my opinion, and that is, I never let what I cannot do prevent me from doing what I can. And so what you want to do is begin to celebrate everything. That's my tagline. In my books, in my programs, in the workshops, when people come to me, I teach them how to be grateful, how to laugh, how to celebrate, how to enjoy life, even in the midst of adversity. And why is that? Because when you can laugh, when you can celebrate, when everything is a blessing, because if you think it's a problem, it will be a problem. If you think it's a blessing, it will be a blessing. So when you can celebrate everything, life transforms for you. And here's the thing. You weren't conditioned to do this. You weren't taught to do this. Some maybe have, but 98% of the global population doesn't know this, doesn't understand it, doesn't do it. Instead, what they do is they whine, complain, they blame, they excuse, and they tell these stories that keep them limited. They emphasize their limitations, their difficulties. People say, I am struggling with this. And of course you are. They say, this is hard. And of course it is. They say, you don't understand me because I don't know how to do that. And that's true. Okay. You're affirming all of the things that you don't want. What do you need to do? You need to affirm what it is that you do want. You need to begin to recognize that it's all good. It is all really good, because when you do, you start squirting the hormones and the neurochemicals that provoke wealth, health, and happiness inside you. You incredibly transform your body from being one of disorder and disease and disability into something that becomes energetic and alive and transformative. You transmute the energy from, think about this. People say, I don't have enough energy. I just don't have enough energy. I need my coffee. I need this. Again, a belief. You're a walking battery on the planet. Your cells emit light. You can't see them with the eye because our senses aren't that way, but we emit light and energy. The cells inside our body could power, a block of lighting for a good long time. We are energy. It's learning how to do that energy. Now, here's the thing. The placebo effect says what you believe determines the outcome. When I started my work on attitude and belief back in the 70s and the early 80s, there was a study that said attitude is the number one predictor of success of a treatment, more so than the severity of the disease. What does that mean? It didn't matter how, again, it was Travis Airford based it at a cancer study. It didn't matter how bad or severe the disease was. If your attitude toward the pre-treatment was positive, you had a better chance of surviving than not. And so here's the thing. Are you thinking positively? Are you thinking in your own well-being? Are you promoting what you want? Are you promoting what you don't want? Are you thinking negative? Are you thinking bad thoughts that are creating disorder and disease? Now, some people will say, well, if I just believe, I don't have to do anything. Well, that's not true either, really. There are those people who say, well, I believe in the God, will heal me. And then they don't get medical treatment. They don't do anything else. That's not what it's about. The placebo effect happens every time you take a drink, a medicine, a pill, wear a certain charm, believe in astrology. Whether astrology is real or the charm or the pill or anything actually work or not, the placebo effect always accompanies it, because it's not about the placebo. It's about the transformative powers of our belief and our attitude. When your attitude is right, you can do just about anything. That means you can seek appropriate help. You can take the right supplements. You can eat right. You can exercise right. You can get the right amount of sleep. And you can do the things that you want to do for yourself and your business and for other people. You can be more compassionate and be wealthier, because your attitude is the number one predictor for success in all areas of your life. I created the Attitude Activator because people, you and I, need to activate our attitude. We need to get the power of our own imagination working for us instead of against us. And so many people don't know this. They know this in some ways, but they don't apply it. They don't do it. They go, oh yeah, and then they do nothing. If you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. The moment of transformation comes with a powerful decision to be different. You stop doing what you were doing and you do something new. Now, I'm going to wrap it up very quickly, but Jesus went around healing people. He didn't go and say, look, I healed you. I'm a healer. I'm using this power of God and myself to get you healed. He said, no. He said, your faith has made you whole. Now go and sin no more. And sin really means to make a mistake. So stop doing the mistakes and start doing something new. Live from faith. Live from certainty. So here's an important thing. Here's how I'm going to wrap this up. Napoleon Hill, if you read Think and Grow Rich, it's truly an amazingly spiritual book. Most people miss it. They think it's about acquiring money and working hard and taking action and changing your mindset. It's a beautifully spiritual book about energy and broadcasting and receptivity and all these wonderful things. But he tells a story in chapter 1 about Edwin C. Barnes, who goes to see Thomas Edison because Edwin wants to be a partner with Edison. That's his goal, his dream, his purpose in life. What started as maybe a want became this white-hot obsession. So he hopped a freight train, travels to New Jersey to put Edison on notice that, hey, I'm going to be your partner. What does Edison do? Edison says, yeah, okay, fine, you can work as a janitor. Not at all what he had hoped for or wanted, but what it was an opportunity. So he took the job as a janitor. In a page or two later, Hill says, without any physical evidence to indicate that he would ever be a partner of Edison, for 5 years, Barnes worked as a janitor in the warehouse for Edison until one day an opportunity arose in which Barnes said, I can do that. Edison gave him the chance, and he became a partner of Edison and retired a very wealthy man. But he didn't let the circumstances around him dictate who he was, what he could do, or let his dream die. He kept his dream alive. He was positive and optimistic, knowing that I am a partner of Edison, I'm a partner of Edison, I'm a partner of Edison, even when he was working as a janitor. So here's the thing. Everything around you is a gift and a means. And if you're tuned to it, if you're tapped into your own energy, your own positivity, your own optimism, you'll see opportunities that you would otherwise miss. That's what Barnes's lesson is about. There's so many more. I cover them in my book, Life on Your Terms, in my programs, my workshops, and you'll learn more from other people here at this fabulous summit. So please do this. Please honor the people who need the help and do what is required in order to help them and help Jody and help those people make things happen. And with that, I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much, Dr. Jody.
You make things happen. It's that spark of imagination. My goodness, you are that spark to the world. Now, have you ever, I've just got to say this before I go, because I know we're going a little long. Let me tell you something, because we have such gems of people. Have you ever had your book saying it's like the Gideon's Bible? Because that's where I left it on the bedside. It's the third one and the fourth copy. I guess I need to have 5. Get 5 copies of Rex's book. It's that good. You're going to give it away. Thank you, Rex.
Thank you. And yeah, keep leaving them everywhere. You know, some people buy boxes and do that. That's great. I love it. Leave them in hotels. Leave them as Bibles. Fantastic. Beautiful.
Thank you, Rex. So this is what I know, ladies and gentlemen. We have another Life of Excellence that just has entered the room. It is Kimberly Merridth, a friend of a friend. Our producer, Dan Dillman, went ahead and Dan introduced me to Kimberly Merridth. She is a medical intuitive. She absolutely is a spiritual teacher, channeler, and has the ability in this 5th dimension. This is her book, The 5th Dimension. This is her book, and it is that good. Living in where you need to live, living where you need to be. And frankly, to think that her day, the tidbit, we're now on day 7, avoiding emotional sunburn, staying in that frequency in the 5th dimension certainly does that. So without delay, I want to say welcome to our Life of Excellence. Welcome, Kimberly Merridth, my newest best friend of the healing realm. The next 12 minutes is yours.
Thank you. How are you today? So basically, awakening to the 5th dimension means leaving the 3D world behind and inviting miracles into your life and understanding that we don't need to live in worry and fear and self-destruction and all of the unnecessary baggage, and letting go of fear. And the awakening to the 5th dimension was created by my guides, the spirit, the holy Christ light, the higher vibration, the consciousness of love. And I am a medical intuitive medium. I am a vehicle for higher vibration consciousness. And in my book, it talks about all of these beautiful steps that you can do to help raise your vibration in your body, not only through understanding that we're here to move our own lives forward, and be happy. And that's the purpose of being here, is to be happy, but also to spread happiness and love and light and frequency, and to develop a routine, a daily routine, to understand that our bodies want to feel home. They want to feel good. And we can live to 101. We can live to astronomical developments. Our telomeres want that. So in the book, it talks about my near-death experience and how I survived it. And then I went on to develop this plan of action. And also what it talks about in the back are Robin and Joan and Heather and Cindy and all of these case studies. And in the case studies, these are people that came into my realm, and they had miracle healings. And these healings were documented by doctors. And these healings were done by these hands. Sorry. And the hands came from the Holy One through me, and people were open enough to receive the healing. Now, everybody can do this, but these conditions, and I just wrote a couple of them. There are many. There's Amy, who had adrenal fatigue. There's Cindy, who had thyroid, Hashimoto's. There's Robin. There is a little girl who had an intestinal tract disease that she was born with. And there was Rob, who had over 21 tumors throughout his body, that he went into Twin Towers, pulled people out, and got carcinoma and was going to die. These are not just casual things of people. These are serious diseases that the Holy Spirit, the omnipresent, healed through the energy. So what I'm trying to say is that this is the awakening. This is where we're going. This is what's happening. It's super cool. And it explains how this is done. This is explained how we're doing it. This is fun. This is cool. And it's something that's repeating in history. It was happening when we came into the world. Natural, holistic way of healing. Now, the people that have had the healings through the work that I'm doing, do they leave Western medicine behind? No. Do they still do some of it? Yes. But are they still doing some of the things that, were they doing all of that? No. They stopped doing some of the stuff, and they started doing some of the plans that I do, that I talk about. Am I picky about some of the things that they were doing? Yes. So in the book, if you read it, you'll say, Kimberly doesn't like some of these things that I was doing. Kimberly, and it's not Kimberly, it's the guides, my guides. Was I tested by a lot of scientific research facilities? Yes. So a lot of people, when they read Awakening to the Fifth Dimension, they say, wow, that's really interesting. The views of my guides are very different. We have a lot of different information that we believe. I would say that my guides are very old fashioned. We don't believe in a lot of things that I'd say maybe some of the naturopathic and holistic herbalists believe in. We do not believe in curcumin and turmeric. We're not into that. We're not into apple cider vinegar. We're not into colonics. We're not into a lot of things where it causes dehydration. So we're into a lot of prayer, chanting, believing in energy healing, and it works. We're into being simple.
Oh, and Kimberly, what you do is being simple. It works. I've just got to say, you didn't know I was going to say this, my dear. But after a Thursday, my gallbladder will never be the same. It hasn't been the same, and it will not be the same. Thank you for what you do in this fifth dimension. Thank you for just being here and being willing to share your expertise. And I'm so happy that you're willing to be in our next up and coming compilation book, Foundations of Health with Healthopedia. Thank you, Kimberly, for all you do and who you are.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, because I feel like you're definitely one of the biggest, brightest angels that we have on earth. And because that so many people are understanding that the healer is the energy of the Holy One, and there's so many alternatives here for us. And so pick up this book if you'd love to read about alternative ways of healing, Awakening to Fifth Dimension, because so many things. Like, just want to say, can't have turmeric, you can have ginger. There's so many beautiful things. Just be open to new things. And I'm so happy you had me here today. So God bless everybody. Thank you.
Blessings, blessings, blessings. So I can truthfully say that we go from one to the next. You think about avoiding emotional sunburn. Now you know to listen to the energy of your body. Now we're going on to day 8, which is your burning desire. This woman has burnt it up, being the queen of pitch forever. You don't know it by her look, her way, her energy for sure. But I can tell you, being America's top just person and an absolute American personality. And for some reason, Forbes has, I'm just going to give her her due. I'm going to give her her introduction. We are having a little bit of an issue with the stream. So if she had to leave, I certainly understand that. But the American TV personality, the queen of pitch, isn't that burning desire? Isn't that what it's all about? Finding out your burning desire and bring it up. That's what we did with Dania Zafar when we knew that her untimely death by a hotel fire came up. And what were we going to do? What did we need to do? What did we need to go ahead and make it happen so that we could do something to leave a legacy? Where we did. And so Dan and team, I'm going to ask you to bring up as we're keying up Manny Lopez, our next speaker, a life of excellence as a young millennial himself for sure. But I would love to tee up the video, Dania Zafar, why we're doing this summit. Just $25 from 3,000 people will build this school as her life legacy way beyond her 32 years of life. She was like a candle in the wind, but she is going to remain as a candle, the wings of legacy. So Dan and team, please bring up the video, Dania Zafar, DaniaZafarMemorial.com, and then we'll go into our sponsor, Confidence Tones. Thank you. Take a look, take a listen. Our beloved Dania Zafar embodied beauty, genius, insightful design. Our cover and of Ignite's artistry will find all the details of graphic artistry in her intuitive vision. Her soulful insight is felt through her ingenious design. Dania is reflected in Elton John's Candle in the Wind and John Denver's profound lyrics, It's About Time. We are all in this together. May your artistry live on in all of us and in all of those who experience your visual masterpiece of your cover of this book. It is not the length of your life, but the life of your years. As artists and creatives, we will support guiding these children, and you will too, from afar, in her native hometown in Pakistan. Through the School of Hope, half of all proceeds of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, Keys for a Life of Excellence, will go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Rest in peace, Dania. You've left a legacy.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better. Here's how it works. Did you know that music is all around you? Even now, you can test it. All you have to do is turn on a radio and adjust or tune it to a particular frequency, and you'll hear music. Now, isn't that interesting? You see, the radio didn't make the music. The radio was simply adjusted to a frequency that was in harmony with the frequency being transmitted through the air. The music was already there. When the radio simply matched its frequency, it manifested the sound in a way that you could perceive it. If you change the station, it matches a different frequency and manifests a different sound. Your brain works in a similar way. Just like a radio, your brain operates on specific frequencies. These frequencies are commonly known as brainwaves, and scientists have been able to observe a correlation between certain brainwave frequencies in our mental states. For example, when we are anxious, our brainwaves have an increased frequency, and when we are relaxed, our brainwaves have a decreased frequency. Confidence Tones utilizes a brainwave modulation component that is used to help people change the station to one that is either in harmony with the feelings they desire or one that is optimal for positive subconscious reprogramming. And it's backed by science. In 1973, Dr. Gerald Oyster wrote an academic paper titled Auditory Beats in the Brain, explaining his findings that sound could be used to alter brain states. He found that your brain can move into harmony with the frequency that your brain perceived when it mixed the sounds that were played into both ears. This became known as brainwave entrainment. So, what does that mean for you? It means you have options. The reality you live in right now was created by the current programming of your subconscious mind. Science shows that this controls up to 97% of all your daily activities and outcomes. And if you're unhappy with the way your life is going, or even if you are happy, but know your life could be better, you now have an option that was designed to quickly help you reprogram or change your life. With our proprietary brainwave modulation systems, we can use confidence tones to help you move into a theta state of deep meditation and extremely high subconscious suggestibility. This means detoxing negativity and trauma from your past and reprogramming positivity into your subconscious mind is now easier than ever and fast. In a recent study, scientists found that a highly suggestible meditative theta state could be achieved in less than 5 minutes using nothing but binaural tones at a particular frequency. This means we can help you quickly access your subconscious mind and make it available for positive reprogramming. But it gets better. Have you ever felt like you wanted to cry or laugh, but you had no idea why? Most people have.
You know, confidence tones is sometimes it's delayed, just like our reaction to our commercials. Sometimes it's delayed, but it's always there. And that's something that Manny Lopez has just epitomized. Both my time that I've known him, met him at our Ignite the Summit, Ignite the Hunger in You, when we debuted my first book that I did with Ignite in our compilation series, the Empowerment series. Truly, truly a man that just really does what he says and says what he does. That's who he is. And frankly, this is very, very timely because Manny's work, yes, he's a mogul. At his young age, you would think that he's 80 years old. What he's done in social media, what he's done in marketing, motivationally speaking, creating the network of Manifestation School of Excellence from orphan to CEO, but he gives back. This is why he is a perfect fit for thinking about day number 9, building mutual respect. I respect you, Manny. I respect what you've done, who you are, and what you're doing for the underserved. And this is what we'll do when we build a school of hope for Dania Zafar in her memory. The late Dania Zafar, who died tragically in the fire, it's the same deal, because the legacy will live on far beyond what you ever do in this life, far beyond what you do in this world is the legacy you leave. And Manny, that is you. And I want to say welcome to our Life of Excellence Summit. That is your life in the car, being a car dad. Thank you for being here. If for the next 12 minutes, pour into what it means to you for this life of excellence, because you certainly have lived that yourself.
Thank you. Well, I love Jody. I mean, Dr. Jody Baer, you've been one of my favorite people that even when I've got family things going on, I'm like, hey guys, you're going to have to leave me alone for a little bit. I got to come serve Jody's audience. So I love this whole concept of what you've been putting together, how you educate, how you serve. And for me, being that life of excellence, it comes around, I call it serving your way to success. And the concept is really simple. It's understanding that everybody has a genius within them. And when you can find a way to tap into that genius with them or for them, you know, it really helps them understand their purpose in life, how they're going to go about living their dreams, how they're going to go about doing what they do. And, you know, my story coming into this kind of realm of entrepreneurship did not come easy. You know, at 18 months, I was left in a car, nothing but a diaper on. Shortly after that experience, me and my sister are bouncing around to different foster homes, and we're suffering everything from malnutrition, abuse, neglect, torture. It's not a really fun system to be in, which is why I do what I do today. Fast forward many years, I'm now in my mid-30s, and you know, looking at how I've started my entrepreneur journey, it was somebody else believing in me when I didn't even have the belief in myself. And that was my very first mentor. His name was Gail. And I remember spending many years at this job trying to build my way up their corporate ladder, thinking that's the only way to go. I keep seeing, you know, that's what they tell us in school. It's what they tell us in movies and everything, that we've just got to grind our way and build our way up to this corporate ladder, and somebody will give us an opportunity. Well, I spent years waiting for that opportunity, and it was not easy. It was looking at everything from, you know, being homeless twice by the time I was 25, to having empty bank accounts, cars repossessed. Like, everything was just not fun until I found 3 things: mentorship, entrepreneurship, and faith. Mentorship, finding somebody who believed in me even when I couldn't believe in myself, and that person showing me the path to creating some type of result, right? These mentors usually have something specific that they're going to help you with. I implore you to find a mentor, find somebody who has already been where you want to go and is willing to teach you. Entrepreneurship, that was the vehicle that helped me decide to building my own dream. I remember sitting with Gail after I just got denied the promotion that I was promised for doing the work that they told me to do. And I did it. I did everything I was supposed to do. And he sits me down and goes, Manny, it's time for you to build your own dream. Stop waiting for permission to build someone else's. And that really hit me. It stuck with me to this day. And it is a pillar of why I do a lot of what I do, is looking at the fact that, you know what, maybe it is possible for me to build my own dream. And then he had me look at this guy, Les Brown. Some of you may know who I'm talking about. The guy that asked you, you got to be hungry. Yes, that guy. And seeing that he had a life very similar to mine. You know, he was in foster care just like myself. He was adopted like myself. He had to go through challenges in school like myself. And that was my first example of somebody to look at and say, you know what? It is possible to build my own dream because that person has done it and that person I can relate to. That was a big factor in me actually pursuing entrepreneurship, to see that it was possible, finding that there was somebody else that lived a similar life to me that had to go through those difficulties. And then faith as a foundation. For me, that faith is in a higher power. That faith may be in yourself. That faith may be in the idea that one day the chaos that you've been through will become someone else's survival guide. And that's what pushes me to do what I do today. Today, I'm a paid consultant to over 1,000 brands worldwide. I've been named one of the best by Facebook when they hit 1 million advertisers, and I was only 2 years into my business. And I've created the world's first free gamified school for entrepreneurship, where we teach day one entrepreneurs, at-risk youth, kids that are aging out of foster care, how to start their own business, how to find a mentor, how to put faith as a foundation. And everyone watching this, you can do something similar. For me, that purpose was to find solutions for kids in foster care like me that have been homeless, that have had to go through challenges, who, you know, when they age out and the foster care system, meaning they didn't get adopted, you know, within 1 year, 2 out of 3 of these kids are either dead, homeless, or in jail. I want to see a reversal of that statistic. I want to see 2 out of 3 of these kids have a mentor, understand entrepreneurship, and own their own business. That is leading a life of excellence. That is doing what you're purposely here to do on this planet. We're not here just to wake up, pay bills, make some money, and then die. We're here to really make a difference. We're here to find solutions to the challenges of life that we all see are impossible. In reality, they're possible to win. I think it's possible to reverse that statistic of 2 out of 3 kids aging out of foster care ending up dead, homeless, or in jail. You may have something purposeful in your life, something that you've looked at in your own sphere of influence and say, you know what? I don't like seeing this. I don't like seeing this challenge. I don't like seeing this problem. I don't like seeing people suffering in this way. I'm going to bring a solution. As entrepreneurs, as people of influence, of people that want to create an influence, we have to be that solution. We have to come up with those ideas that say, you know what? I'm not going to continue to watch the suffering in this way. I'm going to bring a solution. I'm going to show the world that it is possible for somebody that doesn't even know what the word entrepreneurship means to go out there and build their own dream, to provide for their family. So we don't have to see 60% of the sex trafficking victims in the United States come from foster care. We don't have to see 20% of the kids that turn 18 and on their 18th birthday, they're instantly homeless. 1 out of 5 of the kids that age out. It's something that really bothers me, why we don't have these solutions. And I want to continue to bring awareness to this. You have something just like what I do that you're purposely passionate about. And I implore you to go find those solutions, bring awareness to those solutions, and bring resources to those solutions. And as Les Brown once said, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That's your story. And you know what, Manny, I'm sticking to you. So you can get out of that SUV. You can be the dad and the husband that you are, because you know what? You work your dream and you dream your work, but you work the dreams for so many of us. I'm blessed to know you and have you as a part of my coaching mentorship. Really am, Manny. Thank you so much.
I love you too, Dr. Jody.
So as we go on, we've gone from the life, work your dream, feel your dream, experience your dream. I love what Manny says about mentorship, entrepreneurship, and faith. Boy, that's a math, or we can change it into a map. You know how I love words and playing around with words. He's given us a map. And truly, when the people that serve the most will be rewarded the most. And that's what we're doing with DaniaSafarMemorial.com. You'll hear it throughout, just $25 into this fund, DaniaSafarMemorial.com. Guess what? we absolutely will be able to change and be the change agent that we need to be. And the change agent for so many people that are coming on, these aspiring young people, kind of like what Manny said, the underserved orphans. You think underserved, this small town of Pakistan. Dania's family will go by that Memorial School of Hope. By the way, for those of you that care about ecological benefits, these schools are built out of 100% recyclable materials, and made out of plastic bottles. Do you believe it? Amazing, isn't it? So not only are you doing something good for the environment, something good for the next generation, something good so these children can live their dream, be their dream, and be more than they ever thought they could be, rather than being a statistic. Talking about a man, a professional, someone I call my friend and colleague, also featured on Traverse TV once a month on our Doctor Talk Symposium. Come play in our health sandbox is Dr. Michael Pierce. He's a chiropractor. He's a foundational medical physician. He knows about the brain. I just call him the brain doctor. Dr. Bill Janeshak introduced me to Dr. Mike, and he said he has forgotten more than most people, like 90% of all population have learned. But he has an amazing way of doing balance with the brain. That's why his day, his focus, as we're going through the 21 days to your best you, Keys for a Life of Excellence, my book that debuted number 4 countries. And we're going for 5 and 6. Know anybody in Brazil? Know anybody in India? I know we're going to hit the Pacific Rim as well. 14 categories, but it involves balance. And what did absolutely Dr. Michael says, that brain balance, that doing that thing that makes your life great, it is the keys to greatness. Dr. Michael Pierce from Colorado, you are everywhere with your coaching program, and you are everywhere that you need to be. And I'm glad right now the everywhere is right here with us on the Life of Excellence seminar. Welcome. The next 12 minutes is yours, Dr. Michael.
Oh gosh, it's so great to be here with you.
Thank
you. You had asked me to discuss some of the aspects of building mutual respect, and I have to say that being able to precede the great Bernie Siegel is quite an honor, and that particular topic is a good one for me because I've been lucky enough to be both a mentor to people and a mentee to people that were just amazing. And you don't really get to choose your mentees when you're a mentor. When you're the mentee, you get to choose the person who's going to be guiding you. But as the mentor, many times you don't get to choose them, and they choose you. And it's quite a humbling and an empowering experience for you because it'll teach you things. It's a lot like having children, I guess. You'll feel like you're going to get lessons whether you want them or not, whether you're ready for them or not. But I think with regard to building mutual respect, we've got to have boundaries. We've got to be able to have boundaries with our doctor. We've got to have boundaries with our family, boundaries with our boss, boundaries with our loved ones and our friends and our neighbors. And I think it's important to have them go both ways. I think one of the ways that we know that our brain has good boundaries is that we don't give double standards. We don't act in double standards. We don't have problems where we treat a person differently than we would treat ourselves, or we treat another person differently than we treat another person. So having double standards is a big sign that something's wrong. I think it's also important to know that people are going to screw up, and that you're going to screw up. Your family members are going to screw up. Your doctor may screw up. We all have mistakes that we make, and we have to have a chance to have time-tested relationships and be able to build mutual respect through that method. And that means allowing us to redeem ourselves. That means allowing us to have a chance to fall down and pick ourselves back up, to ask for forgiveness, to prove ourselves again, and not only to each other, but to ourselves. I think that's very important to really be able to redeem yourself with yourself. And not enough of us give us that time, especially when we deal with brain injuries and problems with our brains. We just beat ourselves up and say, why can't my brain be better? Why can't I remember more? Why can't I think better? Why am I so unstable? Or why am I so moody? Or why am I having these problems? We have to be able to redeem ourselves and show ourselves that we can improve and get better, and we can be allowed to fall down and mess up. And I think, one of the things that was really exciting to me was watching, Bernie Siegel talk about exceptional cancer patients and talk about how patients would draw their tumor and how they would engage their right brain, which is something that medicine is just not doing today. They're not engaging their right brain, and they're not grabbing the things that are required to have internal respect and mutual respect for yourself and for your ailment. You have to have respect for your tumor. You have to have respect for your injured brain. You have to have respect for your we're all faulty, or faulty family members, your own faulty behavior. So I think that's extremely important. And Patrick Quillen used to remind us, the famous dietitian and scientist, he used to say, it's not so important what you eat as what's eating you. And Bernie Siegel and Dee Baer are excellent at being able to help you find out what's eating you so that you don't worry so much about what you eat.
So guess what, Dr. Michael? You caught me eating an apple because I was having to eat something. So it wasn't eating me, it was my tummy. Oh my goodness.
What an apple keeps Dr. Mike away.
There we go. Thank you for your beautiful words. Thank you for just empowering people into what you just embodied these 21 days. I hope that we continue on our journey. I hope that you look, by the way, is your podcast The Human Condition?
Yes, right. That's right. It's YouTube channel, The Human Condition with Dr. Pierce. We're on Instagram, and we've got a bunch of podcasts as well on all the podcast outlets.
I mean, and this is what you do, Dr. Michael. I mean, can't wait till Thursday. That's a really good cue in for our show, because it's food sensitivities. We're talking about what's eating you and what you eat. There we go. So tune in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending some extra time backstage. Thank you for embodying at your young age truly a life of excellence.
Thank you, Jody.
Till Thursday. Ciao for now. Moving right into this. Do you feel the flow? Do you feel the mutual respect, the burning desire, the keys to greatness? It's all inside of you. You see, it's you and you, because it's you in your world first. Then the world around you is empowered forever. That's what we do. It starts with you and you. We've moved into you and others. We have a couple more days that we're going in, looking at, this is so fitting, Josh Payne. It is being your own motivation. I just get motivated and fired up by watching his Instagram posts. I was so fired up by what we did on Instagram. I said, Josh, can we do a live? I had a goal. I wanted to be international bestseller, at least in 2 countries. This is this part of this apple. So sorry. So I just had such a burning desire. I said, will you help me? That's Josh. That's Josh. We call him the financial fireman. Why? Because he just fires us up. He said burning desire, as he said in his Instagram post. You got to watch him. His reels, his lives, his videos are amazing, because he's really a literacy foundational mogul. He's an absolute mogul in the way of America's wanting an agent, what he does in every single state in the country. He's a Silicon Valley entrepreneur. 14 years he's been a mentor, and he has his own health story and how he is, because of an injury in his college baseball career, and he had to regain his life. But he's absolutely created a life for himself. He just puts people in business to win. He brings out the champion in them. Isn't that being your own motivation? It is now, isn't it? And Josh, when he talks about, well, let your money work for you, or else the bank will be working for your money. I loved what you said here today, Josh, when you put that in. We are having quite the delay here. I'm so glad that you went ahead and mentioned that today. What a beautiful expose and example of you just help people know how to do with their money, because guess what? that personal motivation. Teach us how to win in these next 12 minutes, will you please?
Absolutely. To be here, and I'm honored and just have enjoyed listening to all the great speakers that you've kind of gotten together here for a great cause, and making sure that everybody is really focused and understanding what the purpose is, which is to help build that beautiful school that you're talking about. And yeah, you know, I want to start, just tell you a story. And that story begins, once upon a time, there was a 5-year-old kid that was introduced to the game of baseball. And he grew up in Sacramento, California. And for many years of his life, you couldn't find him without a bat or a ball. Everything I did was revolved around playing professional baseball. Ended up going to school on Division I college baseball scholarship, where I had a great career, was MVP, was all conference in the 3rd rated conference in the nation, appearing in Sports Illustrated, ultimately being inducted into the Hall of Fame. But everything changed on an instant for me when I found myself laying on my back, staring up at the sky after suffering a back injury. And I'll never forget that feeling of knowing at that point in time, my dreams were over of playing at the next level. I understood the business of baseball, and I understood a back injury like that for a catcher like myself was not a recipe for ball clubs to invest a lot of money into. And when the season ended and that call didn't come in, I didn't know what I was going to do. My purpose was gone. My passion was gone. And so I did what everybody said to do, which was to finish school and get that degree that was supposed to provide for my family in the future. But the reality was I was living a life of quiet desperation. Fortunately, the universe led me into the golf industry, where for 10 years, I was able to serve some of the wealthiest people in the world, some of the biggest business people in the world, people that everybody knows. And it was at that point, at 31 years old, I tell everyone I got my second education, where I realized that the stories I was telling myself at that point in time and the stories I was telling others were much different than all of these people whose life I wanted. See, as an athlete, I knew I had the belief, I had the awareness I could play at the next level, I can accomplish my dreams. But once that was taken away, I didn't know what I was going to do. And I started watching these people every day, and at 31 years old, I decided no longer am I ever going to listen, right? I was going to unlearn everything I'd ever been taught about business, success, my future, and I was going to relearn it from the people that had the life that I wanted. And through that process, I realized that I had some limiting beliefs in my mindset. I didn't have them as an athlete, but if you took the sport out of it, and now I was in business, I fell right back into the middle income environment I was raised in, had no guidance to ever strive for more. And for 10 years, I got that reprogramming. And I realized there were some limiting beliefs that I had to overcome. And then as I transitioned into entrepreneurship, where I've spent the last 15 years mentoring and developing people to have more, do more, be more, and achieve more in life, I realized others had those same limiting beliefs as well. And what was a process that I could put together that would enable people to have a simple step-by-step process to understand how to reprogram that limiting mindset? And I really broke it down to 5 areas. Number 1 was awareness. See, until I was aware more was available for somebody like me, where I come from, right, where my background, where my education or lack of education was, until I was aware that more was available, right, I didn't ever start looking. But once I was aware, oh my gosh, more is available for somebody like me. That guy, he's worth, whatever, a couple $1 billion, but he ties his shoes the same way I do. He puts his pants on the same way I do. If I know what he knows, I can do what he does. So there was that awareness. And once there was an awareness, number 2 is a critical point, was clarity. What do I want? See, as an athlete, I knew exactly what I wanted. I want to play professional baseball. That's all I thought about for 18 years of my life. But once that was taken away, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know. And through my 15 years of mentoring people, you know what's interesting is there are people that know exactly what they don't want. Most people know what they don't want in life. But if we ask the question, what is it that you want? Right? Most people, they could write out a laundry list of what they don't want. But if we ask them, what do you want? All of a sudden, they don't really know. They've never sat down and outlined what they want. So number 2 is clarity. Napoleon Hill calls it that clear, concise mental picture. Earl Nightingale says fuzzy goals, fuzzy results. Clear goals, clear results. And then we take them from our mind, we commit them to paper, and then a process that I've taught for 15 years of writing your goals every morning when you wake up, and every morning when you before you go to bed. Every morning when you wake up, every morning before you go to bed. So the first step's awareness. The second step, now we've got clarity. Now we know what we want. What's the third step? The third step is belief. The belief that I can do it. Where I come from my background, that I can do it. And here's the key component to belief. We've got to find, anytime we're embarking on something new, right? Where we have to have belief that we can do it. Look, find that thread of success in your fabric of life. And know that if you've done it there, all I have to do is put the same work into this new system here, and I can achieve it as well. See, for me, it was as an athlete. I had that thread of success in my fabric of life as an athlete. I just said, well, if I did it there, I could just take that same work ethic, the same habits and the same discipline and put it here. And with this new system that I've learned, as I can move forward in business. So it was that belief that I could do it. And what I did that was so important is I held on to other people's belief in me until I believed it in myself. I held on to other people's belief in me until I believed it in myself. So there's awareness, clarity, belief. And then number 4 is success principles, setting up the success principles in life. See, here's the challenge with a lot of folks as I've worked with them over the years, right? Is that we live our life based on our feelings, not based on success principles. I don't know why I was the way I was. Maybe because of an athlete. As an athlete, it was always about the scoreboard. The scoreboard told the story. The scoreboard, there was no lies on the scoreboard, right? And the scoreboard didn't care how I felt any day I woke up and walked into the ballpark. All it cared about was what's the score at the end of the game, and we're going to determine who's the winner and who's the loser. So I said in my life and in business, I've got to create success principles so I operate on a success system instead of how I feel. Oh, I didn't feel like doing this. I didn't feel like doing that. The scoreboard doesn't care about that. It only cares about in the case of baseball, how many runs did you score? It doesn't care about how I feel. So I lived my life. I created success principles. I lived my life based on a system that took the feelings out of it so I can maximize the success I could have on a daily micro level. We're not talking about big thing. I'm just saying micro level of getting up every day and operating in such a way that's going to move me towards those end goals and those end dreams. Because just like the scoreboard didn't care, right? The scoreboard only cares about the end score. Business doesn't care either. And I learned that early on, is that business doesn't care how I feel. It only cares what the score is. And if I want to move forward and have success, then I've got to understand that it's about what that scoreboard says, right? The mortgage company doesn't care how I feel. The car note company doesn't care how I feel. And too many times we would get caught up in our feelings and have to understand that if I want to be successful in this thing called entrepreneurship and the free enterprise system, that I've got to establish those success principles, the systems that are going to move me forward to achieve the goals. And then lastly is the action. See, once I got the awareness, once I have the clarity, the belief, and I've established the success principles, it's about taking action. And I'll wrap up with this. We got to take action whether we're ready or not. See, what I learned early on is there was never a time where I drew a line in the sand and said, when I come upon that line, now I'm ready. Napoleon Hill says you get started whether you're ready or not. And I just kept putting one foot in front of the other. Despite the fear, I kept going. Despite the doubt, I kept going. Despite any negative thoughts that came into my mind, I just kept moving forward. And when we kept moving forward and started to build the momentum, right, all of a sudden, the belief, the identity, and everything grew with activity producing results. I'm often asked, Josh, what's the ultimate way to elevate my belief that I can do it? The ultimate way is results. Nothing elevates belief like results, but how do we get to the results? Starts with the awareness, clarity, belief, success principles, and then action. If we put all 5 of those together, or rather, if I work with somebody who's struggling, somewhere in those 5, there's a breakdown, and we can put them all together. Now we can get moving in the right direction. So look, I want to leave you with this. Dream big, believe big, achieve big, and let's go chase down greatness together. Jody, it is a pleasure, Dr. Jody Baer, to be on with you today. God bless.
Well, the pleasure is all mine, but the pleasure's the thousands of people that are going to listen to this just embody. I'm going, I've heard you do the 5 a lot of times, but give me 5. It's the scoreboard success principles, because it's just like going from one base to the other. You go to first, second, third, and home. Okay. You just put an extra 5th one in there just for good measure. That is you, Josh. You are the financial fireman. It's really something, I've got to say. As many times as I've heard you speak, every time I hear you, there's one thing that comes up. You know what it is? You get me fired up. Just get me fired up. That's what we do. That's who you are. You are that personal motivation. Thank you for not only speaking about the life of excellence, just for being that in both your career and your personal life. I love you, Josh Payne, with all my heart.
God bless. Likewise, Dr. Jody, thank you.
Fired up. That's what it's about. My goodness gracious, we're moving in. As Josh said, that area of just personal motivation to now is it dumb luck, opportunity, or. That's day number 12. How this all just energetically worked with our speaker list absolutely is mind-boggling to me, because it is now the incomparable Les Brown. This is in a taped recording of when he did a seminar for us 6 months ago called Disrupt the Shift. And our producer, Dan Gilman, said, should we use it still, because he talks about disrupt the shift? I said, yes, because when he came into this world, he disrupted the shift by being in foster care, to being adopted, to being could have been an orphan, Wesley and Leslie. He disrupted the shift with his life, being 2 rather than 1. He disrupted the shift, becoming America's most predominant, the world's motivational speaker, being an African-American man. Oh, yes. He disrupted the shift. Someone who needs no introduction, but he deserves it anyway. Les Brown, I'm just honored. When I saw my book today, our book, and I saw that it had forward by Les Brown with my name on our book, it was truly, truly an honor of a lifetime, because his heartfelt words, and I realized that it's all about relationships. It's all about relationships so that we can go ahead and be the most that we can be together. He showed me relationships. He showed me all this. And without a doubt, Les Brown is the number one. When you're the GOAT, you don't have to tell anybody. When you're the GOAT, it really shows. And when you look and see that it says Keys to a Life of Excellence, forward by Les Brown, that is his life of excellence, because that's who he is. It's what he does. And that's what he will always be remembered to be, not only in his mentees, but his family and for the rest of his life. So I want to just say a personal congratulations to Serena Brown-Travis, his daughter, who actually got her PhD today as a Doctor of Divinity. Les has passed on his life of excellence to this next generation, his children and grandchildren. So let's take a look, take a listen, hear the energy and life of excellence from Les Brown in his commercial. But then just remember, as he's talking about disrupt the shift, just like up in here, up in here. That is what Les Brown has done. So let's take it to our commercial break with Les Brown.
We make decisions, and our decisions make us. You have something special. You've got greatness in you. When I look at this picture with my brother and I, born in an abandoned building on a floor in a poor section of Miami, Florida called Liberty City, and I was labeled educable mental retarded. They called me DT, the dumb twin. No one could have told me, by investing in myself and learning how to communicate, how to present myself, how to speak to one-on-one or small groups or large audiences, that it would dramatically change my life. I'm 77 now, and I'm looking for people who are serious about becoming successful, about becoming a category king, on how to tell their story about themselves or about their business, or how to monetize their dreams and make a difference on the planet. If that's you, I want you to reach out to me. I'm going to teach you how to tell your story, how to use quotes, how to use humor, how to make people laugh and feel good and cry in their tears. Oh, let me tell you something up in here. People say we have the best training program on the planet and train more successful people than anybody. We make decisions, and our decisions make us. You have something special. You've got greatness in you. And I'm so excited on this beautiful day, wherever you are, or evening, and to be able to share a few thoughts with you about disrupting your life and beginning to look at the disruptions in your life and what do we do with that? How do we handle that? And I'm reminded of the words of James Weldon Johnson. Now I want some of you who are not familiar with, I want you to listen to the words. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chesting rod. When hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We've come over a way that with tears have been watered. We've come treading a path through the blood of the slaughtered. Everything that we experience, everything that we now are taking advantage of, somebody paid a price for it. And one of the most important things that we have to do on an ongoing basis, and I want you to write this down and to honor this moving forward after hearing all the speakers and after this experience, upgrade yourself. I was looking at my computer and ask, are you ready for an update? You want it now or later? And I push now. Usually I say later because it usually takes time. And we really should update our knowledge on a regular basis, update our vision of ourselves on a regular basis, upgrade the vision and the goals and the dreams that we have on a regular basis. Why is that? Why? What's the purpose of updating? Because where you are right now, that level of impact and that place where you are right now and the skill set that got you there, that has expired. And you got to update your skills, your knowledge. That's why Einstein said the thinking that has brought me this far has created some problems that this thinking can't solve. One of the most important things that you're doing, and I congratulate all of you that have been listening and watching, that we are made in the likeness and image of God. Think about that. We're made in the likeness and image of God and been given authority and dominion over everything. Notice, didn't say some things, over everything on the face of the earth. Think about that. Then why is it that most of us die unlived lives? Why is it that Dr. Miles Monroe for years said, rob the cemetery of your gifts and of your talents and of your abilities and of your skills and your leadership and your book and your music and the impact of your life. Why do you say that? Why do we have to say that over and over and over again? Because we have been programmed and are being programmed every day. And so we have to every day stop, check ourselves, and update and upgrade our vision of ourselves, our knowledge, and write this down, our skill set. That not only because of things we have gone through, but things that we are dealing with right now. The goalpost has been pushed back, and there are things that are taking place right now politically to oppress, to deny, to exclude our participation. There's a different space. And here's the success of what's going on right now, and why you're watching me, and why your voice and your story and your knowledge is so important. We have been programmed to be spectators, to be fans. You look at the number of people that watch a summit and listen to speakers sharing their story and their experiences and how they got through and how they got over and how they got to the other side. Look at the number of eyeballs, the number of people who view those. And then you look at the number of people who view old basketball games, boxing matches, football, various acts of foolishness on the internet. The numbers are just minuscule based upon what you're watching right now. And I want you to know you're different. The fact that you're watching me, the fact that you listen to the speakers, you are different. The average person not watching this, they're looking at stuff. Who's the GOAT? And we're going to share, we've been sharing with you how to become the greatest of all times in your own life. Most people in their own lives, they are rookies. They're living a life of mediocrity. Our goal is to help you to begin to not die with your music still in you, as Shakespeare would say. It's about the music. It's about the fire. It's about your mindset of living your life on your terms. Most people aren't doing that because we have been programmed to be fans, to be spectators. And so what happens is that you can get so busy and consumed. And I had to look at myself. I said, wait a minute. What am I supposed to be doing right now? My life has changed. I remember I used to think people in their 40s were old. Now, as of February the 17th, I'm 77. I'm old as Methuselah. Come on, huh? So who does 77? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. I get up real early. Before I get started, I get my little mascara out and I start covering the gray hair. I don't believe in the gray hair. No, homie, don't be playing that, honey. I'll be covering up. Why? My kids say, Daddy, you would look so distinguished with your gray hair. I'm not trying to look distinguished. Hello? I'm trying to look young. Just because I'm 77 don't mean I have to look 77. I don't have to. How many of you agree that I don't have to look like I got one foot on a banana peeling and the other one in the graveyard? If you can feel a brother up in here, just put some fire in the comment section so I can see it. Or say yes, yes, yes. Say yes 3 times. I ain't playing with you. I'm coming for you this afternoon. I'm coming for you. Did you hear me? So we got to get a checkup from the neck up because stuff's happening. We're living at a time where we have instruments, algorithms that know more about us than we know about ourselves. But it's not just the knowing that's dangerous, but the manipulation that's dangerous. I saw something about how to reduce inflammation in your body. I'm a 4th stage cancer conqueror. So I said, let me see what that is. And sure enough, it was an infomercial. It was a commercial about a product, all right? Do you know, I timed it. I got numerous commercials coming on my phone, on my computer, about how to reduce inflammation in your body with herbs, with food, with exercise, with a variety of things. How is that possible? Because they're listening to us. Write this down. Behavioral marketing. They're watching our choices. Do you mind if we follow where you go? When you go to another website looking for something, they have a database and they can distinguish that and pull that stuff out and start marketing and pushing products to you and giving it to advertisers, giving it to corporations. Here's what Les is interested in. He just put something in dealing with his inflammation. And we're going to start marketing to him about that. He also just put something that he wants a 6-pack. He says he only has 1 pack covering up 5 packs. Do we have something for him? Yes, I got something for him. Good. All right. Here's his email. Come on. And this is automated. This is not driven by human beings. This is automated. They're making money off us while they sleep. And while you're looking at this, it's very important. What you tune into, you turn into. The reason that most people are fans and watching, who's the GOAT? Is it LeBron or is it Michael Jordan? Who's the GOAT? Couldn't even afford tickets to the game. Come on. All right, come on. The GOAT. Woo, isn't that just cute? Isn't that? Come on. We're talking about looking at our lives and checking ourselves, because sometimes you can confuse being busy with being productive and being profitable. But here's something else. And I think it happens to you after 40. Here's something else. Time picks up speed after 40. I'm telling you what I know. I'm 77. I'm telling you, once you get 40, you don't get 30 days out of the month. You might get 2 weeks if you are lucky. And listen to me right now. Listen to me. If you got some big bills, guess what? You now don't get 14 days. All right. Now you get about 8. So wait a minute. Did I just pay that bill yesterday? Come on. I mean, life has shifted. It has picked up speed. And so in order to navigate this, in order to live a life of love, of peace of mind, of harmonious relationships, an achievement-driven, heart-centered life, you have to check yourself, update your knowledge and your skill set. And here's something else that's major. You have to look at your relationships. Write this down. Detoxify your life. I want you to think about, what are your goals? What are your dreams? What do you want to do with the rest of your life? And write this down. This is an affirmation I want you to say to yourself every day. Why? Every day. Can you just say it one time? No. McDonald's we know where they are. And every day there's a commercial. Why? They program us to go get their products. They program us to create a thirst. Write this down. The thirst. By saying what I'm going to share with you, it will create a thirst and a hunger to make it happen. It will activate something that's called the reticular activating system. It was designed to help us to begin to identify the things that we want and how to achieve them. They created a missile that was designed, and I want you to follow me on this. been a minute since I talked about this. They created a military device that was designed after the human mind. It was called the teleological missile. The teleological missile, once it got a target in sight, the teleological missile, when it was released, if the target went to the right, the teleological missile, this smart missile, would go to the right. This is technology that has never been done before. If the target goes to the left, the teleological missile would go to the left. Keep in mind, it's designed after the human mind. Listen to me closely. The teleological missile, once it gets a target in sight that it is supposed to hit, when it's released, and if the target vanishes, the self mechanism in the teleological missile will trigger it to self-destruct. Whoa! Whoa! Did you hear me? It's designed after the human mind. We are here for a reason. When someone can destroy your identity, how you see yourself, which takes away the purpose and the meaning of your life and the direction of your life, and you don't have something that you're aiming for, and your life has been disrupted, you engage in self-destructive behavior. Hello, I'll wait, as Dr. Della Tiro would say. Yeah, when you see people, see, life is for living, and you're an energy source. And that energy is going to be used. It will be used destructively or productively. A friend of mine, he was telling me about his mother who was on drugs for years, and he got her to go into a drug program. And when she got out, after a short time, she went back on drugs again. He said, why would you go to a drug program to get off these drugs, and now you back on them again? She said, wait a minute. Don't jump on me about this. This is my life. I only went into that drug program to stop y'all from getting on my nerve, aggravating me and nagging me that I need to go get some help. I didn't want to go, but I decided to do it because I was tired of y'all. Y'all thought I should do it. I think my life is fine, and I'm doing what I want to do. Hello. That's my twin brother Wesley would say. See, people who engage in self-destructive behavior, one, they have a negative image of themselves. People that are listening, you that are listening to me now, each person, every speaker that you hear, the words that they speak, remember, what you tune into, you turn into, is designed to enhance, to empower, to expand your vision of yourself beyond your mental conditioning, beyond your circumstances, beyond the adversities that you have been or are experiencing. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto you. So I want you to write this down. The rest of my life will be the best of my life. I want you to write that down and say, I say it every day. The rest of my life, when I first get up in the morning, oh, thank you, Lord, for a brand new day. All things work together for good for those who love God. Don't mean that every day would be a good day, but there's some good in every day. And the rest of my life will be the best of my life. If you agree with that, if you feel that, if you want to declare that for yourself, he said, thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto you. Come on, somebody. You want to be an advertising agent for yourself. You are the GOAT in your life. And you don't want to be a mediocre player in your life. You don't want to be a spectator and a fan in your life. You don't want to be seated in the bleachers in your life. You want to make actively, in the mindset of Abraham Lincoln, he said, the future belonged to those who create it. See, there's some people you need to get out of your life. Why? Because they will compromise your energy and your power. And when they take away your power and your vision of yourself, you will unconsciously, getting on this path, having nothing to aim for, engage in self-destructive behavior. It might be alcohol. It might be procrastination. It might be surrendering to fear. It might just be not doing the things that you need to do. It might be causing you to lose your focus. This is a time that you want to keep the main thing the main thing. This is a time that you want to be persistent. This is a time that you have to be determined. I was talking to a man who lost his only son, and he said he went in a room and found his son dead in bed from an overdose. He said he fell down on his knees and screamed out to God. And at that point, he didn't want to live. His only son gone. And he heard my voice. If life knocks you down, try and land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. And he rolled on his back and he got up. No, you get older when you stop working, when you stop contributing, when you stop being an active force in life, when you allow the disruptions in your life to allow you to feel like you are old. No, I'm still growing. Age is not determined by the number of Earth days that you have. It's determined, are you still relevant? Are you still making things happen? Are you still participating in life? Are you still engaged? The reason that you're watching me now is there's something in your heart that says, I am not going to die an unlived life. No. And if there's something that someone says at this summit, I know I got some music in me. I know I got some good stuff in me. If there's something said by these speakers, by these coaches, by these trainers, if something is said that's God guided, that will inspire me to get out of my history and live out of my imagination. He said, I'll give you all your eyes can see, and I'm going to listen. I'm going to be present. Present. I'm ready. I'm taking notes up in here. Oh, my time has run out. So I want to say you have something special. You have greatness in you. Bye for now.
Our beloved Dania Zafar embodied beauty, genius, insightful design. Our cover and of Ignite's artistry will find all the details of graphic artistry in her intuitive vision. Her soulful insight is felt through her ingenious design. Dania is reflected in Elton John's Candle in the Wind and John Denver's profound lyrics, It's About Time. We're all in this together. May your artistry live on in all of us and in all of those who experience your visual masterpiece of your cover of this book. It is not the length of your life, but the life of your years. As artists and creatives, we will support guiding these children, and you will too, from afar, in her native hometown in Pakistan, through the School of Hope. Half of all proceeds of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, Keys for a Life of Excellence, will go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Rest in peace, Dania. You've left a legacy. My goodness, we've gone from one living legend to another living legend. Les Brown, when he said goat, we can all be a goat in this life. We can all be that goat to say that we can be the best that we can be because you spent this time together. Disrupt the shift. His shift maker. What is your shift maker? Now we're going in to the foundations of, my goodness gracious, the foundations of self-discipline. At 90 years young, Bernie Siegel, another GOAT. Les Brown in motivational speaking, Bernie Siegel in my area of health and wellness. Bernie Siegel at age 90, I've had the pleasure and the distinctive honor to be chronographing through video for the last, 7 weeks. We have been doing 2 90-minute sessions to just reclaim his memoirs. And how it happened is that it was through, once again, a friend of a friend of a friend. It is the life of excellence. This is the type of thing that happens. It happens for you. It happens for me. It happens for all of us who want this. Dr. Bernie Siegel, as he says, controversial to mainstream. As we chronographed his memoirs that will be coming out sometime in early 2024. So we can get his stories. Everyone, as Les Brown says, everyone has a story. Let's bring this story to life, shall we? Let's bring this story so we know that we can have the best that you can be because you are listening to your calling. You are doing this thing. Dr. Bernie Siegel, his full name is, he said, is Bernard Siegel. The only person that called him Bernard was his mother. He likes to be known as Bugsy. That's his email. But he's a retired American physician, an icon, 20 New York Times best-selling books, known for his love, medicine, and miracles when he brought controversial things into mainstream medicine at Yale University Medical School, a trained pediatric surgeon who brought love into the operating room, put love into everything that he did, including his office visits. He said his life changed when he was mentored by one of his patients. And he said, how can I learn to live between office visits? So we kind of hit on 3 things in this taped recording. About 2 Bibles. I quoted that in day 22, my author postscript in our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You. Bernie gave me quite a compliment this morning. He goes, I got my book. I like how it looks. I like how the pages look. It looks like a good one. But he wrote and gave me this quote on the back of the book. It says, Jody Baer is an extraordinary human being and compassionate healer. Bernie Siegel is the most amazing human being and the most compassionate healer. Taking what his patients said, how can I live between office visits? And what did he do? He went ahead and wrote a book that became New York Times best-selling book within a week, How to Live Between Office Visits. So let's learn how we live to be 90, full of vitality, through his angel George, and through anything else that he happened to say in this next 15 minutes of pure wisdom, pure icon, pure GOAT in the medical healing field, as Les Brown, GOAT in the motivational field. Let's take a look, take a listen, and feel the Dr. Bernie Siegel. To a man that needs no introduction, Dr. Bernie Siegel is going to talk about his 90 years of living a life of excellence. So Dr. Bernie, I want you to speak to everyone who will be hearing this now and in the future. The controversial Dr. Bernie Siegel turned mainstream.
Yes. I think the trouble is I was mainstream, and that's why I was seen as controversial. And when I say mainstream, I mean it's all the empowerment that one can provide to people, what's available to them in the process of creation. And what we're capable of You know, instead of saying, oh, that's a miracle, that's spontaneous, why not say to people, it's self-induced. Let me teach you how to do that. And I have found, for instance, that faith is incredible. I mean, this really happened to me in terms of how it helped me. But I had this trance-like state in which my Lord said to me, Bernie, I want you to kill the neighbor's daughter. He's imposing on our property and he doesn't listen. I want to teach him a lesson. So I went. When I said to him, well, what if I go, let me kill him? Why her? No, I want you to do it. And what if I don't? I'll kill you. All right, I'm going. The young woman I killed, and this is in a past life, turned out to be my wife in this life. And I killed her and her dog in their bedroom at night and in their castle where they lived. And then I came back to my Lord and I said, all right, you happy now? I killed her and her dog. And he said, I didn't do this. You did it. And I went to see a therapist because I was just shattered by this whole experience. I mean, I don't know how to explain it to people who may be watching this, but it's like you're watching a movie of yourself, but you're in the movie too. You're playing a role. So I went to a Jungian therapist friend and I said, look, I don't know what this is about, what I'm to learn from it. And he said, well, what is it? I said, well, my Lord asked me to kill the neighbor's daughter. I said, Bernie, did you hear what you said? What? My Lord. I said, it was the Lord of the castle. No, Bernie, it's your Lord. And boy, when those words hit me, I knew what I was meant to learn, because I've always questioned Abraham when asked to sacrifice his child. I've always, with my crazy sense of humor, pictured myself as Jesus and what I would have done. And I'm not kidding. If I could perform miracles, I would have pulled my hands free and jumped off the cross and said to everybody, do you see what I just did? Now know what I'm capable of and pay attention to me. But why didn't Jesus do that? And again, it's defining who your Lord is. And boy, I really woke up and it changed the direction of my life. To think about your Lord and having that kind of faith and doing what your Lord asks of you. And another thing that hit me was I was painting portraits of everybody in the family. I'm an artist. This was years ago, and my way of healing myself. And I don't know if I told you this story, but one day when I came home and the kids and pets all knew somebody's going to get painted tonight, their portrait, because I picked one every night. And every child, there was 5 of them, and every pet, which was dozens, ran away from the house. So I stopped my car in the driveway and yelled, what's wrong? Is there a fire? What's happening? And I heard this high-pitched voice, no, we don't want to pose for you. We're tired of sitting for hours. I said, all right. I'll paint the portrait of myself. I'll put a mirror up. Come on back in the house. And boy, these unhappy pets and kids turned around and went back in the house. But it was meant to be. I'm sure my Lord worked that one out, because I put a mirror up, painted myself in a cap, mask, and a gown as if I were in the operating room. So if you come in the house, you don't know it's me. I'm all hidden. And then I was blown away because I put a little label on the painting, the frame, that said, the high priest. And I thought, what the hell am I talking about, the high priest? Why did I put that there? Well, Jung answered me. He said, the reason monks shave their head is symbolic of their desire to uncover their spirituality. And that year I painted that portrait was the same year I shaved my head. And boy, did I learn a lot from those few things, and why that name on the painting. And I call it, I can't believe I haven't said this to you, that was my cover-up phase of my life. And from that moment on, I uncovered everything, my feelings, my life, and, you know, and that's when I became controversial, because if you hide things, people don't know you're controversial. But as soon as you start talking about it, oh, that's crazy. Oh, that can't be. What's he talking about? And actually, that's why I tell people, when crazy things happen to you, talk about them. So when they have something happen, they'll call you and say, hey, I got a story to tell you now, you know? And that's what happened to me at the hospital and in my office. People started coming in to say, I know I can talk to you. And they weren't my patients, but they came to the office.
Yes.
And at the hospital too, I'd get paged. Would you come to my room? Because I know I could talk to you. All the others think I'm crazy. And these were mystical events, which I can't believe I haven't talked to you about. But, you know, people had transplants. And
yes, talk about the transplant with the motorcycle accident. I want to hear that.
Yeah, this was a woman who had a heart-lung transplant. She said, please come to my room. And I need to talk to somebody about this because nobody's helping me. And she told me that after the heart-lung transplant, and this is a small woman, you know, so this is a big part of her is now somebody else. And she said a young man came and told me that we're together forever and that my heart and lungs are in his heart and lungs are in me. And they all think I'm crazy here. See, controversial. And I said to her, talk to him, find out his name, because the hospital won't reveal the origin of the donor organs. So she did that, gave me a name. I called her family and I told them to search the obituaries in Connecticut around that time, and they found the name, and we called the family, and boom, yes, it's his organs are in her. We also said, you know, she took a motorcycle ride, which she had never done before when she got out of the hospital. They said, yes, he died in a motorcycle accident. He loved it, riding motorcycles, and she took the ride on his birthday. So she wrote a book called A Change of Heart, Claire Sylvia. It was incredible. But again, you can't deny it. All the facts fit together and had to be true. And so, as I said, I have messages from dead patients, dead family members, from one of my patients who's a mystic. And the thing, how I test people is I don't call them and tell them anything. You know, but for instance, my wife died on a Thursday.
Please tell that story. That's a great one, Bernie. Keep going.
Yeah. And, you know, on Saturday morning, the phone rings. So I pick it up and it's Monica. Hello, Bernie. Your wife, Bobby, is fine. I got a call. And by that, she means a message, not a phone call. I got a call from a woman who was an opera singer. And she said, Bobby's fine. Everything's all right. She's back with family and so forth. And my mother-in-law was an opera singer. Now, how is Monica going to know that? She never met my mother-in-law, who had died many years ago. And so, again, when things like that happen, you know there's truth in them because it verifies the truth. And so I've learned to believe even things I can't explain. Well, how can you explain life and creation? You can't. I mean, what are you going to say how it happened?
It just happened. How about that one where you talk about, you're saying PMS. The older I can become, the more mystical, practical, mystical,
and spiritual.
Spiritual, please.
What do you want me to tell you?
Anything that comes to your mind, Bernie, because I love your mind.
Well, see, I don't deny what I experience. Let's put it that way. And even if I can't explain it, if I know something happened, it's real. I mean, one example, I have an angel named George. I mean, that alone is mystical.
That was going to be my next question. I wanted to hear about George.
Something because I feel he often is urging me and giving me thoughts and leading to my doing things. And one day in the operating room, the anesthesiologist announced to me as I was working on this man's intestine, Bernie, his heart stopped. I can't get it going again. I'm going to call the morgue and get a stretcher to take his body. And something, again, that's why I say it's probably George, comes booming into my head. Because I suddenly looked up and it's like I saw the patient's spirit there. And I yelled out, Johnny, come on back. It's not your time yet. And I don't know where that came from. That's, again, I'd say George used me to yell. Come on back. It's not your time yet. And everybody in the room is looking at me. You know, medical students, nurses, anesthesiologists. But what happened? The anesthesiologist said, his heart started again. Oh my God, he said, I love working with you. And then everybody in the operating room laughed. But his heart had stopped and now it's beating again and he recovered completely. Now, what made me yell that? I didn't think of it. It just came shooting out of my mouth. And that's why I say I think it's my angel. And subsequently, as I began to give lectures and realized I wasn't giving the lecture, it was flowing out of me. People saw George standing in front of me or next to me and even described him in detail and what he was wearing. And I know my first book, I mean, I didn't know it then, Love, Medicine, Miracles, became, you know, a worldwide bestseller. I didn't write it, I spoke it because I'm not a writer. The only C in college I got was creative writing. Crazy. And they won't raise my grade either. I wrote to my college and they thought I was nuts and sent me a serious letter about not being allowed to alter grades after graduation. But the reason I say that is, how did I write a book and not write it? I got a tape recorder and I sat down like I'm sitting here at home and I just started talking into the tape recorder. All the things I thought of could be in the book. And it was hour after hour after hour to sharing everything. And then it was, you know, with editorial and writers who knew about writing, they put it together and made a book out of it. And I can remember reading it to my wife because I wanted to know it was me, you know, it sounded like me. And she knew how I talked. So if I was reading it to her, she'd say, no, that's not you. You have to fix that. And others, oh yeah, that's you. It sounds like you. So we blended it and edited it and it came out that way.
So Bernie, the last thing that I want to do for this portion, and this is marvelous because our summit is going to be speaking on a life of excellence. Bernie Siegel, Bugsy, that is you, the controversial to mainstream doctor that really, really changed the world. When you said you have two Bibles, one you read and one you live. Please close with that. Thank you.
Well, I want to give credit where credit is due, and that's to your parents, because they create you and you live the life that they, in a sense, put into you. with the love, with the freedom from rejection and judgment, you know, of just being yourself, even shaving my head. I mean, the barber didn't want to do it. I had to lie to him that I was going out of town. Our kids were mortified. But then, you see, the fact that I was different gave them freedom. I got blamed for things that our children, the 5 of them, did in school, and even when one of them was a lawyer. He said something in the office and he heard somebody in the background questioning it. And another one said, look, do you know who his father is? So it's like, what do you expect to come out of him when he has a father like that? And that's the part I learned, that if you grow up with security, you can be different. And if you learn being, you know, you're making a mistake, or fine, they correct you, edit you, coach you. That's the part. They can reparent you. That's something I learned. As a matter of fact, my way of picking a good hospice is I say to people, if you want to pick a good hospice, ask them, do you have dropouts and graduations? What do I mean by that? You go to a hospice to die, and they help you get your life in order. Let's suppose there's a kid of yours you haven't talked to in 20 years because you had such a
beautiful
life. And then the kid shows up and you reconnect. You say, well, I don't think I'll die now. I'm going home. So the hospices that have graduations and dropouts are the ones that I suggest everyone use, because they'll help you to live until you're ready to die.
Bernie Siegel, you have lived a life of excellence. Thank you for sharing.
When you live in your heart, magic happens.
Yes, he was magic. Les Brown was magic. What an honor to have people telling their stories of just still, as Les Brown says, the rest of my life is going to be the best of my life. Bernie said to me last week, he said, I still have chapters left. That is truly living a life of excellence. It's got to be George. It's got to be George and him. And frankly, I am so grateful that we have commemorated these 2 amazing gentlemen, these icons in our culture, today's culture. And now we're going on to living and being tension-free. I know that Dr. Mike VanThielen knows what that is like, being a world-class athlete, record holder, living tension-free so you can do the most that you can be. When I introduce him, I always have to say, I too had a health scare 24 years ago, stage 4 melanoma, a situation where Dr. Mike VanThielen just eased me. This was truly a moment in his practice as being a life of excellence. He just said, well, you're not going anywhere, because I'm not going to be 0-1 for my first patient. And here we are 24 years later, bringing Dr. Mike VanThielen. He's had more than one patient since then, bringing him in to saying he's not only a world-class swimmer, record holder, acupuncture physician, holistic nutritionist, PhD, but he is a biohacking expert. This is what he speaks on. This is what he has recently written on. So it was with great pleasure and an honor to bring Dr. Mike VanThielen. Dr. Mike, the next 12 minutes are yours.
Hey, Jody, thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be part of your great events. So yeah, you guys asked me a little bit, talk about self-discipline. So let's do that, because if we talk about self-discipline and reaching our goals and our dreams, we really have to look at life as a struggle between self-control and self-indulgence. And so self-control would give us strength and happiness and health and fulfillment in life, while self-indulgence would, in the long term at least, lead to sickness and misery. And most of us, unfortunately, are enslaved by our habits. And so we tend to focus on the pleasures of the moment. So our greatest need today is self-control, and self-discipline then becomes our only saving force. Now, let's talk a little bit about that self-discipline and how we can instill that, since that's our saving force. Well, there's actually 5 keys or 5 foundational elements to really get self-disciplined. Number 1, purpose. All right, we need to really identify our purpose in life, because our purpose are our dreams, our goals. And most of us, as our listeners know, when we're born, we're pushed in a certain direction. We're supposed to go to school, then we're supposed to go to college and graduate, and then we're supposed to work for somebody else till we're 65, and then hopefully we can live those golden years, which usually don't come. Or our parents or friends or teachers steer us a certain direction. If dad's a lawyer, he probably wants you to go to law school. His mom's a physician, she probably wants you to go to med school. But it's time that we stop. Whether you're 20, 30, 50, 70 years old today, we need to stop and ask ourselves, what is our passion in our life? What brings fire in our stomach? What are our dreams? What are our superpowers? And are we contributing those superpowers to the world? Because the world needs us today. And so that's the first thing, it's purpose. Because when you don't have fire and passion, you know, how can you ever be disciplined to reach any goals or dreams? If you're working for somebody else in a job you don't like, you know, you can't expect any self-discipline. So first, purpose in life. There's many things that you can do, exercises with coaches, such as Jody and myself and many of the speakers on here, to identify what your life purpose is. So that's key number 1. It's a foundational key. Number 2 is we need to take control of our life. Most of us are going and going and going each and every day, going to the job, the boss throws something at us. We're bombarded with over 14,000 digital message each and every day. And our brain cannot organize that chaos. Then we come home, we got to bring the kids to soccer, we got to take care or do something for the spouse, and it's this rat race, right? And so if we don't know what tomorrow brings, next week brings, next month, next year brings, then obviously there's uncertainty, there's worry, there's fear, which in many cases ends up in anxiety and depression and other mental conditions. So again, step number 2, we need to regain control of our life, of our social media. We need to control our agenda, our calendar. We need to start scripting our life so that we gain control, because control creates clarity. And the more clear we are about today, about tomorrow, next year, our goals and our dreams, the less stress we have. So that's number 2, regain control of your life. Number 3, in order to do that, in order to achieve our dreams, in order to achieve our goals, we can never reach our highest potential by ourselves. So we need to surround ourselves with people. I call them a team of experts that have been there, that are strong where you are weak. People that we need to reach that highest potential, and we need to identify those people. And then we need to make a plan and a strategy to reach those dreams and goals. You know, in any business, we have to make a plan, but in your own personal life, you need to do that too. And the plan doesn't have to be complicated. It could be simply a piece of paper that says, what are your goals? What are your dreams? Who do you want to be? What do you want to accomplish? What do you consider your successes? And then surround yourself with that team, right? And so once you put that plan together, you need to mold, you know, all these activities into what we call today power routines. For example, myself, I have 4 power routines every day. I have a morning power routine, an evening power routine. I have a dream power routine, which is each and every day I do something, whether it's only half an hour or an hour, an incremental step to reach my goals and dreams. And the 4th power routine I have is a biohacking power routine, which means is I implement strategies and technologies to objectively try to reverse my biological age, right? So, but you too, once you have a plan, a strategy, your goals, a team of experts surrounded with you, now you really need to make a plan and a strategy which molds into power routines, which are routines that work for you, routines that you can count on. Now, let's go back to that dream, because if your dream is not scary, it is not good enough, right? So your dream needs to be big. But when dreams are big and scary, most people tend to think, oh, I can't accomplish those dreams. I can't accomplish those goals. And so they give up or they don't even start. And that's where the key of a good plan comes in, because the dream may be overwhelming and big, but the plan gives us incremental steps, little things to do each and every day that brings us that one step closer to those goals and dreams. So every day we can get up with fire and passion in our stomach, and we can think to ourselves, oh, I get to get up, I get to do this, I get to do that. And we accomplish that at the end of the day, and we take that small incremental step closer to our dreams and our goals. We feel that fulfillment, and at that point, nothing can stop us to reach those goals and dreams, because that is scripting your life, creating those power routines, and that will, automatically be a discipline, a self-discipline, controlling your agenda, knowing exactly what tomorrow brings, next week, next month brings. That's discipline, executing those things on your personal calendar. So that's number 3. Number 4 is, in order to accomplish that, most of us will have to get out of their comfort zone. And we heard people talk about the comfort zone many times, but the comfort zone, when you want to get out of there, you need to be educated. You need to make it easy to get from the comfort zone into the next growth zone. The way to do that is understanding what the comfort zone is, understanding what to expect when you step out of that comfort zone. When you get out of the comfort zone, you enter the fear zone. When you leave the fear zone, you enter the learning zone. That's where you're going to learn these new skills that you need to accomplish your dream and your goals. And then once you get out of the learning zone, you enter the new growth zone. And eventually that new growth zone then becomes what? Another comfort zone that you eventually have to leave, so you can continue to upgrade your life, your body, your mind, whatever it is. And, just to give you an example about the comfort zone, what I teach my mentees is, look, this is what we can expect. And this is another thing we can expect is, when you come up with a new idea, or you're going to work on your dreams and your goals, and you share it with your loved ones, your family, your colleagues, most of them are going to talk you down and say, oh, that's not a good idea. You're taking too many risks. You won't be able to achieve those goals and dreams. And that's not because they don't want to support you. It's because they are comfortable with you being in their comfort zone. And that's why they want you to leave that comfort zone. So when you educate yourself on the comfort zone, and you know what to expect, and you have a coach or a guide or a mentor to show you the pitfalls, then it's going to be much, much easier to leave that comfort zone and grow. And then the last key set to self-discipline and being able to reach your goals and dreams in life is mindset. I'm sure people talked about mindset before, but all of us have false core beliefs based on our past experiences. And so you really need to start looking into, shaping your blueprint and your belief system so that you actually 100% believe that you can reach those big goals and dreams. Because if there's any doubt in your mind that you can't reach those dreams, then the universe has 2 options: failure or success. However, if there's no doubt in your mind that you, with your plan, your strategy, your passion, your team of experts and your coaches and your mentors, that you will reach those dreams, then the universe has only one option, and that's a big win. So we need to really work on that mindset, belief system. And today there's so many tools, technologies, and strategies available, such as breath work, visualization, manifestation, brain tap, and you name it, that facilitate us, even the common person, to get into those or tap into those different brain waves, get into this meditative states, and really work on that mindset. The mindset, or the mind, not only controls our body, but really creates our future. So I would say, Jody and listeners, those are the 5 foundational elements that we need for self-discipline. And again, self-discipline is what we need the most. It's our saving force so we don't fall into chasing short-term indulgences, because most people, are in those bad habits and they don't think long-term. They are forgetting about the great treasures in life, which is health, abundance, and living for service. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jody, please unmute. I'm not even sure why it hit me on mute. Thank you. That's why we have a great production team back here. I can say truthfully that Dr. Gary Sanchez goes into that place. He goes into that place to tell us what Mike talked about. Dr. Mike said, it is about your mindset. How can you biohack? How can you make sure that you rejuvenate? How you can have the best of your life? This is truly your why. Dr. Gary Sanchez not only is a dentist, is a full-time dentist, had a thriving practice, and just found out that he needed to give more in life. There's a theme here. International speaker, author, dentist, and inventor, known as Dr. Y. And after this commercial break, you will find out why. Take a look, take a listen, but write down thewhyinstitute.com right after this commercial break.
Now, more than ever, we need to come together to connect with one another. We need to feel the truth in who we are and let go of everything that's happened in the past. We need to empower every person on the planet and awaken hearts, enliven souls, come together, laugh, play, rejoice, connect, create, and love. It's time to ignite humanity. We want you to be a part of something that will impact the future for everyone. We want you to tell your story, share your Ignite moment, show people who you truly are. Be a part of igniting humanity and making a difference in the world and all of our futures.
So much for that great introduction. Now, today we're going to be talking about living a life of excellence. And I believe that living a life of excellence is really more of a journey. You never really get there, and you're always striving to get there, though. But what we want to think about is, how do you get moving in that direction? How do you start that journey? What is the starting place? What is your first step? You see, I believe that the first step in living a life of excellence is self-awareness, is knowing who you are. And then the first step in self-awareness is knowing your why. And when I speak at events around the world, I'll often say something like, when you know your why, what you do has more impact. And people will come up to me and they'll say, yeah, I agree with you. In fact, I know my why. And I'll say, great, what's your why? And they'll take out their phone and they'll show me pictures of their kids on their phone, and they'll say, this is my why. My kids are my why. Or they'll show me a picture of a little red dress, and they'll say, I got to get into this dress in 6 months, and so that's why I'm working out the way I'm working out. Or they'll say, I'm launching my new book or my new business. And so that's my why. And while what they're talking about is really important, what they're talking about is more like a short-term motivation for doing things the way they're doing it. When their kids grow up or the businesses move on, they lose their why. What we're going to be talking about is something much more profound. Why you do what you do everywhere you go. So let me ask you some questions. Think about this for a minute. Why do you do what you do? No, really, why do you do what you do? And sometimes, maybe even more importantly, why don't other people just do things the way you think they should be done? Why do they do things their own way? Why do you have passion for some things? Why do you have energy for some things? Why do you walk into a room and quickly connect with some people and others you don't connect with at all? Why do you react the way that you react? Why do you behave the way you behave? Now, those are some pretty challenging questions, right? But when we're done today, you're going to see how you can very easily answer those questions so that you can live a life of excellence. So here's our agenda. I want to start by talking about why do you need to know your why. Then I want to share with you, is there something actually better than why that can help you even more? And if so, what is it and how do I use it? So that's our agenda. Let's start with, why do you need to know your why? Well, Simon Sinek says you should start everything with your why, and I agree with him. When you know your why, what you do has more impact. Tony Robbins says, when you know your why, you'll know how to live. So it gives you the roadmap on how to live your life. Michael Hyatt says, when you know your why, you'll know your way. So it gives you the way to live your life. Friedrich Nietzsche says, he who has a why to live can bear almost any how. So it gives you the grit to hang in there when times are tough, right? Because they will get tough on this road to living a life of excellence, but it gives you the grit to hang in there. And Mark Twain says that the two most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. So it's one of the two most important days in your life is finding your why. You know, I actually believe that when you know your why, you're really only 1/3 of the way there. You're only 1/3 of the way there. What? Really? Well, how could that be? What is the other 2/3? That's what I want to share with you. Something that's even better, even stronger, even more powerful than just knowing your why. You see, when I graduated from USC Dental School in 1988, that's me there on the right, the advice that I was given at that time from the gurus was build a great product and people will come. Go out and do the best job you can and people will naturally and mysteriously find you. So I spent 20 years doing that, going to the best institutes, working with the best mentors, building a beautiful practice, having all the technology, having a really well-trained team. I had a great what, but 20 years later, I ended up right here, burnt out, ready to quit, practice not growing, feeling like the best kept secret in Albuquerque. And that's when I heard about this concept of why from Simon Sinek, right? Everybody knows what they do. Some people know how they do what they do, but very few know why they do what they do. And the ones that know why are the ones that connect in a much deeper way that allows you to make a decision to buy their product, service, or join their cause because it feels right. And when I heard this, I was like, that's what I'm missing. I've got a great what, but I don't know my why. So I called Simon. I said, Simon, I need you to help me discover my why. So he and I spent about 8 months together going back through my life looking for clues. And we kept working with it and working with it. I finally figured out my why. My why is to find a better way and share it. So I went back and figured out what Simon is trying to do, and I made it better. So instead of taking 6 or 8 or 10 months, I could help you discover your why in about an hour. And I started doing this for anybody that would let me. And I did it for thousands of people for free, all over the world, on stages, on Skype, live, in person. Remember, I'm a dentist, so while you're sitting in my dental chair getting getting numb, I helped you discover your why. And I started to notice patterns and trends and similarities. And I figured out that there's only 9 different whys. 9 different whys. And every one of us has all of them. But one of them is more dominant than the others. And that's the one that becomes your why. And so I found out that when you know your why, you get to see yourself in one dimension. You go from unaware to aware, from not knowing to knowing. But when you add your how you do what you do, you start to see yourself in 2 dimensions, which is much better. But even better than that is when you know your why, your how, and your what. We call that your YOS, your Y operating system. And that's when you get to see yourself in 3 dimensions. That's when it becomes clear. That's when you have the clarity to move forward faster, have a bigger impact, and live a life of excellence. And you know, we've done this now with millions and millions of chickens. And I can tell you that Nestor here is very clear on his YOS and how to live his life of excellence. He knows exactly where he should be, right? So what is a YOS? Your YOS is why you do what you do. It's your motivation. It's how you bring your why to life. It's a process that you use. And it's ultimately what you bring, the deliverable. So it's your motivation, your process, and your deliverable. And that's what gives you that clarity. Like I said, when you have all 3, you see yourself in 3 dimensions. So let me give you an example. Let's see how this plays out in real life and how we can help Dee Baer live a life of excellence. So what we do when we meet people for the first time is we create a narrative around what we think we see. So if you look at Dr. Jody's picture there, what are some of the things that come to mind for you? What are some of the narratives that you create around what you think you see? See, we look at their hair and their jewelry and the way they're dressed and their posture and their smile, and we create that narrative. So based on that, you could say that Dr. Dee Baer is sweet, is nice, is helpful, is ready to take action with you, but you really don't know. So when I tell you that her why is actually just like mine, to find a better way and share it. She is always looking to find better ways to do things. Now this event makes sense. Her business makes sense. Her coaching makes sense. She's helping people find a better way. Now, how she does that is by challenging the status quo and thinking differently. So if you've spent any time with her, you know how true that is. She does not follow a set path. She thinks outside the box. She needs a big playground to play. She's not going to do it the traditional and typical way. She's going to think differently. And ultimately, what she brings is a way to contribute, add value, have an impact in the lives of others. And so her why is better way, her how is to challenge the status quo, and her what is contribute. So now when you look at her picture, it strips away what you think you're seeing, and it brings forward what's really there. And it does the same thing for Dr. Dee Baer. She now sees herself and understands herself and has the clarity to articulate that to the world so that it can help her live that life of excellence. Now, how will it help her live the life of excellence? If we Jody picks a career where she's able to help people find a better way, help them think outside the box, and help them find a way to have a bigger impact, how do you think that's going to work for her? She's going to love it. She's going to have passion for it. She's going to be excited about it. She can't wait to get up in the morning to do it. She'll quit everything else she's doing. She would do it for free. And I'm sure she has. Because that's where she should spend her time. That's where she gets to live her gift. That's where she gets to live her why operating system. Now, we could dive a lot deeper into this if we had time, but I want you to know that this is the first step. If you start with this for yourself, knowing your YOS, then making those decisions, figuring out where to go, finding your passion, finding your purpose, finding your direction becomes so much easier when you know your YOS. It only takes about 8 minutes. So in 8 minutes, you can discover your why, your how, and your what, and it will create your message for you, just like you saw us do for Dr. Dee Baer. And so I believe that if Mark Twain was on this call right now, sitting here next to me, Mark Twain would say, the 2 most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you find your YOS, your Y operating system, because it's that much more powerful. It will help you that much more, 3 times more powerful than just knowing your why. Now, will that make your life easier? Maybe. Could it make your life more challenging but more fulfilling? Possibly. It's a great question to ask Dr. Dee Baer. So I've got a gift for all of you. I've given you the Why Discovery for free. The Why Discovery will take you through finding your why, getting you through knowing your why. And you can see how just knowing your why will feel to you. So you can use this QR code for the next 24 hours to discover your why. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. And hopefully now you can see clearly the first step in self-awareness, which is the first step in living a life of excellence.
Wow, 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 wow. Now we got a QR code. We know that we're all going to be in our 5th dimension of our life, thanks to Kimberly Merridth. We now know that that 5th dimension starts in our daily step and our daily action of being in the 21 days to your best you. Now we know why and how and what we're going to do in our 3-dimensional life of the Y Institute. Thank you, Gary Sanchez. I just got to give a real shout out to you. I'm so thrilled to be your guest on your podcast on Thursday. It's going to be an extraordinary time. And he was my guest on Life's a Milkshake Moment. I said, well, let's just go ahead and do this. I had already done my why, but I'd only done 1/3 of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we went in and did the other 2 right on air on live. So who knows what's going to happen Thursday at 4. Check him out, theyinstitute.com. But now we're going to check out one of my besties. One of my besties that came into my life thanks to Manny Lopez. It's a friend of a friend of a friend. That's how you build those connections. I've always said in the social sphere of life, we come in this world alone, we go out of this world alone, but in between the dashes, we need each other. You see me put your hand on your heart, you feel your pulse, then you put the other hand and the pulse gets stronger. That's what Renee Brown has done for me, being in my life. She is absolutely one of a kind. This one of a kind young lady is absolutely, she is a marketing consultant, 35 years of doing things from marketing to you name it. She's gone ahead and gone in and been, are you ready for this? She did coding. Okay, Toya and Dan, you got to listen to this one, production team. She did coding at 12. She knew AI in the 90s. Okay, this woman is beyond significantly intelligent. But she had a piece in her life, she may talk about this, where she could have quit. A life of excellence. She could have quit, but she said, as her assigned day was, just like Gary's was, to find a mentor and a mastermind. We found our YOS, didn't we? We found our electronic mastermind. Now, Renee is coming in her day. These were just random days. As Forbes Riley said, why was mine avoiding emotional slumber? It just happened that way. It was just the thing that it made everything flow. Well, it makes sense that the flow right now is with Renee Brown, because hers is simply don't quit. As a CEO and co-founder of a next step recovery systems. Next step is what she does. Next step is how she makes this world better. But she has a non-for-profit that are putting the chronically homeless to work with a purpose and a job. My. Her recidivism rate in her recovery center outside of Sandy, Utah, is the lowest of any place west of the Mississippi. It's a natural place. It is one of a space and a place where they just help people. Renee is also featured on Dr. Talk. Come play in our health sandbox. She is also going to be a featured author with our next compilation series, Healthopedia. In the name of my network that JB Owen gave me, and the name of this first compilation book, which with JB says, and she just graced me. She said, you need to step out of the nest. And that's what we're doing. Renee has helped me step out of this nest to put this compilation book together. Healthopedia, Foundations of Health. By the way, Dr. Bernie Siegel will be the leading author in this book with his life and his life of excellence. It will be amazing, but the next 12 minutes will be amazing for sure, because Renee Brown, you have graced our stage.
I just want to thank you for just such a warm intro, Dr. Jody, and being in my life. You just, you add so much love and value, and I just appreciate you so much for everything you do for others. And you're just such a giving being. Thank you for that. So today, talking about getting out of comfort zones just a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to step out a little bit further away from business, a little bit further, definitely far away from technology, which is a comfort zone for me. And I'm going to share some personal experiences, but really the theme of what I want to deliver as far as a message is impact and cause. And what's in us all to create a difference for our world, for our community. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in some different contexts that we can take a look at. And I'm going to begin by just talking about success in general. I love the topic of success because I think every day is a day that is full of so much success if we stop and we count all of the small achievements that just happen from morning all the way to evening. And I'll tell you what that does if you can just stop to do that. And it's kind of like stopping to smell the roses, if you will. What that does is it just raises our vibration and our vision, and it really affects those around us, and those in our household especially deserve our very best. So I'm going to begin by really acknowledging small successes throughout every single day. But I also want to talk about success where it's just a little bit bigger, a little bit more than sometimes what we talk about. So with that, I kind of want to paint some context and maybe share a recipe, if you will, for how can we take a look at what we're going through and how can we look at it and use it as an element of change, a new beginning, a new life, a new business, what have you. Now, typically what happens when people are about to do something different, something large, something that will help improve the community, is they've been through a personal pain, a challenge, and it's something that they had to work really hard to get through. And life is a we program. It's not just about our will and what we're able to do alone. It's about others touching us and helping us. But when we've gone through something that is so tremendous, sometimes that leaves us with this passion that we want to hold space for somebody else so that they don't have to go through what we just went through. And the greater the challenge, the more the impact, the joy, and the absolute relief of getting through a hardship is truly relational to the why that we'll have and that we've spoke so much about today, the why, as far as how many people do we have the energy and the capacity to affect. So with that, I'm going to add one more template that I talk about, because there's a lot of people that are afraid. Maybe I haven't gone to school. I don't know who I really am. I don't know if enough people would even want to hear what I've been through. I don't know how to frame what it is that I've been through as far as a challenge. I have a recipe, and Gary gave us so much insight today, and I just have a little bit of a twist on what he's already said. So my template for beginning something new, speaking about something passionately, creating a new business, what have you, a cause, is the ability to look inside after going through a life-changing experience and grabbing hold of what you know. So the first step is really intimately knowing what you know. Second to that is knowing how you know. That's our heart energy. That's when it's going to attract people. It is our unique credential, far greater than a college credential, is knowing how we know what we know. Lastly, knowing how to teach and tell what we know. And that ability alone, these 3 steps, is really a strong template to go out there and do something new and know that your heart energy and your life experience and what you've been through is more than enough to create a change and make a difference. So I'm going to open up with a personal story that I have. My world used to be technology, as Jody alluded to. I began programming from the age of 12. I was teaching emerging international technology and really enjoying everything. I had a marriage in my 20s, and it was happy. He was a programmer, I was a programmer, and the whole world was ahead of us. Now something happened. An 18-year-old girl hit our car, and it gave my ex-husband permanent back damage. I had sustained a TBI, and that year, that was around the 2000s, OxyContin wasn't being talked about. Immediately, he got addicted. And I really look at it as a death divorce, because spiritually, what that drug did to him, he was really not able to be who he was. And it really impacted his life. And it was a struggle. And at the time, insurance didn't cover recovery like it does today. There really wasn't that option. And if anybody is truly addicted, there really isn't any money. So very sadly, we did part ways. And my husband now fondly talks about my ex-husband as his husband-in-law. And I'm grateful that he has the beautiful heart that he does. And he truly is my soulmate. I married 3 years after the what I call the death divorce. And I was immediately blessed with my husband, Mike, that I get to work with today. We're able to do everything together. And we have 3 beautiful daughters, long awaited for children for me. I would have never have married for children, but I always wanted to be a mother. And I'm so grateful for that experience, because it's just really part of the core of who I am. And I'm very grateful for my life and everything in it. I had a daughter who wasn't speaking. She wasn't moving. She wasn't communicating, nor was she looking to communicate. And I wasn't sure what to do. I was told that she would grow out of it because at the time, nothing was known really about her condition. And I had her in a special ed preschool. And even there, I was told how lucky she was. One day she would grow out of this and everything would be fine. Then I had the district psychologist take a look at her situation, and she told me something different. She said, your daughter will never be able to do really anything with her life. And I just want to prepare you for that. Deep breath in. So immediately what I did is I got the best appointment that I could with a neuropsychologist, and I got a diagnosis. But what I didn't get is any help about what to do. So the diagnosis was autism, and the what to do I had to discover on my own. So with the passion and love as a mother, 5 hours a night, all I did is I looked into neuroscience. I loved computer science, but neuroscience became my newfound passion. And I read and read apraxia, dyspraxia, nonverbal learning disorder, the borderlands of autism, things that weren't accepted, things that were. And then what happened is it came time to make decisions about what to do. So I went ahead, and I'm the only mother to date in my state to do this, but I did enroll my daughter after kindergarten into a dual immersion Spanish program. And that is actually evidence-based to help the brain with the neuroplasticity and all of that. And it was a really good decision that I did that. I'm really glad today that I really just immersed myself in the neuroscience. But something else I discovered along the way was that executive function, which became my focus, it's the part of the brain that's responsible for how well we're able to function cognitively as well as socially. I began to look into that. That became my focus. And I went ahead and I participated in a mastermind. I participated in a mastermind because I knew I was going to have to do something radically different with my life. Treatment back then, according to CNN, and this was 14 years ago, was $100,000. That is life-changing, is what that is. So I had to look at either putting my very young daughter on disability, which would have given her the needed insurance to be able to pay for the therapies and the services that she needed, as well as additional financial support. But it came with a lot of rules and a lot of regulations, which really revealed that it was a glorified arm of welfare. And I had to make a hard decision with Mike. What were we going to do? So we went ahead and we did some thinking. One of the first businesses we did when we married was to open the very first recovery house in the state of Utah to help those with addiction, to help the masses, because there really wasn't a place for them to be able to afford to go. Short of many families at the time were losing their mortgages to inpatient centers because they weren't taking insurance. So with that, we both really enjoyed opening up the first recovery house, and we had opened some more, and we were enjoying that. And he was also doing some real estate. I was doing some technology. But we made a decision to do something very new for the both of us, and that would be to open up a treatment center. And what I would do is I would go ahead and I would evaluate evidence-based programs to help those that are in early recovery or suffering from a mental health condition. And at this point, I had done so much reading And I became very fluent in what was evidence-based and what wasn't. And delivery of care is really critical if you're going to see anybody overcome a challenge, whether it's a child or it's a person that is suffering from addiction. So with that, we went ahead and we built our businesses and certified with the highest level of recognized nationwide certification in the country. And we have probably served between the both businesses at this point over 15,000 individuals. And both companies are a first go-to in state for anyone that has been chronically homeless and chronically addicted. We have served other treatment centers where people have needed more care than what they've been able to support. We have been able to roll out additional programs. I have Medical Mindshare that has opened up, and it's a community medical center. And it's able to help the underserved with medical needs that are very specific to people that have dual diagnosis or in early recovery, what have you, help them with trauma, truly help them with integrated healthcare, bidirectional healthcare, because mental health and physical health are very much synonymous, and they work as one. And that's a brand new modality in healthcare right now, is looking at the both at once to really create as much change as possible. So I want to kind of track back, because at this point we're juggling about 5 businesses, my husband and I. They all have the same vision and a very similar mission, so it's not that difficult, but they all have meaning and they all have purpose. I want to circle back to Pascal, my daughter. She graduated high school. She has 2 online businesses. She's looking at additional businesses. She's looking at becoming a business consultant. She can do anything. She would never be spotted or recognized as anybody that has had to overcome anything in their childhood. She didn't speak until she was 7. But again, she's under the radar. Nobody would guess. We were able to provide every service and therapy needed under the sun. It was a family effort. It was a community effort. And I'm so grateful for that. And I just want to add that I have a personal quote, and this is something that Dr. Jody's helped me with. My personal quote is that we can do more. And with some coaching from Dr. Jody, the new quote is through consciousness, which means all of us, God, universe, everyone, purpose, our unique gift, passion, love, the highest vibration. We can do more. And I just want to end with, through consciousness, purpose, and passion, we can do more, Dania. And thanks for this time, Jody. Thank you.
Oh, what a beautiful, I think we know what your why is, Renee. I think it probably is better way, just like mine. And you've created a better way. And I just am so grateful that not only have you spoken about your business and life of excellence, but you've lived it yourself. So much love and honor to you, Renee. You are 1 in a million. You really are a change maker. See you Thursday.
Thank you.
So here we are. I don't know how this time is just like going by. We just have a few more speakers to go, 4 of them. But this one you want to hang on your hat on. No pun intended. Got to hang on to your hat. Tom Chesser has been a marketing mogul for 35 years. He's the CEO of Rise Up Marketing and Media. His sales and marketing, when he takes, Tom, I just decided I was going to do this, to think about how to explain and what you do and who you are, that I'm going to bring, if we have a not delay here, it was getting a little better here. What does Tom do? Well, it's pretty easy to say this is what he does. He creates this kind of look for any kind of entrepreneur. This is what he does. He takes simple entrepreneurs and blows them up in media so that you can rise up, do more, and be more because you have more. And those of us that are a part of Tom Chesser's life knows that because he knows how to be more, do more, and just serve more, that we all are much greater for that in our lives. So with honor and a great pleasure, I bring you to our stage. The next 12 minutes of yours, Tom Chesser. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for most recently bringing the 21 days to your best you. And I'm going to say hats off to you for what you've done, or hats on. Thank you, Tom Chesser, for all you've done in this initiative most recently for me and who you are in my life. Tom, we're going to have a redo, my man. I think you clicked something because we saw the little animal, whatever. I just had to come in and ask you. I think you chose mute on your side. I'm not able to unmute you. So please, let's have a redo on this because we want to hear about you, the animals, and how you blow people up because it's not allowing me to unmute my mic on your side. Can you see what you can do? It's still not, you're still muted. Try this again. No, it's a little red arrow. You know that. You're part of Traverse TV. You know where that unmute arrow. Let's just see. I'm going to ask my producer.
There I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay. So now we're going to blow you up. We're going to blow you up a second time. Oh, let's have a redo because you deserve it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I was just telling everybody it's Partylicious. We're here to celebrate Dee Baer and the 21 days. You know, and the success that we're having here with her book. And I'm amazed and I'm proud of it. And she's doing a great job. I came on today to talk about, you know, my wife always tell me just keep it simple, stupid. And I think that fits pretty good. So I want to just talk about simply don't quit. I mean, if you're really looking for excellence in your life, don't quit. You know what I mean? It's very important that you understand that as you move forward. We don't need to slow down. We need to put the accelerator to the metal and keep going directly in the direction that we're going and don't quit. So, you know, it's just kind of like Timex. Timex takes a ticking and keeps on, takes a beating and keeps on ticking, just like a postage stamp. You keep on licking, it sticks to the letter till it gets the job done. You know, it's very important for us to understand how important it is to keep going. You know, and in a recent book that I was in, I wrote about, you know, basically not quitting. You know, and people in their life that had quit or was looking to quit and they didn't. So it was even a book that was called Going from Burnout to Victory, Landed for Success. And in that book, I talked about superheroes and I talked about the Fantastic Four, the Marvel characters, the Fantastic Four that were launched out into orbit and hit by radiation, become something they weren't expecting to be. Actually, there was 5 people on that mission that day. And 4 of those people became the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four were the Marvels of Richard Reed, Susan Storm, Johnny the Flame Torch, and Ben, who became the Man of Stone. But the situation is those people didn't ask for what they got. Those people didn't expect what they got. But all of a sudden, they're hit with this gamma ray that hits them and automatically changes their life forever. And it wasn't until they had to fight their arch nemesis, Dr. Doom, did they realize how powerful they were as a Fantastic Four. But the Fantastic Four was developed by 2 people, and one of those people was Stan Lee. Stan Lee was one of the people that actually wrote the Fantastic Four. But him and his partner had a falling out. The partner decided, you know, they were going to war, And then Stan Lee said, this isn't really worth it for me. I came in here to write comic books. I came in here to find superheroes. And so at that point in time, Stan Lee was ready to quit. He really was. He wanted to just give it up. If he had given it up, we wouldn't have people like Spider-Man and all the other Marvel characters that are amazing in our world today that have changed lives, because that was a superhero. And a superhero is somebody that sees a need, finds a solution, and saves the day. But if Stan Lee would have quit, we wouldn't have all the superheroes that we have today that have been changing lives and saving people's lives all over the world, so to speak. So the situation, then all of a sudden, the Fantastic Four, the comic book, everything else, now it's into movies, you've seen it all over the place, automatically became an international and actually an iconic comic strip characters that were amazing. And they rose so fast in the popularity that when Stan Lee saw the popularity rise, it actually rose his spirits not to quit. So you need to keep on ticking no matter how long you take the beating. You need to be like the postage stamp, and no matter how long you get licked, you stick it until you get to the job's done. And I think that's very important in life to understand the principles of winning and the principles of not losing. So you're never a failure unless you fail to get up. So keep it up, get up, be something great, because you're great. And I can imagine people out there today that have had situations in their life, they thought about, I'll just quit. I'll just take some time off. I'll just rest a little bit. Let me pause for a moment. But let me tell you right now, you are so much needed out there. Your story matters. Your life matters. It's an amazing opportunity for you to keep going. It's an amazing opportunity us to see how great you are because you get up. So don't fall down. And if you fall down, that's okay. Just make sure you get up, because I don't want you to quit. And I want to thank Dr. Dee Baer for giving me every opportunity in the world to keep on ticking and writing about her story and about what she's done and all the other amazing people that I work with, like Dame Doria Cordova and J.B. Owens. And all these people are amazing in their own rights. They're all superheroes because what they did is just kept on going and going and going and going. So if you want to celebrate, be like the Energizer Bunny. Just keep on going and don't give up and don't quit. So I'm looking forward to hearing stories about each and every one of you down the road where you have had a miraculous opportunity in your life and in your vision and in your mission and in your why to keep on going. So Jody, I'm going to, I know we had a lot of fun and you've got a lot of great, and I know I'm running out of time, but girl, I am just so celebrating you. It's just amazing what you're doing. And thank you so much for giving me always the opportunity. I've enjoyed being on your show. I've been enjoying interviewing you. I enjoyed the article, that you gave me to give the privilege to actually promote out there. And we're not done yet. And I thank you very much for being a part of my life, girl. And you just keep going and just don't stop. Thank you so much, Dee Baer. And I'll let you go from here. My time is up. Thank you.
Let me tell you something. We never stop. We always go. We just know how to do. That's why when you run on down the road, you just hold on to the hat, because we know when we have been around you, Tom, we just got to hold on to our hats. Thank you for all you've done. One more time, business innovators, business trendsetters, 360 newsworthy channels that you were able to get our story on. Absolutely tremendous, because that's who you are. But it was, I got to say, just a little sidelight audience, it was pretty phenomenal doing a co-interview on my show with Tom and I. It was like, who listened? That's what's just like, you are a partylicious kind of life of excellence kind of professional, because that's who you are as a man. Thank you so much. And I love the green dress. And yes, we are orange all the way. It's Florida orange season. Thank you so much for what you do and who you are. Until next time, see you on Traverse TV. We know that, right, Tom?
All right. Bye-bye now. Y'all have a great time.
So think about it. What we have done, we're going to go now to our next commercial break. I just wanted to give Tom Chesser just one more just kudo for who he is, what he does, because he does it with this servant's heart. As we said with Les Brown, and someone else came back to, I think Manny Lopez said this as well, that what we need in this world is a community of conscious, heart-centered, servant-like leaders. That's who Tom Chesser is. Thank you, Tom, for being in my life. Thanks you, but what you've most recently done in our promotion of our 21 Days to Your Best You, 4-time international best-selling author and book published by Ignite Publishing. And we're now in 14 different categories, going on to numbers 5 in Brazil and 6 in India. So thank you, Tom, for all you've done with this. And speaking of, let's just go back and have a commercial break with confidence tones, because as I say in our book, I say it twice, day 9 and day 16, that you have this regenerating sequence to regeneration and health. It starts, you get through frustration, you get to confidence. From confidence, it goes to peace, love, joy, passion, and ecstasy. But it all starts with confidence. So check out our absolute wonderful sponsor of this program is Confidence Tones. And let's take a look and take a listen.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better. Here's how it works. Did you know that music is all around you? Even now, you can test it. All you have to do is turn on a radio and adjust or tune it to a particular frequency, and you'll hear music. Now, isn't that interesting? You see, the radio didn't make the music. The radio was simply adjusted to a frequency that was in harmony with the frequency being transmitted through the air. The music was already there. When the radio simply matched its frequency, it manifested the sound in a way that you could perceive it. If you change the station, it matches a different frequency and manifests a different sound. Your brain works in a similar way. Just like a radio, your brain operates on specific frequencies. These frequencies are commonly known as brainwaves, and scientists have been able to observe a correlation between certain brainwave frequencies in our mental states. For example, when we are anxious, our brainwaves have an increased frequency, and when we are relaxed, our brainwaves have a decreased frequency. Confidence Tones utilizes a brainwave modulation component that is used to help people change the station to one that is either in harmony with the feelings they desire or one that is optimal for positive subconscious reprogramming. And it's backed by science. In 1973, Dr. Gerald Oyster wrote an academic paper titled Auditory Beats in the Brain, explaining his findings that sound could be used to alter brain states. He found that your brain can move into harmony with a
I wonder whether the increased frequency of this life of excellence, this group that has come together for this, maybe that's why there's a delay in the live stream, because even the internet can't handle it. I think that that's probably just the way it is. So I'm going to say it's just absolutely amazing that we've been able to come together. I'm so humbled and honored to say my next speaker, my co-queen, as I was absolutely privileged to meet her through my great coach and trainer, Jay Noland, in December. when he introduced, have you noticed how the life of excellence, people, birds of a feather, not just because of the birds on our book and on this back screen, birds of a feather flock together. I really believe that the life of excellence, I'm reaching for our book again, when it says keys to a life of excellence, when I look here and see these two heads coming together, I remember talking to Dania. I said, I want two heads. I want two exploding heads, like we get the emoji. Two exploding heads just going crazy on this. And she said, they need something out of there. I said, well, how about some birds? That's all it took, because she was that creative. But even in our book cover, see, there are two heads. Two heads are always better than one. And that's what Blanca has created in my life. Two heads being around with her. All I'd have to just say is that let's get fired up, because that is Blanca. That is so her. She is a speaker, a motivational speaker, lawyer, a prestigious law firm down in South Florida, platform creator of the Laws of Life. You can check us out on the Laws of Life on Facebook every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. She's faithful. She's there. It's an absolute amazing, amazing opportunity to network you, showcase you, and to learn how to create our life of excellence. So because of this delay, I'm just going to say, Blanca, when I bring you up, honey, please go ahead and unmute yourself. I am not able to unmute you. I'm just not sure why, but let's just go ahead and do that thing and unmute you. And you are not coming up, I think, because you're on two devices. This is rather interesting. I'm not able to bring you up. Well, it now says add to stream. We just have to be patient on these things now, don't we? Let's see what we got here. Oh, we now have you. We have you. We have you. All I'm going to say is let's get fired up. It is you. It is you for the next 12 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blanca, and my platform is The Laws of Life with Blanca. And what Dr. Jody Baer said is so true, that two heads are better than one. I am a big believer in the power and the fire of collaboration and the theory, or the law, if you will, of collective energy. And that is what I have done. In November 2016, I started the Laws of Life webcast. And at that time, I was a full-time attorney and practicing law. And I wanted to interview people. I wanted to get to know their stories. And I wanted to find a way to connect. And I feel so blessed that that vision came to me. And it started off with just interviewing people. And then I realized that when we interview each other, when we have conversations with one another, when we highlight our respective laws of life with one another, that we truly, truly connect. And that for me is my number one law of life, is connection and highlighting the charisma in other people. And I'm so honored to say that Dr. Baer's been on my show, The Laws of Life with Blanca, many, many times. After doing the webcast for a few years, I then realized I wanted to deepen the level of collaborations. So I started to co-host webcasts with other entrepreneurs. And my second law of life evolved, which is when you do partner with others, magical epiphanies continue to flow. And so I created a show with Rochelle Schwartz, a love coach, and we produced The Laws of Love. And we examined relationship issues, both personal and business. And we laughed, we cried, and we examined more, and we became the best of friends. And 6 years later, we're still best friends. We're still great friends. Then I learned, actually, she helped me heal a lot after my divorce that I went through. I then collaborated with Johnny Regan, the founder of the Global Vision Conference. We produced The Laws of Vision, and Johnny taught the definition of vision. We interviewed different guests. We interviewed sponsors, we interviewed friends, fellow entrepreneurs, and our platforms both began to grow. And that's another law of collective energy, is that when we partner together, we both grow, we both evolve. We attract magnetically more people to us when we partner. When we partner. The next collaboration was with Sunny Arfa, the founder of Feel Great Meditate. And Sunny taught us how to meditate. She taught us how to get centered. She taught us the power of breath and taught us so many exercises, and it changed my life. And now I've applied the art of meditation as a way of magnetically attracting others. Because when we are calm, when we are focused, when our mindset is in alignment, people will feel that sense of calm and they will want to connect with us. And this sixth sense, in a way, of calmness has helped me be a better listener. I'm not so focused on waiting to say the next thing. I'm not so focused on the next thought. I've learned how to receive the thought, how to not interrupt, how to reflect on a conversation, and how powerful that is. And again, makes us more charismatic, because we're learning how to give space to others to express their thoughts and feelings, which leads to more epiphanies and more communication, more collaboration, and more abundance. Now, interestingly enough, Sunny and I did another collaboration. We did the laws of the wedding world. I'm not to this day sure why we did that. Oh, I remember now, because Sunny wanted to do a bridal event platform. And so I wanted to support her in that. So we went to many wedding stores, and all we did was try on wedding dresses all over town. And we had the time of our lives. And through that, we also made a lot of friends and attracted a lot of friends. After 28 collaborations, including the laws of business, the laws of marketing and automation, the laws of health with Beth Mayrav, the laws of sex with Dr. Stacy Friedman, and so many different laws of, I realized that epiphany back from November of 2016 had led to the creation of a brand and the creation of a vision that could keep growing and evolving. And so I then decided to create a Roku television channel, and over 2,000 episodes of all those collaborations became the foundation of the Roku television channel. And so this is the law of evolution, that with one vision can lead to many more visions. And visions are like relationships. You have to trust them. You have to grow them. You have to let them flow naturally. And you can't expect them to become complex overnight. They naturally, organically grow like a garden, and you have to water them. You have to invest in them. You have to love them and recognize that there's going to be changes along the way. It's fluid. It's a fluid process. So after creating the Roku television channel, I also realized that I wanted to share that television network with other entrepreneurs, and that I wanted to continue to grow a new vision of community empowerment. And what did that really mean? What that meant for me was a space where we could support one another, share each other's social media, attend each other's events, love, comment, and share each other's media across Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And so then I evolved my vision, and I created the Laws of Life International Networking Summit. And this is where I bring entrepreneurs together every single Tuesday at 11 o'clock a.m. to meet and connect. Now, Dr. Baer asked me to speak about connection and charisma. Well, let me tell you the next law of life, and that is the law of the invitation. Wherever you go in the world, have an invitation in your pocket. And mine is an invitation to the Tuesday Laws of Life Summit. And wherever I go, whether I'm walking on the street, passing by a cafe, the dry cleaner, the grocery store, a young valet that just parked the car, whatever it is, I invite them. Or, of course, people that I meet at business networking events and conferences, airplanes, airline attendants, whoever I meet, I connect with them when it's organically right? When there's an opportunity to say hello, when there's an opportunity to say something nice about them and make them smile. And then I say, you know what? I like you. I want to invite you to the Laws of Life Summit. And 90% of people don't come, maybe even higher, but that's okay. Because one of the questions that people ask is, well, who are the people? What do they do? Is it my demographic? Is it my blah, blah, blah? Guess what? We're all human beings. We're all people. And we all separated by 6 degrees of separation. So guess what? It doesn't matter. What matters is that it is a space for us to connect and support one another, period. And to share each other's missions and visions. It could be someone in Ireland with a mission to help children with cancer. It could be someone in England with a mission to help health. It can be Dr. Jody Baer, based in Orlando, but who's obviously global and now a best-selling author, teaching the art of health, teaching nutrition. And guess what? There could be someone that I meet on the way to New York City whose life can be saved by Dr. Jody Baer. And that is what it's about, guys. For me, the number one law of life is not everything in life is a metric. Everything in life is connection. So wherever you go, whatever cross you pass, whatever path you cross, whatever street you're on,
I hope you come back, Blanca, because you were talking about whatever street you're on, whatever path you cross. And like I said, I think the reason the audio and the streaming has been a little problematic is because of the intensity and the frequency in which we all are about. So, Blanca, are you back, dear? Give us your final thoughts.
my final thought is that connection is the number one source of joy. And through connection, we share each other's gifts, we share each other's love, and we are all infinitely abundant, full of love. And I just want everyone in the world that I meet to know you. And so the more that I connect, everyone will know you. And I just really want to take my hat off to you for this incredible summit that you've put together today. And you're truly changing the world with your loving heart. And you've helped me with my health as well, saved my life. And I love you, Co-Queen.
I love you as well. As Bernie Siegel said, if we all love on each other, the world would be better. That's what you do. It's the laws of life, but it's the law and the life that you are, Blanca, which is truly, truly love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for who you are, what you do. And frankly, I loved what you said about someone in Ireland could help someone in health. Who knew that a health coach, after she'd retired, post-retirement, would be running an initiative to build a school for the late Dania Zafar, the School of Hope in Pakistan. That's what we're doing. I haven't said it lately, so I just want to say before I say goodbye to Blanca that we are $25 a piece for the first 3,000 people. I believe we're going to have this money today. We've already raised a third of this. Half the proceeds of our wonderful book here, half the proceeds go to the book profits, go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. That's the beginning. Then go to this website that we've had it going on, DaniaZafarMemorial.com. Go and participate. Go and send your donation. And Blanca, before I say bye-bye to you, my co-cream, I'm sending you love. Ciao for now.
Ciao for now.
So send that money, make a difference, because that truly you have had a part in of a life of excellence. So for our final time, we're going to watch the incredible video that Dan Gilman put together for Dania Zafar to just put the words together in our book. I wrote a dedication in memory to Dania, and those are the audio words that I spoke for the video. Feel the love, feel the passion, feel this soul, feel her legacy through donating to the school. Our beloved Dania Zafar embodied beauty, genius, insightful design. Our cover and of Ignite's artistry will find all the details of graphic artistry in her intuitive vision. Her soulful insight is felt through her ingenious design. Dania is reflected in Elton John's Candle in the Wind and John Denver's profound lyrics, It's About Time. We are all in this together. May your artistry live on in all of us and in all of those who experience your visual masterpiece of your cover of this book. It is not the length of your life, but the life of your years. As artists and creatives, we will support guiding these children, and you will too, from afar, in her native hometown in Pakistan. Through the School of Hope, half of all proceeds of our book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, Keys for a Life of Excellence, will go to the Dania Zafar School of Hope. Rest in peace, Dania. You've left a legacy. So think about it. Think about what we've done here. We started with Tom talking about simply don't quit. Being your own natural computer. These are the last few days. Being your own natural computer. That's using all of your creator-given gifts in that cabeza of yours. As Dr. Mike VanThielen said, we all have about 14 billion thoughts per day. That means our minds are very busy. Focus them greatly. That the charisma to lead. That charisma, that is Blanca. But if you say, well, I don't really have charisma. Charisma can be learned. I really focus that on day 19. But as I said, there are no accidents. Our speakers have just come into the flow. And I just felt intuitively that I wanted to assign 20 speakers plus me. That's 21. Oh, the name of our book is The 21 Days to Your Best You. I guess that fits going ahead. And I guess that fits saying that we're going to have that flow and that flow of each speaker. Most are authors, but each speaker having a particular day. And Kim Jacobs, Excellence of Human Relations. Come on. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't make this stuff up. She is known as the Balance Doctor. That is her essence of excellence, being a pro at human relations. Balance Doctor with these 5 children, talk show host, Telly Award-winning talk show host, author, speaker, went running with Les Brown. I'm really fortunate. I can say that I've done that for 3 years. She did it for over a decade, y'all. CEO of Kim Jacobs Unlimited. And I'm telling you, she is an unlimited woman. I just consider her an absolute friend and passionate compadre in this thing. As Les Brown said, this thing calls life. So, Tanya, we're kind of have a delay here, Toya. If you can bring Kim up, the next 12 minutes, Kim, is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Dee Baer. I am so honored to be here. And I thought about with you saying a life of excellence and the power of human relationships. I went back to visualize what made that so important to me. In 1993, I'm going to tell you about a story of a young lady that was newly married, a newlywed, 1993, flown to the Bahamas for her honeymoon, having the best time of her life on her honeymoon, only for her to be flown back in an emergency situation that resulted in her having an emergency surgery that removed a portion of her ovary. That young lady, newlywed now, was told on the hospital bed that she would never bear children. You can only imagine how devastating that news was for someone that's newly married with their dreams and their goals ahead of them of having a family. When that happened to this young lady, I think that it kicked her into a different mindset regarding the importance of human relationships and how important that is. Because the same young lady that was told that she would never bear children stands before you or sits before you right now, the mom of 5 children that came through this same body that I was told I would never have a child. So for me, I take it very serious, extremely different when I think about how important it is that I be an example for those children that are truly my gift from God. I believe that God gave me that particular gift of motherhood because he wanted me to be able to have a certain level of compassion, a certain level of leadership and leading by example to let people know that whatever you say you're going to do when it comes to the power of a relationship or the foundations of a relationship, honor your word and do what it is that you are called and purposed to do. So as a mother of 5, when I was told I would never have children, I am humbled and I'm honored and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to serve and help produce and create and cultivate these children that also will become productive individuals in life. My children look to me as an example, but way beyond my children, I feel like I have a power that's much higher than me, that's holding me accountable for whatever I do on this earth. So it's not about just having these relationships just to say I've had relationships, but it's about what is it that I am going to ultimately be held accountable for what I say I'm doing to impact another person, another human being, another life. And so whenever I cross paths with people like Dr. Dee Baer, who is the epitome of a servant leader, who is the epitome of everything that you talk about on day 20, when you talk about being trustworthy, when you talk about leaving legacy, when you talk about impacting other people's lives, and when you're talking about just overall humanity, you embody that, Dr. Dee Baer. And it is an honor and a privilege to even know that God has allowed our paths to connect. I don't think we're just crossing paths. I think that our paths connected for a purpose and such a time as this, because you are the person that would go beyond the call of duty and help keep the legacy of people like Dania, the people of even like hurricane relief victims with Hurricane Ian, any kind of cause that's happening, Gabe's Heart Foundation, in honor of my son that transitioned from this earth. Guess what? You are always at the forefront of thinking about somebody else other than yourself. For that, I just give you a tremendous round of applause. And I believe that when you get to heaven, that you're going to hear, "Well done, thy good and faithful servant." Come on in, Dr. Dee Baer, because I believe that it takes the people that are like you to go to the extreme, to stop thinking so selfishly and thinking about ourselves only, but what is it that I can do to help my fellow man, my fellow sister? And you are my sister. We don't have to have the same parents, but we have the same earth realm that we are serving on. And because we have been entrusted with certain gifts and certain talents, we have to use those for the betterment of mankind. So when I thought about the chapter that you had me review, I thought about the fact that I am the person that is, I'm sincere, I'm dependable, I'm trustworthy, I'm loving, and I love people. So I'm definitely more in that yellow category that you talked about. Now, when you read the book, if you haven't already, you'll determine which one is more of your personality trait. But whatever it is, know that whatever you hang your soul on, whatever your higher power is, be accountable to someone greater than yourself, so that at the end of the day, you can be able to be proud of the life that God gave you, proud of the decisions that you made while you were here on this earth. I had the opportunity to connect with Les Brown, Dr. Les Brown. And again, he's someone that pulls out greatness out of every single person. He's 78 years old. This man could easily say, I'm in retirement mode. I'll see y'all on the other side. But at the end of the day, he still takes time to say, what is it that I see inside of you that maybe you don't see inside of yourself? And he cultivates that and he massages that and he helps to pull out that greatness. So helping other people by stepping out of your comfort zone, you, regardless of who you are that's watching this video, there's something that you're called to do. There's something that you're needed to do. And the entire world, we're going to miss out if you don't use the gifts and the talents that you've been trusted with. All of us impact people at a different level. None of us are the same. That's why God created us to be the individual, the unique people that we are. What gifts and talents lie on the inside of you that you're just letting lie there and be dormant with no activity, nothing happening with it? Use the gifts and the talents so that you can salt this earth and make somebody else's life better. So that when we pass away, whenever all of us will, we're going to have our birth date, we're going to have our death date, but we want to remember, be remembered for that dash. Many times you hear people talk about that. I want my dash to make a difference. What did I do on this earth to be able to leave a legacy, to pass the baton to someone else so that life can continue well beyond anything that happened while I was here for however many years? What will you be remembered for in your lifetime? What are you going to leave as your legacy? We have all been afforded the opportunity today to be able to help Dania's legacy live on through the School of Hope that she is going to have erected, because Dr. Jody Baer and a whole team of people that you've heard from all throughout the day have decided to join forces, the power and the foundation of human relationships, and think of someone greater than ourselves and find out what the need is and fill that need. I'm asking you today to definitely donate. If you haven't already, which I see quite a few of you have, and we're getting closer and closer and closer to the goal, I believe that the goal will be exceeded well beyond what the asking amount is. Continue to donate and know that no amount is too small, because everything that you do, it does make a difference for someone else's life. There's that person that they talk about, that's the how we perceive ourselves, how others perceive us. And then there's the things that what I call things that happen beneath the minefield. We don't know what battles people go through, what people are fighting and what people are dealing with. We only get to see what's on social media. As the Balanced Doctor and the host of the Kim Jacobs Show, I teach people how to start your own show from scratch. People that are watching today, if you're a motivational speaker, you're an entrepreneur, you're an author, you have a gift inside of you. And I am encouraging you to do exactly what Dr. Jody Baer does. She uses every gift. I'm assuming, I can't imagine that she has any more left. This woman uses every gift, every talent that God has afforded her to be able to make a difference in someone else's life, not just in our individual lives, but in a lot of people are impacted by what she brings to the universe, to the world. So if you don't know anything else, follow Dr. Jody Baer on every mission that she's on, and I can tell you that it's going to lead you to greatness. I'm honored to know that God chose me, just me, Kim, from a single parent household with a very devoted mother that has worked in one job for over 40 years. Again, her love letter, or her color would be yellow as well. Very devoted, loyal, always going to the extreme to help someone else. God allowed me to be her seed. And I'm so honored that he chose my mom to be the mom that she is in my life. I can't talk about everything in this 12 minutes, but if you'd like to be able to stay connected with me more, I'm sure Dr. Jody Baer will tell you how. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of the Kim Jacobs Show. Thank you, Dr. Jody Baer, for having me today. I love you, my sister, and God bless you. And Dania, God bless you forever. I'll see you on the other side.
Kim Jacobs, you fill my soul, you fill my heart, you fill my spirit. It is a true trifecta between all of y'all. So go to the KimJacobsShow.com. She is there every single Monday through Friday with some kind of a thing that we're learning on balancing your life. That truly is a life of excellence. And I'm just so honored that we three came together with your beautiful son, Ivan Jacobs, and his weight loss story and recreating his health, that he too will be in Healthopedia, the Foundations of Excellence, our next compilative series. Thank you, Kim. I honor you for who you are, what you have done, but what we will do together, what you will do and what we will do, my little part of the world, because that's you. Ciao for now, Kim.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Love you.
Love you too. As I always said, love you, mean it. If we're looking through bringing your own natural computer, then we're into the charisma of things. We heard then from Kim talking about just the absolute excellence in human relationships. I say in that day 20, that business and success is not profit and loss. That's not the P&L. It's not profit and loss. It is people and love. You feel that with Kim. You felt this all the way. And we've come together. What have we done? You and you, because you're the only person that will never leave you. It's all about you and your world. Then we're going into you and others. First time I ever heard this was from our final speaker here, our end note, the incomparable Jay Noland, because he said, real. How are you real? It's results oriented. It's enthusiasm. It's attitude in love. He epitomizes this. A former retired professional baseball player. If I named every business that he has going on presently, we would be here for the next hour. It's like 99 businesses. What I'm going to focus here today, he is the creator of Confidence Tones, one of our sponsors. And also what we have here is MYB Productions, MYB Publishing. What does MYB stand for? Make You Better. That's what he's done for me for my last 10 years that I've known him. He took me, what Kim was saying, what is the difference that you do between the dashes? As a professional baseball player, he was known as lightning, getting to that base. He knows how to dash on the base, but he knows how to make you dash on your dashes in life. He took me, as I said to Forbes Riley, she inquisitively asked me this when I was visiting her home a year and a half ago. Why have you been with Jay Noland so long? And I said, simply, he took a woman who was in her late 50s that I really thought, because of some extenuating personal circumstances, I think I'm going to wind down here. But he took me with that one energetic handshake. You talk about frequency. Why there's been a delay on this live stream, it's frequency. This is where he lives, in that frequency of expectancy, that frequency of excellence. And he made me, as I said to Forbes, he made me feel relevant, and that I too could live this life of excellence. So it is with just great honor, respect, and love that I bring to the stage now our final speaker to knock it out of the park, to be the cleanup hitter and the speaker extraordinaire that you are. I present to you, Jay Noland.
Hey, Miss Incredible Dr. Jody Baer. Well, I'm just so proud of you, number one. I'm so thankful for you. Just want to make sure my stream's coming in okay. My stream coming in okay? I just want to make sure my stream's working. I see me going in and out. Jody, can you confirm that my stream is good? I'm not sure if I'm streaming, guys.
I don't know what they're going to add. Yes, your stream is good. Okay, perfect.
Okay, Dr. Jody, just real quick, just prompt me here, because I want to make sure I give your crowd exactly what they absolutely would impact them the most. What would you love for me to be able to share in this Life of Excellence virtual summit? Since we worked together so long, you know how to prompt me. I know, I don't know if you're Chat GPT or not, but you do know how to prompt me.
I think we have Chat GPT'd each other for a long time, because day 21, the last day or chapters in the book is, our book, it is Being a Human Becoming. That's all I know that you are not living just being a human being. You are this life of excellence, being a human becoming. So I think that's all you need.
That's a great prompt.
See you later in 20.
Hey, that's a great prompt. Listen, fam, this is very important to understand. When Dr. Jody talks about being a human becoming, that puts us into a very important space where we deal with now, the power of now. You know, in the book, The Science of Getting Rich, Wallace D. Waddell says, the only time that there is now. And when I first heard that, I was like, my goodness, how true is that? Because if you think about it, we are not where we have been. Like, we're not in our past. We're not in our past. We are not yet in our future. We are always only, as far as time is concerned, in our now. So when you think about a human becoming, when you understand the importance of a human becoming, it's you being. That's how you come into who you're supposed to be, is if you actually do the first part. Be. You know, in Hebrew, the word is haya. Asher haya. To be, to exist. Haya, asher haya. To be, to exist. To be right now is the most important decision I believe that a human being can make when it comes to their happiness. You see, people talk about the law of attraction. They talk about manifestation. In order to have the law of attraction work, in order for things to start to manifest for you, in order for you to start to gravitate those things to you that you really want, you're going to have to be happy. So you have to become happy. And most people put on a facade. You know it and I know it. Most people put on a mask. You know it and I know it. You've got to put the mask away today. I want to encourage you to put the mask away today. I want to encourage you to step into being so that you can become happy. Once you become happy, then all those things that you want, they are then attracted to you. Without you becoming happy, all those things that you want are literally repelling away from you. I had to learn this. Now, I'm not saying this to you because this is something that's just, oh, you can just casually do. No, you're going to have to consciously, competently, like I did, you're going to have to focus on this. This is a discipline. It really can be considered a skill set in order to actually be happy. Happiness is a choice. Happiness is a skill. So what I've got to do, here's what I've got to do. I've got to make sure that when I spend time with people, that I relate to them, that I really empathize with them, and at the same time that I encourage them. So I want to relate because I've been through hell. I've been through tough times. I've been through tragedies. I've been through all that mud. But fam, short for family, every time I'm talking, man, I feel like we're expanding our family. I can't stay or go in the mud. I came from the mud. I grew up on a hog farm. I grew up in the mud of pigs. Have you ever been around pigs? Have you ever smelled the smell of hog mud and you know what's in that mud? Have you ever been in that? I came from that, but I couldn't stay in that. I had to come to a place that brought me out of the mud. So if you're dealing with mud, if you're dealing with tragedy, if you're dealing with heartache, let me help you go to another level today. Just accept this advice, accept this direction. Many of you have been praying, you've been hoping, you've been wishing for something to come through. Well, most of the things that come through are going to come from other people. They're assignments. Each one of us have assignments on this earth. I'm here. I am carrying important information for you today. I'm the most important carrier pigeon ever because I'm carrying a breakthrough message for you. But you got to be willing to get out of that mud. You can't stay there. Like, let's go to the next level. Let's accept that the only time there is now, which then gives us complete control over the thing that we want most, which is to be happy. See, I can be happy right now, no matter what happened to me in the past, no matter how much pain hit me in the past. I can choose to be happy right now because that pain, I'm not in it. I'm not around it. So let me help you go to another level. A lot of folks that are listening, have spiritual backgrounds. They understand scriptural principles. Not everybody, but even if you don't understand scriptural principles, you understand the message once you hear them, how it relates to your life as far as success goes. You see, a lot of people say they accepted some type of salvation in their spiritual walk. Now, me, I believe there's a creator of all. I believe that there was a son that was sent to be the savior of the world. I was telling you my personal. And see, when I accept that, I accept the verse that says, who the son sets free is free indeed. It's not just that the person's free. It's emphatic as an exclamation point. They're free indeed. And so if you've ever went to across that bridge and say, you know what? I am born again. I've got a new life. I've got a new way. I've got forgiveness. And then you go back and you start crying about something that happened in the past. You're not free indeed. You had an experience, not a conversion. You had an experience, not a breakthrough. And so I'm talking about, how do you get a breakthrough? You got to become now. That's how you get a breakthrough. The only time there is now. That's it. So now, when I accept that now, I now accept that I've been set free, whether you believe that from a spiritual standpoint or you believe it from just a foundational success standpoint. Sometime or another is going to become your breakthrough moment. Why not it be right now? Talk to me. Why would it be right now? Not right now. What would stop you from breaking through right now if you're not in your past? Nothing in your past can hurt you right now. Nothing. You're not there. Nothing in your future can hurt you. You're not there. What you need to handle any future situations that will come against you, once you accept this way of thinking of Dr. Jody's last chapter, a human becoming, once you accept that philosophy of life, everything you need, you will be fully equipped for to meet anything in your future and everything. You'll be given the words to say. You'll be given the way around it, through it, over it, under it. You will be given a way to achieve no matter what, once you are a human becoming. And once I understood that, everything in my world changed. And so now I live a daily life of happiness. I live a moment by moment happiness. I want to get caught. When I leave this earth, I want to leave this earth happy. I don't need to wait to the other side. See, that's going to be a continuation on the other side. I don't need to wait. You don't need to wait. See, you can get 100-fold in this life as well as life to come if you believe that. But I know one thing, the only thing we got control over right now is now. We have zero control over what's coming in the future, but we do dictate what's coming in the future by how we operate right now. So Dr. Jody, I'm so glad that you had that last chapter that says a human becoming. Why is that so important? Because it's a breakthrough chapter. It's the perfect way to exit people into who they've always wanted to be. And we all know this to be true. We always just want to be happy. That's the number one success. That's the number one wealth on planet Earth is happiness. Are you happy right now? So some very basic things you can do to get to where I'm talking about. I know it's inspirational. I know it can move the bar in you, what I'm saying. I know it does. I know I've been doing this too long. I've had too much feedback from people when I say these type of messages. Almost every person I speak this type of message to go, yes, I felt that. Now you need some tools. How do you make this come true? Number one, it's time for you to forgive yourself. Number one, it's time for you to stop being so hard on yourself. It's time for you to stop beating yourself up. It's time for you to decide whatever happened in the past, I have no control over. I'm living right now. I'm happy right now. And I'm forgiving myself right now. And I'm not going to beat myself up for another moment. No more. What mistakes I made them. Own them. And more than likely, you paid for them. Way past how far you should have been paying for them. Do you know when you make mistakes, there is penalties for mistakes in life because it has to teach you a lesson, but it's not a perpetual penalty. See, most of you, you're paying your price and then you're paying too much extra because you keep revisiting it. Once you went through your discipline, then forgive yourself. And that's now. So that's the first tool. Forgive yourself. The second tool is grab, if you got to do this either through auto-suggestion, which is a bull rush effect. Napoleon Hill talked about it in Think and Grow Rich, where you got to, there's 2 times every day, your brain wave hits into what's called a theta state. That's like a hypnotic state. It's right when you're waking up and it's right before you go to sleep. So when you first wake up, you got to get some incredible positive affirmations in you. It's critical. Because once you forgive yourself, you stop beating yourself up and you move into the now to where you're going to have to create an environment of success. That's creating the proper thought process. So when you first wake up in the morning, smile. Right when you wake up in the morning, smile. Right when you go to the bathroom, smile. Do you understand that little simple thing can set the direction? So instead of getting up and just starting to yawn, make yourself smile. I'm giving you a tool. Then start saying positive things. Now you should write this down. This is one way you can do it. I'm gonna give you another way. Then we'll wrap up. So one way you do it is you can wake up, you smile, you go to the bathroom, get that out of the way if you need to. If you don't, there should be a piece of paper sitting next to you somewhere with positive affirmations about who you really are and how things are going to work out for you. I am awesome. I am powerful. I am mighty. I am wonderful. I can do all things. I'm living my best life and I'm going to accomplish everything that I set out to accomplish. Those are some great affirmations to say to yourself right when you're waking up, because you're in theta and it gets into your subconscious mind. Okay. You want to kind of remind yourself of that. You got to have breaks during the day. Every time you go to the bathroom, use it, wash your hands. When you're washing your hands, if there's a mirror around, look up in that mirror, repeat a few things to you. There should be some people next to you if you're in a public bathroom kind of looking at you going, what's going on with you? And you look at them and say, man, I'm doing awesome. And you're awesome too. Create a positive environment of this. Before you go to bed at night. That's right. Somebody said wash their hands. Before you go to bed at night. Right when you're getting really tired. Say those affirmations again. That's a bull rush effect. It's called auto-suggestion. It's going to create an environment between your conscious and subconscious mind to where you get them working together. Right now, they're in conflict if you haven't been taught these principles. You got a conflict going on. That's why you're not attracting your hopes and your dreams. For most people listening to me, it's because of the conflict. Now, the second way you can do this, which is I suggest, Jody told you about confidence tones. Go over to get your confidence tones, because that's brainwave entrainment. Put some headphones on, and when you first wake up in the morning, get those theta waves working in your brain. We've already coded them for different types of moods, or it's designed to help program or reprogram negative things, to help eliminate those things. So that's what it's designed to do. That's its purpose. And guess what? We get feedback that it's doing it, because we got a 30-day money back guarantee. And we're going, I think, on like 3 years. And guess what? I don't recall one refund request from Confidence Stones. That's how powerful they are. That's why we say we guarantee you 30 days. And so the thing that you want, if you want to expedite this, get on Confidence Tones. So that way, and if you mix in some affirmations with Confidence Tones, put your seatbelt on. There's no telling who you're going to be. And I really want to encourage everybody to support Dr. Jody. You see that drjody.com/confidence tones. Y'all go over there, grab you some confidence tones. Let's get this book, 21 Days to Your Best You. I gave you some tools. Forgive yourself. Then you're going to step into you now by helping to recondition. And now the last thing I'll give you is when you are out and about, you're going to get disciplined about your surroundings. You're going to eliminate negative people being around you. You're going to culture the environment, and you're going to demand fairness in your life from here on out. I am bringing you positivity, happiness, and joy. I want it reciprocated. If you don't reciprocate that back, we can't hang out together. That means some of y'all are going to have to make some deep personal decisions. Don't let the person you got hitched up to that you're not happy with keep you unhappy. That's a personal decision of yours. And don't let anything guilt you out of that. The creator of all does not want you to sacrifice your happiness if you're not being treated right. Period. And I can prove it scripturally. And it only makes sense non-scripturally from a success standpoint. So hopefully this has impacted some people to move, to take some steps, Dr. Jody, to get themselves in the right frame of mind. I gave tools today, fam. What y'all gonna do with these tools? And now I'm encouraging you to solidify it with 21 days to the best you. I can't think of anybody better that can help usher this in and seal the deal than our cleanup hitter, Dr. Jody Baer.
And you taught me how to be a cleanup hitter. I'm telling you, Jay Noland, I just got to say, you always take it to the next level. Be a because it's human being. I change it to a human becoming. Now it's a human now coming, how coming, and joy coming. Because you gave us all three. That is just, I just got to say, when I told Les Brown, Jay, before I let you out of here, went ahead and said, Les, called him up and said, I want you to know that there's one reference more that's quoted in my book. And he said, what's that? I said, it's the Holy Bible. You're second, but guess what? You got them both beat, both the Holy Scriptures and Les Brown, because your principles are more in this book. I could only give you homage at the beginning, chapter date 14, talking about my three coaches, J.B. Owen, Bob Leiphauser, and you. But your principles, people that know you, they'll say, yeah, it's all, as Les would say, up in here, up in here. Thank you. Jay Noland, who you are.
We love you. We appreciate it. Everybody really support this dynamite woman. Her heart is golden 10 times over. Love you, Jody.
Love you too, Jay. So as we wrap up here, I can say with such honor that I just wanted a few things to say, that I am so grateful that we have become #1 international best-selling author in 4 countries, US, Canada, Australia, and UK. We're very close in Brazil and India. I know we're going to get there. With Dame Doria's help, we're going to get there in the Pacific Rim and another couple. But in 14 categories, to include #1 in spirituality, #1 is personal success and spirituality, personal transformation and spirituality. There's a thread here. You got to have personal success and transformation. You get it through spirituality. Self-esteem, self-help, success and health self-help books, spiritual growth, self-esteem, self-help, and again, in self-esteem growth. So that to me, I just want to say from a thankful and glorious heart, You know, excellence, those of you that know me very well, I always have things that, well, it just goes ahead, and we've got these little things that we say, and this is an acrostic for excellence. I hope you like this. I know you will. And what it is as follows. Excellence stands for enthusiasm, going the extra mile, consistent, with energy, living and loving, with excitement in the now. We heard about that, with our Creator every day. So with that, I will say thank you so much to our wonderful speakers. And Toya, you can bring up that wonderful slide with our speakers. I want everybody to see their shining faces here. So if you would kindly bring that slide up, that would be great. Through our glorious, glorious speakers that spoke, everyone had a new twist, a new stream. I knew that that's what it would do when we knew that they would have their own take on a life of excellence. I'll just wait here for just a minute. I know it's going to come up. But we had, to begin our time together, Dr. Khalilah Ali. Toya, if you can see if you can do it from your side, my dear, it's not coming up with mine. But Dr. Khalilah Ali, Lady J.B. Owen, our CEO and founder, and the reason why we have this book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, the reason that we have over 1 million copies are in the world's hands now. I'm just humbled and honored to say that the reason that we have this book, a writing and branding coach extraordinaire. And then we have okay, so I'm going to go ahead and try this one more time. Just bear with us. This is kind of quite the loveliness here, but it's okay because it's all good. Some is good. Guess what? Some is better. It's really okay. Lady J.B. Owen, much honor and gratitude as they're driving down to Utah. So you'll just hear this in the replay of just how much I honor you and what you've done. Dr. Jim Marinakis, my guru, my sensei, the trainer of trainers in health, the world-renowned homeopath, Dr. Bill Janeshak, the only NLP chiropractor that I know, Dame Doria Cordova. There's a reason why they call her Dame. And Lady JB is Lady. They have been truly knighted. Dame Doria with her Money and You, Access to Cash book, Accelerated Business School. She's changed the economic engine for a generation. Rex Sikes, Imagination is Everything. I could listen to this man forever. And his book, that is now in 4 hotel rooms, like a Gideon Bible. Kimberly Merridth, The Fifth Dimension Girl. My goodness, we all need to aspire from the 4th to the 5th dimension. Forbes Riley, who had to go, unfortunately, but you can listen to her words on the Forbes Factor at any time. Manny Lopez, Networking of Excellence, from orphan to CEO. Dr. Michael Pierce, the Brain Man, because he has brought balance and the brain back to a podcast that's second to none, because he is an extraordinary healer, second to none. Josh Payne, the financial fireman. He brings out the champion in everyone. Les Brown, what can I say? Disrupting the shift, up in here, up in here. And Bernie Siegel, what a sage. What an absolute amazing blessing to have you in our life doing your next chapter at 93 years young. Dr. Mike VanThielen, thank you for giving us the life of excellence, because you gave me my way back to mine. Dr. Gary Sanchez, now I know my why. I know my how. We're all going to know how our what is. Dr. Why. Katie, bar the door. What's going to happen in this life for us? Tom Chesser, Rise Up Marketing and Media. You make us all rise up. Here's this beautiful beautiful slide with all of us here. It's beautiful, beautiful faces. And of course, Blanca Perper giving us the laws of life through her love of life and her love of people. And Kim Jacobs, my goodness gracious, excellence in human relations. No wonder Les Brown played with you and you traveled over a decade with him personally. And no wonder the creator of all said, I'll let her have 5 children because she's passed the test. Passing the test was the cleanup hitter who's the best. Jay Noland, trainer, extraordinary human being, and showed us how to be a now coming, a how coming, and a joy coming. Remember, excellence is enthusiasm, extra, consistent energy, living and loving and excitement now with our creator every day. So our future acknowledgements go to Ignite Publishing, of course. CEO Lady J.B. Owen and her husband, Peter Geeson, and the entire Ignite team, Mimi, Zoe, Grace, Carolina, Fritch, Katie, and Steph. What you all played was a part second to none. Denise and Trey from Traverse TV, giving this opportunity and platform to all of us. And being there with the man with the plan is Dan Gilman, Toya Glenn, the video production behind the scenes, just ready on the spot, and Melanie Summers, the best backstage wrangler on human earth, and Anna DeVere with her music and what she gained, and we gained in that whole milieu as well, and Dame Doria Cordova, what she gained with just in her servant heart, said, I will get this message out to the Pacific Rim. I'm humbled to say, I know that number of 1 million people having this Kindle, this book in their pockets. It's now the universe. It's not this book. It has become my book. Now it's our book. It's the universe book. I believe by the end of this Monday, this campaign, it will be in the hands of over 2 million people. And Tom Chesser, what he did with marketing, he has a gift, and so does Stack with the pack. I just thank you for being the media and marketing people that you are and will be. And once again, my speakers extraordinaire. So with this ending, I'm going to keep this life of excellence so that you can hear my voice. This is no delay, but the picture is not there. I want to leave my poem that ends day 22 in our book, the universe's book. Our creator said, build a better world. And I simply said, can you show me how? This world is such a cold, dark place. It's so complicated now. I'm just one so passionate, yet helpless. For there is so much here to do. Then I felt his spirit, his loving touch and voice as he spoke to me and said, so build a better world, my dear one. Give others healing and hope. Start with this one, then go to 2. And then you have begun your life's work and purpose to build a better you. So I will say in my last remaining words that are in the book and I share with you, it's with peace, love, and joy that you create your life of excellence. And this is Dr. J saying, have a healthy and a life filled of excellence day.